The first light of dawn broke over the quiet valley, casting soft golden rays across fields of rice paddies glistening with dew. Birds chirped their morning songs, and the distant rustle of wind through bamboo groves filled the air. In the midst of it all, a young boy knelt in the dirt, his hands caked with soil, pulling weeds from the earth with a rhythm born of necessity. His name was Liang. Liang's family was among the poorest in the province, their thatched roof hut barely holding together against the changing seasons. Every sunrise meant a new day to toil, every sunset a reprieve to rest aching bodies. Life was cruelly simple, and survival felt like a war fought with bare hands and unshakable grit. Liang's mother often told him, "The earth will take care of you if you respect it." But even as a child, he saw that respect alone was not enough. His father's back was bent like a sickle, his hands calloused and scarred from years of toil. The land seemed as unforgiving as the lords who taxed them, stripping away their meager harvests until only scraps remained for the family. One morning, a storm rolled in without warning. Thunder cracked like the sky itself was breaking, and rain lashed the village in torrents. The fields turned to thick mud, swallowing crops that had taken months to grow. Liang's father ran out into the storm to salvage what he could, but his efforts were futile. By the time the rain stopped, the fields were barren. That night, the family ate nothing. Liang sat silently by the flickering fire, his stomach growling, his heart heavy with despair. But his mother, as always, found words of hope. Even the hardest stone cracks with time. "Do not let the weight of today's sorrow steal tomorrow's strength," she said, stroking his matted hair. But strength was hard to find when days stretched into weeks with little food. One by one, the villagers began to leave in search of better fortunes elsewhere. Liang's family stayed, tied to the land they had worked for generations. Still, the whispers of desperation filled the air, like dry leaves scraping against one another. Late one night, Liang awoke to a sound outside their hut. It wasn't the cry of an animal or the rustling of wind, it was low and mournful, like a lament carried on the breeze. Against his mother's warnings, Liang stepped into the darkness. The moon hung high, its pale light illuminating the devastation around him. The fields, once lush and vibrant, lay in ruin, a sea of broken stalks and churned mud. In the middle of it all stood an old man. His beard was long and white, flowing like silk strands. His robe shimmered faintly, as though woven from moonlight. Liang froze, fear prickling his skin. The man turned slowly and locked eyes with him. "Child, why do you linger here in the shadows when your heart burns with questions?" the man asked, his voice deep and resonant. Liang hesitated, his voice trembling as he spoke. "I want to know why the earth is so cruel to us. Why it takes more than it gives." The old man smiled, though his eyes carried a sadness that seemed ancient. "The earth listens to those who truly understand it. Do you wish to hear its voice?" Without thinking, Liang nodded. The old man raised a hand, and suddenly the world around them seemed to shift. The air grew thick and heavy, the night darker and deeper. The ground beneath Liang's feet trembled, as if something immense and powerful stirred beneath the surface. "Close your eyes," the old man said. "Feel, don't see." Liang obeyed. He felt the cool breeze against his skin, heard the rustle of unseen leaves, and beneath it all, a low, steady hum that seemed to rise from the ground itself. It wasn't a sound so much as a presence, ancient and vast, both gentle and unyielding. "Do you feel it?" the man asked. Liang nodded, his breath quickening. "What is it?" "It is life," the old man replied. "It is death. It is everything you know and all that you do not. The earth is not cruel, boy. It is honest. And honesty often feels like cruelty when we resist its lessons." Liang's eyes snapped open, his heart pounding. The old man was gone, and the fields were quiet again, save for the soft rustle of wind. For a moment, he wondered if it had all been a dream. But as he looked down at his hands, he saw something that hadn't been there before, a single sprout, green and vibrant, growing from the dry, cracked soil. He knelt down and touched it, and for the first time in days, a flicker of hope sparked within him. Liang didn't tell anyone about the old man or the strange encounter. But from that day forward, he approached the land differently. He worked not with frustration or desperation, but with care, his hands guided by an intuition he didn't fully understand. Seasons passed, and the land began to heal. Liang's family harvested enough to eat, then enough to share. Word spread, and villagers who had fled began to return. Though still young, Liang became a figure of quiet strength and wisdom among his people. Yet, even as life improved, Liang couldn't shake the feeling that his encounter with the old man was more than chance. The sprout he had found that night grew taller and stronger than anything else in their fields. It bore fruit that was sweeter and more nourishing than any they had ever tasted. Villagers spoke of it as a gift from the heavens, a sign that Liang was destined for something greater. And deep down, Liang knew they were right. He didn't know how or when, but he felt the weight of something vast pressing against his soul, urging him forward. As he gazed out over the fields one evening, the setting sun painting the sky in hues of gold and crimson, he whispered to the wind, "I am ready." The wind seemed to answer, carrying with it the faintest echo of a familiar voice, "Then the earth shall rise with you." The fire crackled in the center of the dimly lit hut, sending shadows dancing across the walls. The scent of burning herbs lingered in the air, sharp and earthy, mingling with the whispers of villagers huddled outside. They spoke in hushed tones, their voices laced with curiosity and fear. Inside, the village seer sat cross-legged, her milky white eyes fixed on the flickering flames, as though they held secrets no mortal should know. Liang stood just inside the doorway, his hands clenched into fists at his sides. He had never wanted to come here. The seer's words had a way of clinging to people, like spiderwebs you couldn't shake off. Some called her a guide, others a curse. But tonight, he had no choice. His father had insisted. "Go," his father had said, his voice rough but trembling. "The land listens to her. If she speaks, you must listen too." So Liang had obeyed, even as dread settled in his chest like a stone. Now, as the seer beckoned him forward with a bony hand, he fought the urge to flee. Her hut was cramped and cluttered, filled with jars of powders and bundles of dried roots. A bundle of charms swayed gently from the ceiling, clinking together like tiny bones. "Closer, boy," the seer rasped, her voice like dried leaves rustling in the wind. Liang stepped forward, the wooden floor creaking beneath his feet. She tilted her head, her unseeing eyes seeming to pierce through him. "Do you fear me?" "No," he said, though his voice betrayed him. The seer laughed, a sound that sent a shiver racing down his spine. "Good. Fear is a weakness. And weakness has no place in what is to come." Her words made no sense to him, but the weight of them settled heavy in the room. She reached for a bowl at her side, filled with a dark, viscous liquid, and began to swirl her fingers through it. The fire dimmed, as though the shadows themselves were pulling it away. "I see much in the flames," she murmured, her voice almost a chant. "Lives that twist together like vines. Paths that split like a river's branches. And you, boy, you stand at the center of it all." Liang blinked, unsure if he had heard her correctly. "Me? I'm just a farmer." She chuckled again, low and knowing. "You are more than you think. The land knows it. The wind whispers it. Even the stars above sing of it." Her fingers stilled in the liquid, and she turned her sightless gaze directly toward him. "Do you wish to know your fate?" He hesitated. A part of him didn't want to know. Fate was a dangerous thing, a burden that could crush a person. But another part of him, the part that still clung to the memory of the strange old man in the fields, burned with curiosity. Slowly, he nodded. The seer raised her hands, her fingers trembling as though they held the weight of the sky. She began to chant, her voice rising and falling in rhythms that seemed to echo in the small hut. The flames leapt higher, casting eerie shapes on the walls. Then, abruptly, she stopped. Her head snapped back, her milky eyes rolling upward as though she were staring into some distant void. Her voice dropped to a low, guttural tone that made the hairs on Liang's arms stand on end. "I see a storm," she intoned. A storm that will shake the heavens and shatter the earth. It will rise from the dust of the fields, from the hands of a farmer who toils under the weight of the sun. He will be the fire that consumes the tyrants, the wind that carries the hopes of the broken. He will wield the strength of the earth and the wisdom of the stars. And his name will echo through eternity. Liang's heart pounded in his chest. The air seemed to thicken, pressing in around him. What does that mean?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. The seer's head dropped forward, her chin resting against her chest. For a moment, Liang thought she had fallen asleep. But then she spoke again, her voice softer now, almost gentle. "It means your life will not be your own," she said. "The path ahead is one of great pain and great glory. You will rise, boy, higher than the mountains. But know this, every rise casts a shadow." Liang stared at her, his mind racing. He wanted to argue, to tell her she was wrong. He was just a boy, just a farmer. How could he rise to anything, let alone something that would echo through eternity? But the seer's words lingered, sinking into him like roots into soil. She reached out and placed a hand on his arm, her touch surprisingly warm. "You are afraid," she said, her tone softer now. "That is good. Only fools walk toward their fate without fear. But remember, the earth chose you. And the earth does not make mistakes." He swallowed hard, unsure of what to say. The seer released him, her hand falling back to her lap. "Go now," she said, her voice once again the raspy whisper of an old woman. "Your time has not yet come. But it will. Oh, it will." Liang stumbled out of the hut, his legs feeling unsteady beneath him. The cool night air hit him like a wave, and he took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. The villagers outside stared at him, their eyes wide with curiosity. But he said nothing as he walked past them, his mind spinning with the seer's words. The stars above seemed brighter than usual, their light sharp and unyielding. As he walked back to his family's hut, he couldn't shake the feeling that they were watching him, waiting. For what, he didn't know. But the seer's voice echoed in his mind, her prophecy burning like a brand on his soul. The sound of clashing swords echoed through the valley, a metallic symphony of chaos that sent shivers through anyone who heard it. Smoke curled into the sky from burning villages, its dark plumes a grim announcement of death and destruction. The land groaned under the weight of war, its fields trampled by soldiers' boots and its rivers stained with blood. It was not one war but many, a tangled web of power struggles between lords, warlords, and emperors who claimed divine right but showed none of heaven's mercy. The empire, once vast and united, had splintered into warring factions, each more desperate than the last. In every direction, there was hunger for land, for riches, for control. And it was the common people who paid the price. In a small village nestled between two contested regions, families huddled together in silence, their faces pale with fear. Liang stood among them, watching as a group of soldiers marched through the muddy streets, their armor battered, their faces hardened. These weren't heroes of legend, they were men worn thin by months of battle. Their eyes, hollow and sunken, carried a weariness that words could not capture. One of them sneered at the villagers and spat on the ground, as if their misery was a joke. A child whimpered, clutching her mother's hand as the soldiers passed. "Why are they here?" she whispered, her voice trembling. "To take what isn't theirs," the mother replied softly, pulling her daughter close. Her gaze darted toward the family's meager pile of food. She knew it wouldn't last the night. It was the same story everywhere. Fields once rich with crops now lay abandoned, their soil too soaked with blood to yield anything but sorrow. Roads that had once carried traders and scholars now bore only the weight of armies and the cries of refugees. Towns burned as rival factions swept through, each claiming to be the rightful ruler of a kingdom that no longer existed in anything but name. In the capital city, once the jewel of the empire, the emperor sat on a gilded throne, surrounded by sycophants and spies. His rule extended no further than the palace walls, and even there, whispers of rebellion lingered in the corridors. He was young, some said too young to wield power. Others claimed he was nothing but a puppet, a figurehead controlled by the ministers who circled him like vultures around a dying beast. Beyond the capital, warlords carved up the land like scavengers fighting over scraps. Each declared himself the savior of the people, promising peace while unleashing violence. Villages were conscripted to feed their armies, families torn apart as fathers and sons were dragged into battles they didn't understand. Loyalty was a fleeting thing, alliances formed and crumbled in the blink of an eye, leaving devastation in their wake. Even nature seemed to mourn the state of the land. The seasons no longer came as they once had. Spring rains turned to torrential floods, sweeping away homes and drowning livestock. Summers baked the earth until it cracked, leaving fields dry and lifeless. The rivers, once the lifeblood of the region, ran sluggish and brown, choked with debris from battles upstream. Liang had heard stories of how it used to be, told by the elders in quiet, wistful tones. They spoke of a time when the land was prosperous, when the emperor's decrees brought justice instead of fear. But those stories felt like fantasies now, distant and unreachable. What was left was a broken land, its people caught between the grinding gears of ambition and survival. One night, Liang found himself staring at the stars, their cold light piercing through the smoky haze that hung over the village. He thought of the seer's words, of the storm she had seen in his future. But how could one person stand against this chaos? The land was too fractured, its wounds too deep. And yet, a part of him couldn't let go of the idea that someone, had to change it. In the distance, the glow of another burning village lit up the horizon, casting an eerie orange light across the landscape. Liang clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. The screams of the helpless, the laughter of the cruel, these were the sounds of the world now. And somewhere in the darkness, the faintest whisper of a thought took root in his mind: it doesn't have to be this way. The wind picked up, carrying with it the faint scent of smoke and ash. It howled through the trees, as if the land itself was crying out. Liang closed his eyes and listened, not to the chaos around him, but to something deeper. The earth beneath his feet felt solid yet restless, as though it too longed for something more. That night, as the village tried to sleep despite the fear gnawing at their hearts, Liang remained awake. The stars above seemed to burn brighter, their light piercing through the gloom. And though he didn't know how or when, he felt a strange certainty settle over him. The land was broken, yes, but it was not beyond saving. Not yet. The crack of a whip split the air, sharp and merciless. Liang flinched, his hands trembling as he gripped the plow. The ox beside him let out a pained bellow, its hide streaked with fresh welts. Behind them, the landlord's overseer sneered, the whip coiled loosely in his hand. "Move faster," the man barked, his voice as cutting as the weapon he wielded. "The fields won't plow themselves." Liang bit back his anger, his lips pressed into a thin line. He knew better than to argue. Talking back only led to more strikes, and the overseer took cruel delight in breaking spirits. Instead, he turned his focus back to the stubborn soil beneath his feet, the earth hardened from weeks of relentless sun. His back ached, his shoulders burned, and his stomach churned with hunger. But none of that mattered. If the fields weren't ready for planting by week's end, the landlord would punish the entire village. The landlord's name was Shen, though most simply called him the Wolf. It was said he'd earned the nickname for his ruthless tactics in collecting taxes, always hunting down even the poorest farmers until they had nothing left to give. His estate loomed on the hill above the village, a sprawling fortress of luxury that mocked the crumbling huts below. Liang had never set foot inside, but he'd heard stories of banquet halls overflowing with food, of gardens where rare flowers bloomed, of rooms lined with gold and silk. All of it paid for by the sweat and suffering of peasants like him. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Liang trudged back to the village with the other farmers. Their faces were hollow, their eyes dull. A young boy limped beside his father, his small frame weighed down by a bundle of firewood nearly as large as he was. The father muttered soft words of encouragement, but the boy's tears glistened in the fading light. Liang glanced down at his own hands, calloused and cracked from years of toil. They were the hands of a man who worked from dawn to dusk and still went to bed hungry. In the distance, he could hear the faint hum of a flute drifting from the landlord's estate. The music was hauntingly beautiful, a cruel reminder of the life he would never know. When Liang reached his family's hut, his mother greeted him with a tired smile. She handed him a bowl of thin gruel, the last of their rations for the week. "Eat," she said softly, though her own stomach growled in protest. He hesitated, his gaze shifting to his younger sister, Mei, who sat cross-legged on the floor. She stared at the bowl with wide, hungry eyes, her cheeks sunken. Without a word, Liang passed the bowl to her. Mei tried to refuse, shaking her head, but he insisted. "You need it more than I do," he said, his voice firm. That night, Liang lay awake on the straw mat that served as his bed. The roof above him leaked, and he could hear the distant rumble of thunder. He thought of the overseer's whip, of the landlord's estate, of the endless cycle of work and hunger that defined their lives. A question lingered in his mind, heavy and relentless: how much longer can we endure this? The next morning, the overseer arrived before dawn, shouting orders and dragging men from their homes. It was tax day, and Shen the wolf demanded payment in full. Those who couldn't pay were dragged away to work in the estate's kitchens or stables, their families left behind to fend for themselves. Liang watched as an elderly farmer, too weak to stand, was struck across the face and hauled off like livestock. His wife wailed, clutching at his captors, but they shoved her aside without a second glance. The other villagers stood frozen, their faces a mixture of fear and helplessness. When the overseer reached Liang's family, his mother stepped forward with trembling hands, offering a small sack of rice. "This is all we have," she said, her voice pleading. The overseer sneered. "It's not enough." "We'll pay more next month," Liang said, stepping in front of his mother. His heart raced, but he kept his voice steady. "Please, let us keep our home." The overseer's eyes narrowed, and for a moment, Liang thought he might strike him. But instead, the man snatched the sack of rice and turned away. "Next month," he growled. "And you'd better have double." As the overseer moved on to the next house, Liang felt his mother's hand on his shoulder. She said nothing, but her grip was firm, a silent reassurance. Yet even as they returned to their meager breakfast, Liang couldn't shake the anger that simmered in his chest. The days blurred together after that, each one a repetition of the last. Work, hunger, fear. But something in Liang began to change. The whip no longer inspired just pain, it sparked defiance. The sight of the landlord's estate no longer brought only envy, it stoked a quiet rage. And the cries of his fellow villagers no longer made him feel helpless, they filled him with a burning need to act. One evening, as Liang sat by the river washing the dirt from his hands, he noticed a group of men whispering nearby. They were older, their faces lined with years of hardship. Their voices were low, their expressions grim, but there was something else in their eyes, determination. Liang approached cautiously. One of the men, a blacksmith named Wei, looked up and gave him a nod. "You've got the look of someone who's had enough," Wei said, his voice rough but kind. Liang hesitated, then nodded. "I can't keep watching this happen." Wei smiled faintly, a spark of approval in his gaze. "None of us can. But it takes more than anger to change things. It takes courage. And sacrifice." The words hung in the air, heavy with meaning. Liang didn't respond, but as he walked back to his family's hut that night, the weight in his chest felt different. It wasn't despair anymore. It was something stronger, something he couldn't quite name. As the stars blinked into the night sky, Liang thought of his sister's hungry eyes, his mother's trembling hands, the overseer's sneer, and the landlord's mocking flute. And in that moment, he made a silent vow: this is not the life we were meant to live. The moon hung low in the sky, its pale light casting an otherworldly glow over the forest. Liang's footsteps crunched against the underbrush as he made his way toward the river, his breath visible in the crisp night air. The weight of the day's struggle still clung to him, heavy and unrelenting. He hadn't planned to leave the village, but something had pulled him from his bed, a feeling he couldn't explain, a silent urging that wouldn't let him rest. The forest was eerily quiet, as if the world was holding its breath. Even the wind seemed hesitant to disturb the stillness. Liang shivered, pulling his tattered cloak tighter around his shoulders. He could hear the faint sound of running water ahead and quickened his pace. The river always brought him a sense of peace, its steady current a reminder that life, no matter how harsh, always moved forward. But tonight, something was different. As Liang stepped into the clearing by the riverbank, he froze. There, standing in the moonlight, was a figure cloaked in white. The fabric shimmered like it was woven from starlight itself, and their presence seemed to make the very air hum with energy. Liang's heart raced, a mix of awe and fear coursing through him. "Who's there?" he called out, his voice unsteady. The figure turned slowly, revealing a face that was both ageless and ancient. Their eyes were dark and piercing, holding a depth that made Liang feel as though they could see straight into his soul. The figure raised a hand, a gesture of calm that somehow eased Liang's trembling. "You have endured much," the figure said, their voice like a melody, soft yet commanding. "And yet, your spirit remains unbroken." Liang didn't know how to respond. He wanted to look away, but he couldn't. There was something magnetic about the figure, something that made him feel small and significant all at once. "Who are you?" he finally managed to ask. The figure tilted their head, a faint smile playing at the corners of their lips. "A guide," they said simply. "One who has watched your struggles and seen the strength that lies within you." Liang's brow furrowed. "Strength? I'm just a farmer. What strength could I possibly have?" The figure stepped closer, their movements so fluid they seemed to glide over the ground. "Strength is not measured by power or wealth," they said. "It is found in perseverance, in compassion, in the willingness to fight for something greater than yourself." Liang felt a lump rise in his throat. The word struck a chord deep within him, echoing thoughts he had never been able to articulate. He thought of his mother, his sister, the villagers who looked to him with quiet hope even as they suffered. He thought of the overseer's whip, the landlord's estate, the endless cycle of oppression that had become their lives. "I want to change things," he admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. "But what can I do? I'm just one man." The figure's eyes seemed to glow, their intensity sending a shiver down Liang's spine. "Even the mightiest rivers begin as a single drop of water," they said. "But to fulfill your destiny, you must first understand the power you carry within you." Before Liang could ask what they meant, the figure reached into their cloak and pulled out an object wrapped in cloth. They held it out to him, their hands steady. Liang hesitated, then stepped forward and took it. The fabric was cool to the touch, and as he unwrapped it, his breath caught. It was a blade, but unlike any he had ever seen. The metal gleamed with an otherworldly light, and intricate patterns etched into its surface seemed to shift and dance as if alive. The hilt fit perfectly in his hand, as though it had been made for him. "This is no ordinary weapon," the figure said, their tone serious. "It carries the wisdom of those who came before you and the strength of those who will follow. But it is not the blade that holds power, it is the one who wields it." Liang stared at the blade, his reflection shimmering in its surface. He could feel its weight, not just physical but something more, a sense of responsibility that both frightened and emboldened him. "Why me?" he asked, his voice trembling. "Why give this to someone like me?" The figure placed a hand on his shoulder, their touch warm despite the chill in the air. "Because you are the one who will use it for the right reasons," they said. "Because you have suffered and still choose to hope. Because you understand that true strength lies in protecting others, not in seeking power for its own sake." Tears pricked at the corners of Liang's eyes. He thought of the seer's prophecy, of the storm she had foretold. Could this be the moment she had seen? Was this the path he was meant to walk? The figure stepped back, their form beginning to blur as if dissolving into the moonlight. "Remember," they said, their voice growing fainter, "the blade is a tool, but your heart is the source of its power. Trust in it, and you will find the strength to change your fate." And then they were gone, leaving Liang alone by the riverbank. The forest seemed to exhale, the stillness broken by the rustle of leaves and the gentle babble of the river. Liang stood there for a long time, the blade still clutched in his hand. He didn't understand everything that had just happened, but one thing was clear: his life would never be the same. The sky bled shades of orange and red as the sun dipped low, casting long shadows over the village square. Liang stood at the edge of the crowd, his fists clenched so tightly his knuckles ached. Before him, a scene of cruelty unfolded, one he had seen too many times, but could never grow numb to. A man knelt in the dirt, his face bloodied, his clothes torn. His breaths came in ragged gasps, and his hands trembled as they reached out in a desperate plea. Behind him, the landlord's overseer loomed, whip in hand, his lips curled in a smirk that made Liang's stomach turn. Around them, villagers watched in silence, their heads bowed, their eyes filled with a mixture of fear and helpless rage. "Do you think you're special?" the overseer sneered, circling the man like a vulture. "Do you think the rules don't apply to you?" The man tried to speak, but his voice was little more than a broken whisper. Liang caught fragments of his words: a sick child, no choice, only borrowed a little rice. The overseer's laughter cut through the air, cold and sharp. "Borrowed," he spat, raising the whip. "You stole. And thieves must be punished." Liang's heart pounded in his chest as he watched the whip rise, its leather glinting in the fading light. His instinct screamed at him to look away, to stay silent, to blend into the crowd like everyone else. But his feet refused to move. His gaze remained fixed on the man, on the anguish in his eyes, on the overseer's sadistic grin. The whip came down with a crack that seemed to echo through the square. The man cried out, his body jerking forward, but he didn't fall. He stayed on his knees, his back straight, his face lifted defiantly despite the pain. Liang felt something twist in his chest, a mix of admiration and fury that left him breathless. Again and again, the whip struck. Each lash left a mark, carving lines of agony into the man's skin. The crowd murmured in hushed tones, but no one stepped forward. No one dared. Liang's nails bit into his palms as he fought the urge to shout, to rush forward and stop the overseer's hand. But he knew what would happen if he did. He would be next. And then his family would pay the price. The overseer paused, his chest heaving, the whip hanging limply at his side. He looked down at the man, who still knelt in the dirt, his head bowed but unbroken. With a snarl, the overseer spat on the ground beside him. "Let this be a lesson to all of you," he barked, his voice carrying over the square. "Defy the landlord, and this is what you'll get." Liang's vision blurred with tears of anger and shame as he watched the overseer turn and stride away, leaving the man crumpled in the dirt. A few villagers moved forward hesitantly, helping him to his feet, their hands gentle but their eyes darting nervously toward the estate on the hill. Liang stayed rooted to his spot, his body trembling with an energy he couldn't contain. He thought of his mother, of May, of the countless others who lived under the shadow of men like the overseer and the landlord. He thought of the fields they toiled in, the meager harvests they gave away, the hunger that gnawed at their bellies even as they worked themselves to the bone. He thought of the riverbank, of the blade now hidden beneath his bed, of the figure's words, "True strength lies in protecting others." That night, Liang couldn't sleep. The man's cries echoed in his mind, mingling with memories of other injustices he had witnessed: the young girl taken from her family to serve in the landlord's kitchens, the elderly farmer beaten for failing to meet his tax quota, the mother who had wept as her only son was dragged away to work in the estate's stables. He thought of the overseer's whip, of the landlord's estate, of the villagers' bowed heads. In the dim light of the hut, Liang sat cross-legged on the floor, the blade resting across his lap. His fingers traced the patterns etched into the metal, their touch steady despite the storm raging within him. He felt the weight of the weapon, its power, its promise. But more than that, he felt the weight of his own resolve. The next morning, Liang returned to the square. The villagers were already gathered, their faces drawn and weary as they prepared for another day of labor. He spotted the man from the day before, his back hunched, his movements slow but purposeful. Despite the wounds that marred his skin, there was no defeat in his posture. Liang approached him, his steps deliberate. "Are you all right?" he asked quietly. The man looked up, his eyes tired but unyielding. He nodded, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. I'll live, he said. But for how much longer, I don't know. Liang's jaw tightened. He wanted to say something, to offer comfort, but the words felt hollow. Instead, he reached out and clasped the man's shoulder. It was a small gesture, but the man's expression softened, and for a moment, the weight on Liang's chest felt lighter. As the villagers dispersed, Liang remained in the square, his gaze fixed on the estate on the hill. The walls seemed taller today, the gates more imposing. But he didn't feel the same helplessness that had once consumed him. He felt something else, something that had been growing inside him for weeks, maybe longer. It was a spark. Small but fierce. The fire crackled softly in the center of the clearing, casting flickering shadows on the faces gathered around it. Liang sat cross-legged on the ground, his blade resting by his side, its faint glow barely perceptible in the dim light. He scanned the small group, their eyes reflecting a mix of fear, hope, and quiet determination. These were not warriors, they were farmers, shepherds, and woodcutters, people who had spent their lives enduring the weight of an unjust world. Yet here they were, ready to risk everything for a chance at something better. The first to join him had been Jian, a wiry man with sharp eyes and a scar running down his cheek. Jian had seen too many friends and family members crushed under the landlord's cruelty, and his anger simmered just beneath the surface. It was Jian who had spoken first after Liang shared his plan, his voice low but steady. "I'm tired of waiting for someone else to save us," he had said. "If you're willing to stand, then so am I." Word had spread quickly after that, whispered conversations in the fields, quiet exchanges behind closed doors. May had been the next to step forward, her face fierce despite the weariness in her eyes. Her young son had been taken by the overseers to work in the landlord's estate, and she had not seen him since. "They take our children, our food, our lives," she had said, her voice trembling with emotion. "I can't bear it any longer." Now, the group had grown to nearly 20, each member carrying their own scars, their own reasons for standing against the forces that had oppressed them for so long. As Liang looked around, he felt a swell of emotion rise in his chest. These people trusted him, believed in him, and he could not fail them. "We don't have weapons," someone muttered, breaking the silence. It was Bao, an older man with a stooped back and hands hardened by decades of labor. "How can we fight when all we have are tools for farming?" Liang straightened, his voice calm but firm. "We may not have swords or shields, but we have something more important, courage. They've spent years trying to break us, but we're still here. And now, we fight not just with our hands, but with our hearts. That's something they can never take from us." The firelight danced in their eyes, and for a moment, the fear seemed to give way to resolve. Jian stood, his hand resting on the hilt of a crude knife. "Liang's right," he said. "We've lived our whole lives in fear, but that ends now. We start small, hit where they least expect it. Show the others that they're not alone." The group murmured their agreement, the beginnings of a plan taking shape. They would strike at the landlord's supply lines, steal back the grain and rice that had been taken from them. They would free those who had been imprisoned, spread the word that rebellion was not just a dream but a reality. The first raid came weeks later, under the cover of darkness. The group moved silently through the forest, their footsteps muffled by the soft earth. Liang led the way, his blade glinting faintly in the moonlight. Ahead, the glow of the supply caravan's lanterns lit the narrow path, the sound of wheels and horses filling the air. Liang held up a hand, signaling the group to stop. He crouched low, motioning for Jian and Mei to flank the caravan from either side. The rest waited in tense silence, their breaths shallow as they clutched their makeshift weapons, wooden clubs, farming scythes, anything that could be used to defend themselves. The attack was swift and precise. Jian's knife found its mark first, slicing through the reins of the lead horse and sending the caravan into disarray. Mei's voice rang out, sharp and commanding, as she directed the others to seize the sacks of grain and rice. The guards, caught off guard, scrambled to respond, but Liang was already upon them, his blade moving with a grace and speed that seemed almost otherworldly. The fight was over in minutes. The guards lay unconscious or fleeing into the night, and the group quickly loaded the stolen supplies onto makeshift carts. As they retreated into the safety of the forest, Liang's heart pounded with a mixture of exhilaration and relief. For the first time, they had struck a blow against their oppressors, and they had done it together. Back in the village, the stolen grain was distributed among the families who needed it most. Word of the raid spread like wildfire, and with it came whispers of hope. More people began to approach Liang, their voices hushed but eager. "I want to help," a young man said, his hands trembling but his eyes resolute. "I can't stand by any longer. We've suffered enough," an elderly woman added, her voice firm despite her age. "If you'll have me, I'll fight." The group swelled in numbers, and with each new member, Liang felt the weight of his responsibility grow. These were not soldiers, they were people with families, with lives they wanted to protect. But they were also people who had been pushed to the brink, who had nothing left to lose. The raids continued, each one more daring than the last. They struck at supply depots, sabotaged the landlord's equipment, and freed those who had been taken as prisoners. With each victory, their confidence grew, and so did the landlord's frustration. One night, as the group gathered around the fire to plan their next move, Liang stood and addressed them, his voice steady despite the weight of the moment. "We've come this far because we believe in each other," he said. "But the road ahead won't be easy. They'll come for us, try to crush us. We have to be ready, not just to fight but to stand together, no matter what." The group nodded, their expressions resolute. They knew the risks, but they also knew what was at stake. For the first time in their lives, they felt the stirrings of freedom, and they would not let it slip away. As the fire burned low, Liang sat back, his blade resting across his knees. He thought of the seer's prophecy, of the figure by the riverbank, of the villagers who looked to him with hope in their eyes. The spark of rebellion had grown into a flame, and there was no turning back. The night sky stretched wide above the forest, a blanket of stars casting their faint glow over the gathering below. Liang stood at the heart of the circle, his face lit by the flickering flames of the fire. Around him, the rebels, his people, sat in silence, their eyes fixed on a simple object resting on a rock before them. It was unassuming at first glance, a piece of carved jade threaded onto a thin strip of leather. But to those who saw it now, it was something far greater. It had started with Mei. She had approached Liang earlier that day, clutching the jade in her withered hands. "We need something to unite us," she had said, her voice quiet but firm. "Something that tells the world who we are and what we stand for." Liang had taken the jade from her, its surface cool and smooth against his fingers. It was small, but it felt heavy in his palm, as though it carried the weight of their struggle. He had nodded, understanding without words what she meant. Now, as he looked out at the faces around him, Liang spoke, his voice steady but filled with emotion. "This isn't just a stone," he said, holding up the jade for all to see. "It's a promise. A promise that we will never bow to injustice, that we will fight for what is right, no matter the cost." A murmur of agreement rippled through the crowd. Jian leaned forward, his sharp eyes fixed on the jade. "What will it mean?" he asked. "What will it stand for?" Liang paused, his gaze sweeping over the group. "It will stand for justice," he said finally. "For those who have no voice, for those who have been silenced and oppressed. It will remind us of who we are and why we fight." The fire crackled softly, its warmth reaching out into the cool night air. Mei stepped forward, her hands trembling slightly as she took the jade from Liang. "Then we should make it ours," she said. "All of us." One by one, the rebels moved closer to the fire, each adding something small to the emblem. A strand of hair from a young woman whose brother had been taken. A fragment of cloth from an elderly man who had lost his wife. A tiny bead from Jian, taken from a necklace his mother had given him long ago. Each piece was tied carefully to the leather, until the jade was surrounded by symbols of their lives and sacrifices. When it was finished, Liang held it up once more, the firelight catching the jade and casting faint green shadows on the ground. It seemed to glow with an inner light, as though it had absorbed the strength and determination of those who had touched it. "This is our symbol," Liang said, his voice ringing out into the night. "It will guide us, remind us of what we're fighting for. When the world sees it, they will know we are not afraid. They will know we are united." A cheer rose from the group, tentative at first, but growing louder, more confident. The sound echoed through the trees, carrying their defiance into the night. For the first time, they felt the weight of their oppression begin to lift, replaced by the strength of their shared purpose. The next day, the emblem was tied to Liang's belt, resting against his hip as he led the group through the forest. It became a rallying point, a beacon for those who joined their cause. Stories began to spread about the jade emblem, whispered tales of its power and the courage of those who carried it. In one village, a young boy ran to his parents, his eyes wide with excitement. "They're here," he said, pointing to the horizon. "The ones with the jade stone. They say they'll help us." In another, an old woman knelt before Liang, her hands clasped together in gratitude. "I thought I'd never see the day," she said, tears streaming down her face. "Thank you for giving us hope." The emblem became more than just a symbol, it became a promise fulfilled. It was carried into battle, its jade surface scratched and worn but never broken. It hung above their campfires at night, a reminder of their unity. And when the landlord's forces marched against them, it was the sight of the emblem, glowing faintly in the sunlight, that gave them the strength to stand their ground. Liang would often catch Mei looking at the emblem, her fingers brushing against the jade as though seeking comfort. One night, as the camp settled into uneasy rest, she spoke to him, her voice soft but resolute. "It feels alive," she said, her gaze fixed on the stone. "As though it carries all of us, our hopes and fears, our dreams. It's more than just jade now." Liang nodded, understanding what she meant. The emblem had become a part of them, a reflection of their struggle and their strength. It was a reminder that even in the face of overwhelming odds, they could stand together and fight for what was right. As the rebellion grew, so did the legend of the emblem. People spoke of its glow, of the way it seemed to shine brightest in the darkest moments. They told stories of how it had guided the rebels through treacherous terrain, how it had given them the courage to face impossible challenges. And through it all, Liang carried the emblem with him, its weight a constant presence at his side. It was a reminder of the people who had entrusted him with their hopes, of the sacrifices they had made. It was a symbol of the justice they fought for, a justice that could not be silenced or extinguished. The jade emblem was not just a stone, it was their heart, their soul, their unwavering promise to each other. And as long as it shone, they knew they could not be defeated. The morning was heavy with mist, clinging to the earth like a veil, muffling sound and hiding shapes in its folds. Liang crouched behind a cluster of bamboo, his breath steady but his heart pounding in his chest. Around him, his allies, farmers turned fighters, waited in silence, gripping crude weapons fashioned from tools and scavenged scraps. The tension in the air was thick, almost suffocating. Through the gray fog, the sound of boots crunching on gravel broke the stillness. They were coming. The enforcers were notorious, their brutality spoken of in hushed tones across the villages. Clad in dark armor and wielding polished blades, they moved with the arrogance of men who had never faced resistance. Liang had heard the tales of their cruelty, the fields burned, the children taken, the elders beaten until they could no longer stand. They were untouchable, unstoppable, or so everyone believed. Until now. Liang tightened his grip on the staff in his hand, its wood worn smooth from years of labor. It had once been a tool to till the soil, to coax life from the earth. Now, it was a weapon. He had no illusions about the odds. His men were untrained, their weapons pitiful compared to the enforcer's gleaming steel. But he had seen enough suffering, enough injustice, to know that they could no longer stay silent. The first figure emerged from the mist, a tall man with a cruel face and a whip coiled at his side. Behind him, a dozen more followed, their armor clinking softly as they walked. They laughed among themselves, their voices carrying an edge of mockery. Liang glanced at Mei, who knelt beside him, her bowstring pulled taut. Her eyes met his, steady and determined. She nodded once, and Liang raised his hand, the signal they had agreed upon. The first arrow flew before the enforcers even realized they were under attack. It struck the leader in the shoulder, his laughter cut short by a sharp cry of pain. Chaos erupted. The enforcers shouted, drawing their swords as they searched for their unseen attackers. But the mist was their enemy now, swallowing their movements and making shadows of their shapes. Liang sprang from his hiding place, his staff swinging with the force of years spent in backbreaking labor. It connected with the side of an enforcer's head, the man crumpling to the ground. Around him, his allies surged forward, their shouts breaking the eerie quiet. Sickles, hoes, and clubs clashed against steel, the sound a cacophony of defiance. The enforcers fought back fiercely, their swords cutting through the air with deadly precision. Liang barely ducked in time as a blade whistled past his ear, the rush of wind sharp against his skin. He spun, using the momentum to bring his staff down on his opponent's knee. The man howled, falling to the ground, where another farmer finished him with a swing of a hammer. The battle was raw, unrefined, a chaotic tangle of bodies and weapons. Liang's men fought not with skill but with desperation, their rage fueled by years of oppression. They moved as one, covering each other's weaknesses, their bond forged in shared suffering. Jian, the blacksmith's son, was a whirlwind of fury, his hammer smashing through armor with terrifying force. Mei's arrows flew true, finding their marks even through the thick mist. An elderly man, his face lined with age, used his walking stick to trip an enforcer, sending him sprawling into the mud. Liang felt the sting of a blade slice across his arm, the pain sharp and hot. He gritted his teeth, spinning to face his attacker. The enforcer sneered, his sword raised for another strike. But before he could bring it down, Liang lunged, driving the end of his staff into the man's stomach. The enforcer doubled over, and Liang followed with a strike to his head, the sound of wood meeting bone echoing in his ears. The tide of the battle began to turn. For all their training and weaponry, the enforcers were unprepared for the ferocity of the farmers' assault. They stumbled and faltered, their ranks breaking under the relentless onslaught. Fear crept into their eyes, the realization dawning that they were losing. One by one, they fell, until only a few remained. The leader, his shoulder bleeding from Mei's arrow, tried to rally his men. "Stand your ground," he bellowed, his voice cracking. "They're just peasants." But the farmers were no longer just peasants. They were fighters, defenders of their homes and families. They pressed forward, their shouts drowning out the enforcers' cries. Liang faced the leader, their eyes locking across the battlefield. The man charged, his sword glinting in the faint light. Liang braced himself, his grip on his staff tightening. The clash was brutal, the leader's strength forcing Liang back step by step. But Liang held his ground, using his agility to dodge and counter each strike. The leader overreached, his swing wild and unbalanced. Liang saw his opening and drove his staff into the man's chest, knocking the wind from his lungs. The leader staggered, and Liang didn't hesitate. He swept the man's legs out from under him, sending him crashing to the ground. The enforcer's sword fell from his hand, and Liang placed the end of his staff against the man's throat. "Enough," Liang said, his voice steady but firm. "It's over." The remaining enforcers dropped their weapons, their will to fight broken. The mist began to clear, revealing the battlefield strewn with bodies and weapons. The farmers stood victorious, their faces marked with exhaustion but also with triumph. Liang stepped back, his chest heaving as he looked at the defeated leader. "Go," he said. "Tell your masters that the people will no longer live in fear." The leader scrambled to his feet, clutching his injured shoulder as he stumbled away. The farmers watched in silence as the enforcers retreated, their pride shattered. As the first rays of sunlight broke through the trees, Liang turned to his allies. They were battered and bloodied, but they stood tall, their eyes shining with something that had long been missing, hope. This was their first victory. And though the road ahead would be long and treacherous, they had proven something undeniable: they were not powerless. They had faced their oppressors and won. For the first time in their lives, they felt the stirrings of something greater, a belief that they could change their fate. The scent of freshly baked flatbread filled the air, mingling with the earthy aroma of wet soil. A small group of villagers gathered in the square, their eyes fixed on a young boy standing nervously by a broken wheelbarrow. The boy's face was flushed with embarrassment, his bare feet shuffling in the dirt as he tried to explain. "It was my father's," he stammered, his voice barely above a whisper. "I didn't mean to break it." Before the whispers of judgment could spread, Liang stepped forward. His broad shoulders cast a protective shadow over the boy. "Let me see it," he said gently, crouching down to inspect the wheelbarrow. The crowd watched as Liang ran his calloused hands over the splintered wood, his brow furrowed in concentration. He didn't scold or lecture. Instead, he smiled at the boy. "It's nothing that can't be fixed," he said, his voice warm and reassuring. "Bring it to the workshop tomorrow, and I'll make it stronger than before." The boy's face lit up with relief, and the crowd murmured their approval. This was Liang, the man who always found time for others, no matter how tired or busy he was. Stories of his kindness spread like wildfire, carried by the winds of gratitude and admiration. There was the time he helped widow Liu during the harshest winter anyone could remember. Her roof had caved in under the weight of snow, leaving her and her 2 children huddled in the corner of their crumbling home. Liang had been there within hours, his sleeves rolled up and a hammer in hand. He worked tirelessly through the freezing night, patching the roof with whatever materials he could find. When dawn broke, widow Liu's home was standing strong again, and Liang had left without a word, his hands raw and bleeding from the cold. Then there was the rice shortage. The fields had yielded little after a season of unrelenting drought, and the village faced the specter of hunger. One by one, families began to ration their food, the strain evident in their hollow cheeks and weary eyes. Liang had disappeared for 3 days, returning with sacks of rice slung over his shoulders. No one knew how he had managed it. Some whispered that he had bargained with traveling traders, others believed he had given away his own meager savings. But what mattered was that no one went hungry that season, thanks to him. Liang's resourcefulness was as legendary as his compassion. He seemed to have an answer for every problem, a solution for every plight. When the village well ran dry, it was Liang who led a group of men to dig a new one, deeper and sturdier than before. When the landlord's men demanded an impossible tribute of grain, Liang devised a plan to hide the villagers' stores, fooling the collectors and saving the harvest. He never asked for thanks, and he certainly never sought recognition. But his actions spoke louder than words ever could. People began to look to him for guidance, their trust in him growing with each passing day. He had a way of making them feel seen, heard, and valued. In a world that often treated them as expendable, Liang reminded them of their worth. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the sky in hues of gold and crimson, a group of villagers gathered outside Liang's modest home. They carried baskets of fruit, loaves of bread, and other small tokens of gratitude. When Liang opened the door, his expression shifted from surprise to warmth. "What's all this?" he asked, his voice tinged with embarrassment. An elderly man stepped forward, his hands trembling as he held out a carefully woven basket. "We wanted to thank you," he said simply. "For everything." Liang hesitated, his eyes scanning the faces of those who had come. He saw children clutching their mothers' skirts, men with dirt-streaked faces from long hours in the fields, women who had scraped together their best offerings. They were tired, worn, and yet there was a spark of hope in their eyes, a spark that Liang himself had helped ignite. "I don't do it for thanks," he said, his voice quiet but firm. "I do it because we're all in this together. If one of us falls, we all do." The villagers nodded, their hearts swelling with pride and affection for the man who had become their rock. That night, as they shared food and stories under the stars, a bond was cemented, a bond stronger than fear, stronger than oppression. It wasn't long before tales of Liang's deeds traveled beyond the village. Farmers from neighboring hamlets began to arrive, drawn by the whispers of a man who stood up for the downtrodden. They came with their own stories of suffering and injustice, seeking guidance and solidarity. Liang welcomed them with open arms, his small home becoming a gathering place for those who dared to dream of a better life. One particularly cold evening, a woman arrived with her young daughter, their faces pale with exhaustion. The woman's husband had been taken by the landlord's men, leaving her with nothing but a sack of wilted vegetables. Liang listened as she spoke, her voice cracking with desperation. When she finished, he placed a hand on her shoulder, his eyes steady and filled with resolve. "You're not alone anymore," he said. "We'll find a way." And he did. Word spread of his efforts to unite the villages, his plans to resist the landlord's tyranny growing bolder with each passing day. He didn't just win the people's trust, he gave them hope. He showed them that even the smallest acts of kindness could create ripples, that together they could weather any storm. The villagers began to see Liang not just as a farmer, but as a leader. They followed him not because he demanded it, but because he had earned their loyalty. He was one of them, a man who understood their struggles and shared their pain. And as his influence grew, so too did their belief in the possibility of change. Liang's name became a symbol, his reputation spreading far and wide. Travelers passing through the village spoke of him in hushed, reverent tones, carrying his story to distant places. His kindness, his courage, his unwavering commitment to justice, they were seeds planted in the hearts of those who heard them, seeds that would one day grow into something extraordinary. In Liang, the people saw the best of themselves. And for the first time in a long time, they dared to hope that their lives could be different. The air smelled of iron and ash, the ground littered with broken spears and tattered banners. The battlefield was silent now, save for the faint crackling of a dying fire in the distance. Liang stood on a ridge, his gaze fixed on the horizon. His ragtag army had grown in strength and number, but so had the enemies lurking in the shadows. Word of his defiance had spread far and wide, and it had caught the attention of those who ruled with an iron fist. The warlords, men who commanded legions and reveled in bloodshed, had taken notice of the farmer who dared to rise. They were not men who tolerated challenges to their power. To them, Liang was an anomaly, an insult, a threat that needed to be crushed before it could grow. The first came under the cover of night. Liang had been tending to the injured when a scout arrived, panting and pale. "They're coming," the scout gasped. 200 men, armed to the teeth. "They carry the banner of Lord Jin." Liang's heart pounded, but his face betrayed no fear. He turned to his captains, men and women who had fought beside him through countless skirmishes. "We hold the high ground," he said, his voice steady. "They'll expect fear. We'll give them fire." The battle was fierce and unrelenting. Lord Jin's men were seasoned warriors, their armor gleaming under the moonlight. But Liang's forces fought with something far stronger, desperation and belief. Traps had been laid, paths blocked, and the terrain itself became an ally. When the sun rose, it cast its light on a battered yet unbroken band of rebels. Lord Jin's army, once confident, had been routed, their leader fleeing with what remained of his pride. But victory came at a cost. Liang walked through the aftermath, his boots crunching on blood-soaked soil. He stopped to kneel beside a fallen soldier, a boy no older than 16. His chest felt heavy as he whispered a prayer for the dead. He knew this was only the beginning. Days later, another threat emerged, this one more cunning. Lord Zhao was not a man who relied solely on brute force. His spies infiltrated Liang's camp, spreading whispers of betrayal. Supplies began to vanish, and paranoia took root among the rebels. Liang felt the weight of distrust growing, threatening to fracture the fragile unity they had built. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Liang called for a gathering. He stood before his people, his voice cutting through the murmurs. "We cannot let fear divide us," he said, his eyes sweeping over the crowd. "That's what they want. They want us to turn on each other, to forget why we fight. But I will not let them win. Not like this." He proposed a plan, a daring raid on Lord Zhao's stronghold. It was risky, almost reckless, but it was their best chance to reclaim their strength. The rebels moved under the cover of darkness, their footsteps silent and hearts resolute. Liang led the charge, his presence a beacon of courage. The raid was swift and precise. They struck where it hurt most, dismantling Zhao's operations and sending a clear message: they would not be so easily broken. The victory restored not just their supplies, but their spirit. Liang stood among his people, the flames of their triumph reflected in his eyes. He knew the road ahead was long, but for the first time in days, he allowed himself a small glimmer of hope. But not all warlords were as predictable as Jin or Zhao. Lord Yu was different, a strategist, a man of intellect and calculation. He sent emissaries to Liang, bearing gifts and words of flattery. They spoke of alliances and shared goals, of peace through unity. Liang listened carefully, weighing every word. He knew a snake when he saw one. In a meeting held under the guise of diplomacy, Lord Yu revealed his true intentions. "You have courage, farmer," he said, his voice smooth as silk. "But courage alone will not win wars. Join me, and I will make you a general. Resist, and I will make you a memory." Liang met his gaze, unflinching. "I fight for the people," he replied, his tone unwavering. "Not for power. Not for titles." Yu's smile faltered, and his eyes turned cold. "Then you will die for them," he said, rising from his seat. The alliance was never formed, and Yu's forces moved against Liang soon after. The battle that followed was unlike any before. Yu's strategies were meticulous, his troops disciplined and ruthless. Liang's army faced losses they had never imagined, their resolve tested at every turn. In the chaos of battle, Liang found himself face to face with Yu. The warlord sneered, his sword gleaming in the dim light. "You should have taken my offer," he said, lunging forward. Liang parried, his muscles screaming with exhaustion. The duel was a clash of will and skill, each strike echoing with the weight of their convictions. Yu fought with precision, but Liang fought with purpose. In a final, desperate move, Liang disarmed Yu, his blade hovering inches from the warlord's throat. Yu's eyes widened in shock, and for a moment, the battlefield seemed to fall silent. Liang stared down at him, his chest heaving. "This is for the people," he said, lowering his weapon. "Not for revenge." He spared Yu's life, and in doing so, earned something far greater than victory. Yu's soldiers, witnessing the mercy and honor of their enemy, began to question their allegiance. Many laid down their arms, choosing to follow a man who fought for more than power. The battles with the warlords were grueling, each one pushing Liang closer to his limits. But with every challenge, he grew stronger. He learned from each encounter, adapting and evolving. The warlords who had once dismissed him as a simple farmer now spoke his name with a mix of fear and respect. Liang stood among his people, his body bruised and battered but his spirit unbroken. He looked out at the faces of those who had chosen to stand with him, farmers, craftsmen, soldiers, and refugees. They were not just an army, they were a force bound by a shared dream. The warlords had tested him, each one a storm threatening to drown his resolve. But Liang was like the bamboo, flexible yet unyielding, bending under pressure but never breaking. And as the sun rose over the blood-stained fields, it illuminated a man who was no longer just a farmer. He was a leader, a symbol, and perhaps, the hope of a nation. The storm rolled in without warning. Dark clouds consumed the sky, blotting out the moon and stars. The air turned heavy, charged with an energy that felt both ancient and alive. Lightning streaked across the heavens, illuminating the desolate mountains where Liang and his closest companions had made camp. There was an unspoken tension among them, a feeling that this night would bring something far beyond their understanding. Liang sat by the dwindling fire, sharpening his sword in rhythmic strokes. Each scrape of metal against stone echoed in the silence, mingling with the distant rumble of thunder. His mind was restless, weighed down by the burdens of leadership and the countless battles yet to come. He looked at the blade in his hands, worn and nicked from use. It had served him well, but he knew it was no match for the armies gathering to crush their rebellion. Then, the wind shifted, carrying with it a low hum that made the hair on his neck stand on end. He froze, his hand gripping the hilt of the sword. The sound grew louder, a strange, melodic vibration that seemed to emanate from the very earth beneath his feet. His companions stirred, their faces etched with unease. "Do you hear that?" one of them whispered, her voice barely audible over the rising wind. Liang nodded, standing slowly. He motioned for the others to stay behind and began to follow the sound, his steps cautious but deliberate. The hum guided him away from the camp, up a narrow, rocky path that twisted toward the mountain's peak. Rain began to fall in heavy droplets, soaking his clothes and blurring his vision, but the sound pulled him forward like an invisible tether. As he climbed higher, the storm intensified. Lightning struck nearby, illuminating a massive fissure in the rock ahead. The sound seemed to emanate from within, a pulsing rhythm that matched the beat of his heart. Liang hesitated for a moment, then stepped closer. The fissure widened as he approached, revealing a hidden cavern bathed in an otherworldly blue light. He entered cautiously, the light growing brighter with each step. The air inside was warm, almost comforting, and the walls glimmered as if embedded with countless tiny stars. At the center of the cavern stood a pedestal carved from black stone, its surface smooth and polished. Resting upon it was an object that seemed to defy explanation. It was a weapon, but unlike any he had ever seen. A blade of translucent crystal shimmered with an inner glow, its edges sharp enough to cut the very air around it. The hilt was wrapped in golden threads, and symbols etched into the metal pulsed faintly, as if alive. Liang felt a pull toward it, an undeniable connection that made his breath catch in his throat. He reached out hesitantly, his hand trembling as it hovered above the weapon. The moment his fingers brushed the hilt, a surge of energy coursed through his body. His vision blurred, and he was overcome by a flood of images, scenes of great battles, of kings and emperors wielding the blade to shape the fate of nations. He saw the weapon's origin, forged not by human hands, but by forces beyond comprehension. It was a gift from the heavens, a tool of justice meant for the worthy. The visions faded, and Liang found himself kneeling on the cavern floor, the weapon in his grasp. Its weight felt perfect, as if it had been made for him alone. He rose to his feet, the blade glowing brighter with each passing moment. The hum that had guided him here now resonated within him, a steady rhythm that seemed to align with the beat of his heart. He emerged from the cavern, the storm raging around him. The weapon's light cut through the darkness, casting a radiant glow that seemed to calm the fury of the elements. His companions were waiting at the base of the path, their faces filled with awe as they saw him approach. "What is that?" one of them whispered, her voice trembling. Liang held up the blade, its glow reflecting in their wide eyes. "A gift," he said simply, though the weight of its significance was clear to them all. In the days that followed, the weapon proved to be more than a symbol. Its edge never dulled, no matter how many enemies it faced. In battle, it moved with a precision that seemed almost supernatural, cutting through armor as if it were paper. But it was not just its physical power that inspired awe, it was the way it seemed to amplify Liang's presence, filling his followers with an unshakable belief in their cause. Word of the weapon spread quickly, reaching even the ears of his enemies. They whispered of a divine artifact, a blade that could turn the tide of war. Some dismissed it as myth, while others began to fear that the heavens themselves had chosen Liang as their instrument. But with power came danger. Rival factions sought to steal the weapon, sending spies and assassins to infiltrate his camp. Liang slept with the blade always within reach, knowing that its loss could shatter the fragile hope they had built. Yet, the weapon seemed to have a will of its own, almost as if it guided him to anticipate every threat. One night, an assassin crept into his tent, a dagger poised to strike. Liang woke with a start, the blade in his hand before he even realized he had moved. The light from the weapon illuminated the assassin's face, and for a moment, time seemed to stand still. The man dropped his dagger, his eyes filled with terror. "I can't," he stammered, falling to his knees. "You are chosen." Liang lowered the weapon, his gaze steady. "Then make your choice," he said. "Live for something greater, or die for nothing." The man bowed his head, swearing his loyalty on the spot. It was a moment that marked a shift, as more and more people began to see Liang not just as a leader, but as a figure destined to change the course of history. As the rebellion grew, so did the legend of the weapon. It became a symbol of their fight for justice, a beacon of hope in the darkest of times. And though Liang knew the battles ahead would test him like never before, he also knew he was not alone. The blade in his hand was a reminder that their cause was not just his own. It was a call from the heavens themselves, a call that could not be ignored. The campfire flickered weakly under the weight of the cold, moonless night. Shadows danced across the faces of Liang's men, etched with weariness and an unspoken tension that clung to the air. The rebellion had gained momentum, but with growth came fractures, and Liang could feel the cracks forming beneath the surface of their cause. Tonight, those cracks would reveal themselves in a way he hadn't foreseen. A sudden rustle snapped him from his thoughts. His eyes darted to the edge of the clearing, where a sentry stood rigid, his spear glinting faintly in the firelight. Liang watched him closely, something in the man's stance unsettling. It wasn't fear or weariness, it was something far colder. The sentry shifted his weight, glancing over his shoulder toward the woods behind him, and Liang's pulse quickened. He stood quietly, signaling to one of his trusted lieutenants to follow. Together, they moved through the camp with deliberate silence, weaving between sleeping men and stacks of supplies. The wind carried faint whispers, their source coming from the direction the sentry had been watching. Liang motioned for his lieutenant to circle wide as he approached the voices, his hand resting on the hilt of his weapon. The voices grew clearer. Tomorrow, during the march. When the patrols are spread thin, one said, his tone sharp with urgency. Another voice, lower and rougher, replied, "Are you sure he'll be alone? If we fail, we're dead men." Liang froze, his chest tightening. His suspicions had been right. Traitors among them. His hand tightened around the hilt, but he forced himself to remain still, listening intently. The lords have offered gold, enough to start a new life far from this madness. Once Liang is gone, the rest will scatter like rats, the first voice continued. The bitterness in his words stung, but it wasn't just anger that filled them. There was something deeper, resentment, perhaps, or fear. Liang signaled for his lieutenant, who had circled behind the traitors. The man crept closer, his blade drawn, but Liang raised a hand to stop him. Not yet. He needed to know how deep this betrayal ran. Another man spoke, his voice trembling. What about the others? If they find out we were involved? They won't. We'll make it quick and clean, the first man interrupted, his confidence unwavering. This rebellion is doomed anyway. Better to take what we can and live. Liang stepped forward then, his figure emerging from the darkness like a specter. The traitors froze, their words dying in their throats. He said nothing at first, letting the weight of his presence settle over them. The firelight caught the edge of his weapon, its glow faint but unmistakable. Better to take what you can and live, Liang repeated softly, his voice calm but laced with steel. Tell me, do you truly believe that the lords will let you live? Or will they see you as tools, discarded once used? The first man recovered quickly, his hand moving to his blade. You don't understand, Liang. This fight, it's hopeless. They outnumber us 100 to 1. They have wealth, power, everything we'll never have. I'm not dying for a dream. Liang's eyes hardened, but he didn't move. And yet, you'd betray those who trusted you, who fought beside you, for what? A handful of coins? A coward's escape? The man drew his sword, his jaw clenched. You don't see it, do you? They'll crush us, and you'll lead everyone to their deaths. I'm doing what needs to be done. Before he could take another step, Liang's lieutenant struck, disarming him in one swift motion. The man fell to his knees, his weapon clattering to the ground. The others didn't move, paralyzed by fear. Liang crouched in front of him, his voice low. You think I don't know the cost of this fight? Every life lost weighs on me. Every decision keeps me awake at night. But I fight because I believe in something greater than myself, something worth sacrificing for. What do you believe in? The man looked away, his defiance faltering. I believe in surviving. Liang straightened, his gaze sweeping over the others. And you? Do you share his belief? That survival at any cost is better than standing for what's right. The trembling man shook his head vehemently, tears streaming down his face. I was wrong. Please, forgive me. Liang's silence stretched, heavy and suffocating. Finally, he spoke, his voice measured. Betrayal is a poison that spreads quickly. I cannot tolerate it, not when so many lives depend on trust. But I will not let fear rule us. He turned to his lieutenant. Confine them for now. We'll decide their fate at first light. The traitors were led away, their heads bowed in shame. Liang returned to the fire, his mind racing. The rebellion had always been fragile, held together by shared desperation and hope. But hope was a fickle thing, easily shattered by doubt and greed. As the hours passed, he wrestled with the decision before him. Mercy or punishment? Compassion or justice? Both choices carried risks. Showing leniency could embolden others to betray him, but harshness could sow resentment among his followers. When dawn broke, he stood before the assembled camp, the traitors bound and kneeling at his feet. He addressed the crowd, his voice steady and clear. These men allowed fear to cloud their judgment. They chose self-preservation over loyalty, greed over honor. Their actions could have destroyed everything we've fought for. The crowd murmured, anger and unease rippling through them. Liang raised a hand for silence. But I will not let this rebellion be defined by fear or vengeance. We fight for justice, for a better future, and that begins with us. He turned to the traitors. You swore an oath to this cause, and you broke it. That cannot be undone. But I will give you a choice. Leave now, with nothing but your lives, and never return. Or stay, and earn back the trust you betrayed. The first man hesitated, his pride warring with his shame. Finally, he lowered his head. I will leave. The others chose to stay, their faces marked with remorse. Liang watched them closely, his expression unreadable. He knew trust was not easily rebuilt, but he also knew that forgiveness was a strength, not a weakness. As the camp dispersed, Liang felt a renewed sense of determination. Betrayal had shaken them, but it had also reminded him of the delicate balance he needed to maintain. Leadership was not just about strength, it was about understanding, about knowing when to punish and when to forgive. And in the face of doubt and discord, he would hold firm, guiding his people toward the justice they all sought. The ground was unyielding, cracked and dry, stretching endlessly under the merciless sun. Liang stood at the edge of the barren field, his calloused hands gripping a hoe that felt heavier than it should. The land was dying, and with it, the fragile hopes of those who depended on its harvest. Crops had withered, water was scarce, and the people looked to him for answers he did not have. The weight of their gazes bore into his back as he worked tirelessly, striking the parched earth with a force born of frustration and desperation. Each swing sent a cloud of dust into the air, clinging to his skin like a second layer. The once fertile ground, which had fed so many, now seemed to mock him with its refusal to yield. A child's cry pierced the stillness, and Liang froze, his chest tightening. He turned to see a young boy, no older than 10, clutching his mother's hand. Her face was gaunt, her eyes hollow from weeks of hunger. The boy reached for her, his voice weak. "Mama, when can we eat?" Liang looked away, guilt tightening like a vice around his heart. He had promised these people a better life, but promises did not fill bellies or soften the blows of a cruel world. He wiped the sweat from his brow, the handle of the hoe digging into his palm. Somewhere in the distance, a vulture circled lazily, its shadow cutting across the field like a cruel omen. The earth was not their only adversary. Bandits roamed the outskirts of their encampment, preying on the vulnerable. Liang's nights were restless, his mind plagued by the memory of a recent raid. They had come under cover of darkness, swift and brutal, taking what little they could find. The screams still echoed in his ears, the terror, the loss. He had fought them off, but not before lives were stolen, dreams extinguished. The men who followed him began to falter, their confidence eroded by hardship. Whispers of doubt crept through the camp like a poison, feeding on the collective despair. Liang heard their words in snatches, carried by the wind. How can he lead us if he can't even save us from this? This land is cursed. We should leave while we still can. Liang understood their fears because he shared them. But leaving was not an option. He could not abandon the cause, not after everything they had endured. So, he pressed on, hiding his doubts behind a mask of resolve. He worked alongside them in the fields, shared their meager meals, and fought beside them when danger loomed. Every act was a silent declaration, I will not break. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the sky in hues of red and gold, Liang sat by a dying fire. His hands were blistered, his muscles aching from the day's labor. He stared into the flames, their flicker a faint reflection of the fire that still burned within him, though it was dimmed by exhaustion. A voice broke the silence, pulling him from his thoughts. You can't carry this alone. Liang turned to see Mei, one of his closest allies, standing a few feet away. Her face was smeared with dirt, her hair tangled, but her eyes held a quiet strength that reminded him of why he had started this fight. She sat beside him, her gaze steady. They look to you for everything, she said softly. But even the strongest tree needs roots to hold it up. He let out a heavy sigh, the weight of her words settling over him. What choice do I have? If I falter, they'll lose hope. Mei placed a hand on his shoulder, her grip firm. Hope isn't just yours to give. It's something we share. Let us help you carry the burden. The word struck a chord deep within him, and for the first time in weeks, he felt a glimmer of relief. He nodded, the tightness in his chest easing slightly. Mei smiled, her expression gentle but resolute. We'll get through this. Together. The next morning, Liang called a meeting, his voice carrying over the murmurs of the gathered crowd. He spoke of their struggles, their losses, and the resilience that had brought them this far. He did not shy away from the harsh truths, but he reminded them of the victories they had won, the strength they had found in each other. We are not just fighting for survival, he said, his voice steady. We are fighting for a future where our children will never know this kind of suffering. But I cannot do it alone. None of us can. We need each other now more than ever. The words resonated, stirring something within the crowd. Men and women stepped forward, pledging their skills, their labor, their unwavering support. Together, they devised plans to dig new wells, to reclaim the stubborn earth through sheer determination. They took turns standing guard at night, ensuring the safety of their camp. Every small victory, every moment of unity, became a beacon of hope. But the trials were far from over. A storm rolled in days later, its fury unmatched. The winds howled like a wild beast, tearing through their encampment with ruthless abandon. Tents were ripped from the ground, supplies scattered to the wind. Rain lashed against their skin, relentless and cold. Liang stood in the chaos, his voice rising above the storm as he directed his people to safety. When the storm finally passed, the devastation was staggering. But as the first rays of sunlight broke through the clouds, illuminating the destruction, Liang saw something remarkable. The people were already rebuilding, their resolve unbroken. They worked side by side, their determination a force as powerful as the storm itself. Liang joined them, his heart swelling with a mix of pride and humility. These were not just followers, they were warriors, dreamers, survivors. Together, they would face whatever trials lay ahead, forging a path through the darkness toward a brighter future. The earth, for all its cruelty, could not break them. It could only shape them, tempering their spirits like steel in a forge. And as Liang looked out over the camp, he felt a renewed sense of purpose. They were more than a rebellion, they were a force of nature, unyielding and unstoppable. The fire crackled and popped, its glow casting eerie shadows on the faces gathered around it. The heat of the flames bit at Liang's skin, but it was nothing compared to the emptiness that gnawed at his heart. The camp was silent tonight, and not because of any looming threat from outside. No, it was the kind of silence that settles deep within, a quiet morning, like the calm before a storm. The fire wasn't just burning wood, it was burning his soul. Liang had seen death before, had heard the screams of battle and the whispers of loss in the dead of night. But this felt different. This was personal. This loss tore through him with a force he couldn't fight. His mind kept replaying that moment, the flash of a sword, the scream that echoed in his ears, and the blood, so much blood. He had promised her that he would protect her. May had been more than just an ally, she had been a friend, a light in the darkness, a reason to keep going when the weight of the world seemed unbearable. Her laughter had once filled the air, bright and unrestrained. It had been a sound that gave him strength. And now, that sound was gone. The emptiness was suffocating, a void that no words could fill. She had died in his arms, her blood staining his hands, her final breath a whisper he could hardly hear. Keep fighting, for them, she had said, her voice fading as her body grew cold. Those words clung to him like chains, and no matter how hard he tried to shake them off, they remained. The promise he had made seemed impossible now, a cruel reminder of what he had failed to protect. Liang sat on the ground, his knees drawn up to his chest, eyes fixed on the fire. The flames danced, mocking him, their wild movements a sharp contrast to the stillness inside him. He had failed her. And in failing her, he had failed them all. The wind howled through the trees, a mournful sound that matched the ache in his chest. He could still see May's face in his mind, her eyes filled with hope, even in the darkest moments. And now she was gone. She wasn't just a casualty of war, she was a piece of his heart, ripped away, leaving a gaping wound that no amount of bloodshed could ever heal. As the night wore on, the people around him went about their business. Some spoke in hushed tones, others worked tirelessly to rebuild what had been lost. But they moved like ghosts, their eyes hollow, their spirits drained. Liang knew they were all grieving, in their own way. But none of them felt it the way he did. May had been his closest companion, and now he was alone. Truly alone. A shadow shifted beside him. Liang looked up, startled. It was Jing, one of his fellow leaders, a young man with a quiet strength that Liang had always admired. He had been there when the raid happened, when May fell. He had seen the same things, yet his face betrayed no emotion. He knelt beside Liang without a word, his presence offering no solace, but somehow, it made Liang feel less isolated. I didn't want this to happen, Liang muttered, his voice hoarse. I should have been faster. Should have. You can't change it, Jing said, his voice firm yet kind. You can't change what happened. What you can do is keep moving forward. For her. For all of us. Liang shook his head, tears blurring his vision. But I promised her. I promised I would protect everyone. That I would make it better. Jin's gaze softened. You did protect us. You led us, you fought beside us. You brought us this far. No one blames you for what happened. Liang let out a bitter laugh, wiping his tears away angrily. I'm not sure I believe that. For a long time, they sat in silence, watching the fire consume the wood. Liang could feel the weight of Jin's gaze, but he couldn't bring himself to look up. He wasn't sure he deserved comfort, not when so many had already paid the price for his failure. May's voice echoed in his mind again, her last words repeating like a chant. Keep fighting, for them. The wind shifted, and the temperature dropped. A chill spread through the air, as if the earth itself had sensed his sorrow. Liang closed his eyes and took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. The air tasted of ash, of burnt promises. The flames before him flickered, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch out toward him, mocking him, reminding him of the darkness that had come into his life. But then something strange happened. He felt a warmth, not from the fire, but from within. It was faint at first, a flicker of hope that seemed to fight against the cold and the sorrow. It was as though May's words were not just a distant memory, but a call to action. She had believed in him. She had seen something in him that he couldn't see in himself. He opened his eyes, the firelight dancing in his gaze. Maybe, just maybe, there was something left to fight for. Maybe, even in the face of loss, there was still hope to be found in the struggle. The pain would never go away, but it didn't have to define him. He could still honor her memory. He could still lead them. He could still protect them. He stood, his legs unsteady but determined. Jean watched him rise, his eyes filled with a silent understanding. Liang didn't need to say anything. They both knew what came next. The fire was burning bright now, its light not just from the wood, but from the resolve that had rekindled in his chest. No more running, Liang whispered to himself, his voice low but clear. We fight. For her. For all of us. Jean stood beside him, his presence a quiet strength. Together, they turned toward the camp. The trials of fire had nearly consumed him, but Liang had learned something in the flames, even in the darkest moments, something within him refused to burn out. And as he walked forward, the weight of Mei's death heavy in his heart, he also carried her final words, his promise, to keep fighting. And this time, he wouldn't break. The wind howled, ripping through the trees, as Liang knelt by the edge of the battlefield. Smoke filled the air, the scent of burning flesh mixing with the acrid tang of metal and blood. His hands, stained with the life of others, trembled slightly as he gripped the hilt of his sword, the weight of the weapon almost unbearable in his grasp. But it wasn't the blood of the enemy he felt most sharply, it was the absence, the void that threatened to swallow him whole. He looked down at the ground, where the lifeless body of Mei lay. The woman who had fought by his side since the first days of rebellion, the one who had shared his hopes, his dreams, and his fears. The woman who had, just moments ago, been laughing with him, her eyes sparkling with life. Now, that spark was gone. Her blood stained the earth, a stark contrast against the dark soil. Liang's heart twisted in a way he didn't think possible. He reached for her hand, cold now, but still so familiar. He wanted to scream, to cry, to do something that might wake her from this nightmare. But nothing came. Her body was still, her eyes closed as if in peaceful sleep. Yet, he knew that sleep wasn't what she was in. This was permanent. This was the price of war. The wind stung his eyes, but he didn't care. Tears mixed with the dirt on his face as the full weight of loss hit him. Mei, gone. It felt like the earth had shifted beneath him, leaving him unbalanced and lost in a world that suddenly seemed too dark, too cold. A hand landed gently on his shoulder. He didn't have to look up to know it was Jean. His presence, always steady, was a small comfort amidst the overwhelming grief. But even Jean, with his quiet strength, couldn't fix this. No one could. She fought well, Jean said, his voice softer than usual. Liang nodded, his throat tight. Too well. She didn't deserve this. His voice cracked, a sob breaking free before he could stop it. The floodgates were open, and there was no stopping the torrent of grief that poured from him. Jean didn't speak again. Instead, he just stood beside him, as still and silent as the grave. And Liang let the tears fall, each one an echo of everything he had lost. In that moment, nothing mattered. Not the battles, not the rebellion, not the hopes of a better future. Mei had been his anchor, his light in the darkness. And now she was gone. Time seemed to stretch as Liang remained there, kneeling beside her, unwilling to let her go. The fire from the battlefield flickered behind him, casting long shadows across the land. It would burn itself out soon, just like everything else. The world would go on, oblivious to the pain he was feeling, to the ache that had taken root in his chest. Eventually, Jean spoke again, his voice quieter this time. We can't stay here. Liang didn't answer. How could he? How could he leave her here, abandoned in the dirt like this? We'll honor her, Jean continued, but we can't afford to stop. There are others who need us. The word struck Liang like a blow, sharp and bitter. Others? What did it matter? What was the point of fighting if people like Mei were only going to die? But even in his grief, he knew Jean was right. The rebellion couldn't afford to lose its momentum. The cause had to live on, even if it meant walking through hell. With a shaky breath, Liang stood, his legs weak beneath him. His sword felt heavier than it had ever been. He turned, not looking back at Mei's body but at the trail ahead. He couldn't linger here. Let's go, he said, his voice rough with unshed tears. The hours that followed were a blur of movement, the faces of his men all indistinguishable in their shared sorrow. The wind whipped at his face, the cold biting through his armor, but nothing seemed to matter. He was numb. All he could hear in his mind was May's laughter, the memory of her voice ringing in his ears, and then the quiet, broken whisper she had left him with before the end, "Keep fighting, for all of us." The words repeated over and over, like a haunting melody. She had believed in him. She had believed in the cause, in the hope of a better world. And now that world felt as empty as the space beside him where she should have been. That night, as they set up camp, Liang sat alone by the fire. His eyes were red and swollen, his body aching from both the physical exhaustion and the weight of grief. His men had gathered, trying to make sense of what had happened, but the words were hollow. The fire crackled beside him, but it couldn't warm the chill in his bones. He thought about May, about her smile, her spirit. How could he keep going without her? She had been the one to encourage him when doubt crept in, the one who had never wavered when it seemed like the world was collapsing. How could he face the challenges ahead without her strength? The stars above, distant and cold, watched him in silence. The night felt endless. He had lost so much, and now there was a part of him that wondered if there was anything left to fight for. Was it all worth it? Was the bloodshed, the endless battles, the suffering, was it worth it if it meant losing people like May? A sound behind him caught his attention. Jean approached, holding out a flask of water. He sat down beside him, not speaking, but his presence, like always, was a quiet reminder that there was still something to hold on to. "May wouldn't want you to give up," Jean said softly, his voice a whisper against the howling wind. Liang didn't respond. What was there to say? "We fight for her," Jean added, as though reading his thoughts. "We fight because of her. She believed in us. And now, we carry her spirit with us." Liang stared into the fire, his heart heavy. It wasn't just the battle that had broken him, it was the loss, the emptiness that came with it. He didn't know how to keep going, didn't know how to lead them without her by his side. But he knew one thing. He had to. For May. For everyone who had given everything, for everyone who still believed. Slowly, he took the flask from Jin's hand, the cool water a small comfort. And though his heart still ached, he stood a little taller, the firelight glinting in his eyes. There was still more to do, and though the weight of loss felt like it would crush him, he wouldn't let it. Not yet. Not as long as there was breath left in his lungs. The rain had started slowly at first, a soft drizzle against the dry earth. But soon it became a torrential downpour, as if the heavens themselves were weeping. Liang stood at the edge of the camp, watching the dark clouds roll in, swallowing the sky, blotting out the sun. He had felt the shift in the air long before the first drop had fallen. The wind had changed, the earth had trembled slightly beneath his feet, and in the silence before the storm, there had been an uneasy stillness. Within hours, the skies opened wide, as though the floodgates of the heavens had burst open, sending the world into a frenzy. The rivers swelled with the weight of the rain, turning from peaceful streams into raging torrents. The ground beneath them turned soft and treacherous, each step a struggle against the mud that threatened to pull them under. Liang had seen floods before, but nothing like this. It wasn't just water, it was a force, an overwhelming power that threatened to drown everything in its path. As the water rose, the once vibrant land became unrecognizable. The paths they had traveled on for days vanished under the relentless floodwaters. The tents they had set up were torn away by the rushing current, and the cries of those trapped by the flood echoed through the air. The rebellion's camp was scattered, torn apart like a ship in a storm. The people who had fought beside him, the ones who had stood by his side in every battle, now looked like helpless children in the face of nature's fury. Liang stood motionless, staring into the wild, raging waters. His thoughts were clouded by confusion and fear. How had they come to this? How had something so beautiful, so full of promise, been reduced to this chaos? His people, his friends, his comrades, scattered, struggling against the waters that had come to steal everything they had worked so hard for. The flood didn't just bring destruction, it brought despair. The kind of despair that drained a man's soul. The kind that left him questioning everything. There was nothing he could do to stop it. He wasn't a man of the elements, he was a man of action, of sword and strategy. But in the face of this flood, his power was nothing. But then, through the madness, something caught his eye. A flash of movement, a cry for help. His heart pounded in his chest, his feet moving instinctively toward the sound. He didn't think, didn't hesitate. He just ran. A young woman was clinging to a tree branch, her arms shaking with exhaustion, her face pale with fear. She had been swept away by the flood, her cries barely audible over the roar of the waters. Liu didn't hesitate. He reached out, grabbing her wrist and pulling her toward him, his muscles straining against the weight of the water. Together, they fought the current, inch by inch, until they reached the shore. The woman collapsed into his arms, gasping for breath, her body trembling. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice barely audible. Liu didn't answer at first. He was too busy scanning the horizon, his eyes searching for others, anyone who might need help. It was then that he realized the truth. He couldn't do this alone. None of them could. They had always fought as individuals, as warriors, each with their own battles to face. But now, in the face of this flood, they were all in it together. With renewed urgency, Liu shouted to the others, ordering them to form groups, to gather anyone they could find, to help those trapped by the water. And one by one, they came together, fighters and farmers, the wounded and the strong, all coming together to face this challenge not as individuals, but as a collective. They shared food, they shared water, and most importantly, they shared the strength that came from being a part of something greater than themselves. The hours stretched on, and the floodwaters showed no sign of letting up. But the people did not falter. They worked together, pulling each other from the water, comforting the scared, and rebuilding what had been lost. It wasn't easy, there were injuries, there were people who couldn't keep up, people who couldn't survive the harsh conditions, but no one was left behind. No one was abandoned. Liu, drenched and exhausted, moved from person to person, helping wherever he could. It was exhausting, both physically and emotionally. But with every person he saved, every person he helped to safety, he could feel the weight of the despair beginning to lift. The flood had stolen much, but it had not stolen their spirit. As the night wore on, the rain slowed, and the floodwaters began to recede. But the damage had been done. Their camp was gone. The supplies were gone. Some of their people were gone, swept away by the current. Yet in the quiet aftermath, as the water began to return to its normal course, something had shifted. What had seemed like a force of nature meant to destroy them had instead brought them closer together. It had forged bonds, created unity in a way no battle ever could. The flood had tested them, stripped them of their pride and their weapons, but it had also shown them something deeper. They could endure anything, as long as they stood together. The morning after the flood, as the sun peeked through the clouds, Liu stood among his people. They were weary, their clothes heavy with mud and water, their faces streaked with exhaustion, but their eyes, those eyes, were different. They were filled with something that had not been there before. Resilience. Determination. Hope. The storm had not broken them. It had only made them stronger. Liu looked out over the land, his heart heavy but filled with a quiet strength. They had lost much, yes, but they had gained something far more valuable. They had learned that they were not alone. That when the floodwaters rose, when the world seemed to be slipping away, they had each other. And that, in the end, was all they needed. As the floodwaters receded, leaving behind the wreckage of what had been, the people began to rebuild. Not just their homes, not just their lives, but something more important. Their faith in one another. They had faced the storm and survived. Together. The wind blew cold and harsh across the land, whipping through the trees like a fierce, invisible hand. Liu stood at the edge of the cliff, watching the horizon. His mind was a storm of its own, swirling with uncertainty and fear. The rebellion was growing, the movement gaining strength, but with that strength came the weight of decisions. Hard choices. Betrayal was no longer a distant concept, it was an unwelcome guest at the table, one that he couldn't ignore any longer. The wind carried whispers, voices of those who once stood by him now becoming distant and uncertain. They had fought side by side, trusted each other with their lives. But trust, like the wind, could be fickle. It could change direction in an instant, shifting without warning. And when that happened, it could bring devastation. Liang, a voice called from behind him, snapping him out of his thoughts. It was Hu, one of his most trusted allies. But there was something different in his voice, something unspoken, a weight that made Liang's stomach twist. Liang turned, his eyes narrowing as he saw Hu approach. The man's eyes were filled with concern, but there was something else there, something that made Liang's chest tighten. Was it doubt? Was it fear? Or something darker? The wind ruffled Hu's hair, pushing it back from his forehead, and for a moment, Liang wondered if that was a metaphor for the changes in the air, how quickly things could be swept away. "Have you heard?" Hu asked, his voice quiet, careful. Liang shook his head, not trusting his voice to speak. He didn't want to hear it, whatever it was. The weight in his heart had grown heavier over the past few weeks, and now, the storm that had been brewing in the shadows was beginning to break. "Some of the council members are questioning your leadership," Hu continued, his words careful but heavy. "They think you're losing control. That you're too focused on the people, on the rebellion's ideals. They want to take matters into their own hands." Liang felt a coldness settle over him, as if the wind had found its way into his bones. He had suspected this, but hearing it out loud made it real. It wasn't just the leaders of the rebellion who had doubts. The winds of political maneuvering had already begun to stir. Those who had once pledged loyalty now saw an opportunity to claim power for themselves. "Who?" Liang asked, his voice hoarse. He already knew the answer, but he needed to hear it. "Xing, primarily," Hu said, his voice barely above a whisper. "He's been speaking to the other leaders. Stirring things up. He's ambitious, Liang. More ambitious than we realized. And now, with the way things are shifting, he's using it to his advantage." Xing. The name stung like an open wound. Liang had trusted him with everything. Xing had been his right hand, the one he'd relied on, the one who had fought beside him in every battle. But ambition was a dangerous thing, and when the winds of power began to blow, even the closest friendships could snap like fragile branches in a storm. "What do we do?" Liang asked, though he wasn't sure he wanted the answer. He already knew. The truth was staring him in the face, and no matter how hard he tried to ignore it, the reality was undeniable. "We face it head-on," Hu said, his voice filled with a quiet resolve. "We confront him, show the people that we are united. That we won't let this tear us apart." Liang nodded, but even as he did, a voice deep inside him whispered a darker thought. Could they confront it? Could he confront Xing? The winds of betrayal had already begun to howl, and the storm had only just begun. The days that followed were filled with tension. The council meetings were no longer the discussions of comrades they once had been. Now, every word seemed to be laced with double meanings, every gesture carrying a weight that had not existed before. Liang found himself questioning every glance, every whisper behind closed doors. He had once trusted these people with his life, but now they were turning on him, like predators circling their prey. Then, one evening, it came to a head. Liang had gathered his closest allies in the main hall. The air was thick with unease as Hu, Xing, and a few others stood around the long wooden table. The fire crackled, casting flickering shadows across their faces. The tension was unbearable, the silence more deafening than any words could have been. "You've been making decisions without consulting us," Liang, Xing's voice cut through the silence like a blade. His eyes were cold, his usual warmth gone. "The rebellion is bigger now, and we need to be practical. You're letting your ideals cloud your judgment." Liang felt the words hit him like a physical blow. He had always known Xing was ambitious, but he hadn't realized how far his friend was willing to go. Liang's hands clenched into fists, his breath coming in shallow bursts. I've always made decisions with the people in mind, he said, his voice steady, though the storm inside him raged. And that's exactly the problem, Xing shot back, stepping closer. You're thinking with your heart, not your head. If we're going to survive, we need strength. We need power. The words rang in the air, and Liang felt a deep, gnawing pain. His vision blurred for a moment, but he refused to show weakness. The wind howled outside, as if echoing the turmoil in his soul. This rebellion isn't about power, Liang said, his voice cold now. It's about justice. About fighting for those who have nothing. If you've forgotten that, then maybe you're the one who's lost. The room fell silent, and for a moment, it felt as though time itself had frozen. Liang's eyes locked with Xing's, and in that moment, he saw the truth. The betrayal was complete. The storm had arrived, and no amount of words could change its course. Xing's lips curled into a tight smile. We'll see about that. The air between them was thick with tension, the storm raging outside now mirroring the battle inside. Liang stood tall, his heart heavy but resolute. He knew this was just the beginning of a much larger conflict, one that would test not just his strength, but his very ideals. The winds of change had blown, and there was no turning back. The wind howled through the narrow streets, sweeping dust and leaves into swirling vortices. Liang stood at the top of the hill, watching the city below. It was a view he had known since childhood, a city that had once been his home, now a symbol of his fight for freedom. The rebellion had grown in power, and with that growth, so had the dangers. He felt the weight of the wind as it pushed against him, and it reminded him of the forces he now faced, forces both invisible and destructive, sweeping through the land like a storm. He had come so far. The people believed in him, followed him, but now the air had changed. The winds of change weren't always gentle. Some of the gusts carried whispers of discontent, doubts that began to spread like wildfire in the shadows. Allies had turned their faces to the wind, hoping for a better position, and Liang couldn't ignore the truth. Betrayal was on the horizon. Liang, whose voice cut through the cold air. Liang turned, seeing his closest ally step up beside him. Whose face was tight, his eyes shadowed by the same tension that had begun to fill their meetings. You need to know what's happening in the council. It's not just the enemy you're facing now. Liang didn't speak, his gaze still fixed on the city below. He had known it would come to this. His heart ached, but he couldn't let it show. Not yet. Not when so many were relying on him. There are whispers, Hu continued, his voice low. Xing. He's been speaking to the others. Not just the leaders of our movement, but the ones who control the supplies, the money. He's making deals in the shadows. Liang's chest tightened, his breath catching in his throat. He had trusted Xing. More than anyone, he had placed his faith in him. They had fought side by side, bled together on countless battlefields, shared dreams of a better future. But now, it seemed those dreams were unraveling, pulled apart by the very winds that had once carried them forward. What kind of deals? Liang asked, the words coming out strained, as if the air itself had thickened with the weight of the truth. Hu hesitated before speaking, his eyes shifting nervously. They say he's promised them control once the rebellion succeeds. He's offering them power, more power than they would have under your rule. The wind seemed to freeze around Liang, and for a long moment, he couldn't move. Betrayal wasn't a new feeling, it was a shadow that followed leaders, but it always cut the deepest when it came from someone you thought you knew. Someone you thought you could trust. You think he's planning to take my place? Liang's voice was barely a whisper, but the question hung in the air between them like a storm cloud. Hu didn't answer right away, but his silence spoke volumes. Liang turned, walking toward the old stone bench under a withered tree. He sat down heavily, rubbing his eyes with his fingers as if trying to wake from a nightmare. The rebellion had been his life's work. He had risked everything for it, his family, his future. And now this. Betrayal. This rebellion isn't just about the people, is it? Liang murmured, almost to himself. It's about power, too. Yes, Hu said, his voice filled with a bitter truth. It always has been. The people follow the cause, but those who control the strings are the ones who really hold the power. And some will do anything to keep it. Liang clenched his fists. The wind picked up again, biting at his skin, but it didn't matter. He couldn't ignore the storm building inside him. The weight of leadership had never been so heavy. If he didn't act, he risked losing everything, his friends, his vision, the future of those who had believed in him. But if he did act, what would it cost? The path ahead was full of thorns. Every choice felt like a betrayal in its own way. The betrayal of principles. The betrayal of friendships. The betrayal of a dream. He had worked so hard to build something that could never be torn down, but now, with each gust of wind, the foundation of everything he believed in seemed to shake. "I won't let him take it," Liang finally said, his voice firm. Not without a fight. But how would he fight? How would he confront someone he had called a brother? The thought felt like a jagged blade in his chest. He couldn't afford to hesitate, but the consequences of his actions weighed heavily on him. The next few days were filled with whispers. The council met in secret, their meetings veiled behind closed doors. Liang felt as though he were standing at the center of a storm, the winds howling all around him, but he couldn't see the storm's eye. He couldn't see the truth. The faces of those he had trusted were no longer clear to him. He felt like a man adrift on the ocean, every wave threatening to pull him under. At night, when the camp was quiet, he would hear footsteps outside his tent. Someone moving in the shadows. The rebellion's movement had always been a collective effort, but now it felt like a group of strangers all chasing their own interests. The line between ally and enemy had blurred, and Liang wasn't sure who to trust anymore. The wind had changed direction, and it carried with it the scent of fear, of ambition. Then came the day of reckoning. Liang stood in the council hall, facing the very people he had once considered his brothers and sisters in arms. The tension was palpable. The room felt suffocating, like the air was charged with electricity. Xing was there, standing tall, his arms crossed over his chest. His eyes gleamed with an ambition that made Liang's skin crawl. "You're too idealistic, Liang," Xing said, his voice cold. "You're letting your vision blind you to the reality of the world. Power is the only thing that matters. Without it, you're nothing." The words felt like a slap in the face. Betrayal. It echoed through the room, and Liang could hear it in his own heartbeat. He had never wanted power. He had wanted justice. He had wanted a world where the people weren't oppressed, where they had control over their own lives. But now, standing before Xing, he realized how naive he had been. This wasn't just about right and wrong. It was about control. "I'm not a fool," Liang said, his voice steady, though the storm inside him threatened to break free. "I know what power is. But I will not compromise the people's future for it." The wind outside picked up again, roaring through the trees, its fury matching the storm inside the hall. The winds of betrayal had come, and there was no escaping them. The moon hung low in the sky, casting its pale glow over the dense forest, its silver light slipping through the canopy of trees like threads of a forgotten tale. Liang stood at the edge of the ancient clearing, his breath shallow, his pulse quickening. The air around him seemed to vibrate with a strange energy, like a hum just below the surface. The stories his grandmother had whispered to him as a child echoed in his mind, stories of the four dragons, mystical beings of immense power, creatures who only appeared when the balance of the world hung in the balance. Could they really be here now, in this moment, to offer their blessing? The wind stirred, a sudden gust that sent a shiver down his spine. The trees around him rustled, not with the normal sounds of night, but with something far older, something that seemed to speak directly to the soul. And then, from the shadows of the forest, they appeared. At first, it was just a flicker, a glimpse of movement too fast for the human eye to catch. Then the shadows deepened, and from the darkness emerged the figures of the four dragons. Their forms were massive, their scales shimmering with an iridescent glow that seemed to pulse with life. Each dragon was different, yet they all carried an otherworldly beauty, their eyes glowing with an ancient wisdom, their breath carrying the scent of distant lands. The first dragon, its body a blend of emerald green and gold, stepped forward. Its eyes, wise and old, locked onto Liang's with a gaze that seemed to pierce through his very soul. It did not speak, but in that moment, Liang felt as though the creature was sharing its deepest secrets with him, of the earth's heart, of mountains that touched the sky, of rivers that ran with the stories of the world. A wave of knowledge washed over him, and with it, a sense of power and calm. This was the blessing of the Earth Dragon, strength, stability, and the grounding force that would keep him steady in the face of any storm. Before Liang could fully grasp the enormity of the moment, the second dragon slithered from the shadows, its sleek blue and silver form shimmering like the waves of an endless ocean. This dragon's eyes were filled with the mysteries of the seas, vast and untamed. As it approached, Liang felt the air around him grow cool, the scent of salt water and the sound of crashing waves filling his senses. The water dragon spoke not in words, but in feelings, an overwhelming surge of emotion and understanding. It filled him with compassion, an understanding of the deep connection between all living things. The water dragon's blessing was clear: adaptability, fluidity, and the power to navigate the most turbulent of challenges. Then, the third dragon emerged, its body fiery red and gold, a crackling aura of heat radiating from its form. The fire dragon, wild and untamed, was a force of pure intensity. As it circled above him, the air around Liang grew warmer, and he could feel the heat building, not just in the world around him, but inside his very soul. The fire dragon's blessing was raw, unfiltered strength. It was courage in the face of unimaginable odds, the ability to forge ahead when all seemed lost. As its fiery eyes met his, Liang felt a surge of determination, a fire igniting within him that could not be extinguished. Finally, the last dragon appeared, its form the color of midnight, its scales dark and mysterious, gleaming like the sky at the witching hour. The wind dragon. It was swift, almost invisible, its presence felt more than seen. The wind dragon's blessing was elusive, yet vital: freedom, speed, and the ability to move through the world without being bound by it. As the dragon circled above him, the wind picked up, lifting his hair, carrying with it the whispers of 1,000 distant lands. The wind dragon offered him the gift of intuition, the ability to sense the unseen currents of the world and to move with them, rather than against them. Liang stood frozen, his mind reeling as the 4 dragons gathered around him. He had heard the legends, had wondered if they were true, but now he was living them. Each dragon brought with it a gift that, together, could transform him, elevate him, make him something more than human. But with these gifts came a heavy responsibility. The dragons were not giving these blessings out of kindness alone, they were entrusting him with the weight of the world. "Do you understand what we offer?" The voice of the earth dragon rumbled like a distant earthquake. Liang nodded, though he wasn't entirely sure that he did. How could he? How could anyone truly understand the magnitude of such a gift? "Your path is not an easy one," the fire dragon's voice cracked like a flame against stone. "But it is your path to walk. With the blessings we give, you will have the strength to lead, the wisdom to guide, and the courage to face what lies ahead. But know this, there will be darkness. There will be betrayal. And you must be ready for it." The water dragon's voice was softer, more soothing, like the ebb of the tide. "But do not forget the power of compassion, the strength that lies in unity. Use your gifts wisely, for they will not be freely given forever." The wind dragon spoke last, its voice a whisper on the breeze. "And always remember the importance of freedom. Trust in the winds, and let them guide you when you cannot see the way." The moment the dragons spoke their final words, they began to fade back into the shadows of the forest. Their forms dissolved into mist and light, leaving only the faintest trace of their presence behind. Liang stood there, alone now, his body humming with the power of the 4 blessings. He could feel the earth beneath him, the water running through his veins, the fire in his chest, and the wind in his thoughts. They were all a part of him now, and with them, he could feel a new clarity, a new sense of purpose. The night was still once more, but it no longer felt empty. The dragons had blessed him, not just with power, but with a responsibility to lead, to protect, and to fight for a future worth believing in. And though the path ahead was uncertain, he now knew he was not walking it alone. The 4 dragons had given him their favor, and with their blessings, he was ready to face whatever trials the world had yet to offer. The wind had grown heavy, swirling around the mountaintop as though the earth itself was holding its breath. Liang stood at the edge of the cliff, the wind biting at his skin, the weight of what was about to happen settling heavily on his shoulders. He had heard the stories, whispered in quiet tones by elders who spoke of ancient creatures, beings that no human had seen in centuries, if not longer. The 4 dragons, the legendary guardians of the world, the ones said to bestow their power upon a chosen one. Now, as the sky above darkened and the earth trembled beneath him, he wondered if the stories were true. Could it be that he was the one the dragons had chosen? His heart pounded in his chest. He had always felt the pull of destiny, but never this strongly, never this urgently. The wind whipped around him again, and for a moment, the world seemed to hold still. Then, the ground beneath him shook with the force of something ancient, something powerful. A shadow swept over him, and he instinctively looked up. The first dragon appeared in the sky, its massive wings cutting through the air with the grace of a predator in flight. The dragon was an enormous creature, its scales glimmering like molten gold, shifting with each movement. The Earth Dragon. Its eyes, fierce and ancient, locked onto his. The air around him felt heavy, filled with the weight of centuries. And as the Earth Dragon landed before him, its presence caused the ground to tremble beneath him. The power of the earth, solid and unyielding, seemed to pulse from the dragon's very being. You stand before the Earth Dragon, its voice rumbled, deep as the mountains themselves. You, who have walked the land with both strength and humility. Know this, the earth will be your foundation, your strength. When all else falters, the earth will hold you steady. Liang's heart thundered in his chest. He felt something inside him stir, a quiet, steady force that he had never known existed. The Earth Dragon's blessing was not a roar of power, but a quiet assurance, a whisper of resolve. It was the promise of strength when everything else seemed impossible. But before he could process it, the sound of rushing wind tore through the silence. The second dragon, with a body as blue as the ocean and scales that shimmered like moonlight on water, descended from the sky. Its wings stirred the air around him, and the very ground seemed to sigh with the presence of the water dragon. The air was thick with the scent of salt, and Liang could hear the soft crash of waves in his mind, as though the world around him had transformed into the sea. You stand before the water dragon, the voice was calm, soothing, as if it carried the depth of oceans and the softness of the tides. You, who have shown compassion in your heart and the ability to adapt in the face of great challenges. Know this, the water will guide you when the path is unclear, and it will cleanse you when you falter. But be warned, the tides are both gentle and violent. Do not fight them, but flow with them. The dragon's words echoed in his heart, filling him with a sense of peace, but also a growing recognition that the world around him was as unpredictable as the sea. He could not control the forces of nature, but he could learn to move with them. As the water dragon retreated, the sky seemed to darken even further. A rumble of thunder shook the very air, and from the clouds above, a figure emerged, blazing with light and fire. The fire dragon, its scales red as molten lava and eyes burning with an unrelenting intensity, landed with a deafening roar. The ground beneath him cracked, and heat radiated from the dragon's body, scorching the earth around them. You stand before the fire dragon, its voice crackled like the flames that danced in its eyes. You, who have faced trials and pain, and have not turned away. Know this, the fire within you will ignite the courage to push forward when all seems lost. But be wary, the fire can consume you if you are not careful. It will burn away what is weak, leaving only what is strong behind. The heat of the dragon's presence seared through Liang's body, but it was not the heat that threatened to overwhelm him, it was the raw power. The burning flame within him, the desire to forge his path no matter the cost. The fire dragon's blessing would make him stronger, more resilient, but it also came with a great price. Just as the fire dragon vanished into the dark sky, a gust of wind swept through the air, quick and light. Liang's breath caught in his throat as he turned to see the final dragon. The wind dragon was a creature of unmatched grace, its scales shimmering like the night sky, shifting between shadows and light. It was there one moment and gone the next, as if it was made of nothing but the air itself. Its eyes were piercing, and its presence was felt more than seen. You stand before the wind dragon. The voice was barely a whisper, the sound of a breeze that caressed his skin. You, who have moved with the flow of life and have shown the strength to remain free. Know this, the wind will carry you where your feet cannot go, and it will show you paths you have not yet seen. But the wind is fickle. It will not always follow your will. Leon closed his eyes as the wind dragon's blessing filled him with an intense feeling of liberation. The wind carried freedom with it, but it also brought uncertainty. It whispered to him that no path was ever truly certain. Sometimes, it was only by following the whispers of the wind that he would find his true direction. With the final dragon gone, the world seemed to return to its natural state. The air was still, the sky dark, and the mountains stretched endlessly before him. But Leon was changed. The weight of the blessings he had received pressed upon him, not as a burden, but as a gift. Each dragon had given him something invaluable. The strength to endure, the wisdom to navigate life's unpredictable currents, the courage to push forward, and the freedom to follow the unknown winds. He stood at the edge of the cliff, no longer feeling like a simple man, but a vessel of the world's most powerful forces. The 4 dragons had bestowed their favor upon him. And with it, he would rise. The earth trembled beneath the weight of thousands of boots. The sky overhead, heavy with the weight of impending conflict, seemed to grow darker with each passing second. Leon stood at the front of his army, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon where the enemy forces gathered. The tension in the air was palpable, every soldier holding their breath as the time drew near. This battle would be the one that determined everything, the future, the lives of countless people, and the destiny of a man who had once been just a farmer. He could feel it. A deep, unshakable sense of knowing gnawed at his gut. This was the turning point. The moment that would decide whether all he had fought for would amount to anything or if it would all crumble into dust. His grip tightened around his weapon, and his heart raced. But there was no fear. Only the cold, burning fire of resolve. The first roar of battle came like the crashing of thunder, shaking the earth as the enemy surged forward. Metal clanged against metal, and the cries of warriors filled the air. Liang's army was outnumbered, but they had something that their enemies didn't: hope. And in times like these, hope could be a weapon as powerful as any sword. With a single, commanding motion, Liang led his soldiers into the fray. The world around him blurred into a whirl of steel and blood, the sounds of the battlefield becoming a cacophony of chaos. Yet, through it all, he moved with a singular purpose, his every step driven by a force greater than any fear or doubt. His men followed him, their faith in him unshaken, their resolve as unyielding as the earth itself. In the heart of the battle, time seemed to slow. Liang's mind raced through memories of everything that had led him here, the hardships, the struggles, the moments of despair that had threatened to break him. And yet, here he was, standing against an army that had once seemed unstoppable, fighting not just for his life, but for the future of all those who believed in him. A flash of movement to his left broke his concentration, and he spun, barely parrying the blow of an enemy soldier. Their swords clashed with a deafening sound, and for a moment, Liang felt the weight of the battle close in on him. He was only human, after all. But then, a strange calm washed over him. He remembered the blessings of the dragons, the strength of the earth, the flow of the water, the fire of the fire, and the freedom of the wind. With that thought, the world around him seemed to shift. His movements became fluid, as if guided by the elements themselves, each strike landing with precision, each step carrying him exactly where he needed to be. The tide of the battle seemed to turn. For every enemy who fell, another took their place. But the warriors of Liang's army fought with a ferocity born of belief, their spirits undaunted even in the face of overwhelming odds. The power that coursed through them was not just the strength of their weapons, but the strength of their faith in Liang and in the cause they fought for. And yet, even as victories seemed within reach, Liang could feel something else in the air. A presence. A force beyond the battlefield. He turned his eyes to the far side of the field, where the enemy's general stood, watching the carnage unfold with a cold, calculating gaze. It was then that he realized this battle was not just about soldiers fighting one another. This was a battle of wills. The general was not just a leader, he was the embodiment of everything Liang had fought against: oppression, greed, tyranny. The moment their eyes locked, Liang knew that this battle would come down to one thing: him versus the general. The two of them, alone in the center of the storm, fighting for the future of all who followed them. Without a word, the general began to move, his soldiers parting to create a path toward Liang. The air seemed to grow colder as the two of them closed the distance. The sounds of the battlefield faded away, and all that was left was the steady rhythm of their heartbeats, the sharpness of the tension between them. The general's sword was a gleaming thing, its edge honed to perfection, but Liang was no stranger to weapons. His own blade had tasted the blood of his enemies, and now it was ready for the final confrontation. With a cry that rang out above the chaos, the general struck. The clash of their swords was deafening, the force of their blows sending vibrations through the air. Every strike from the general was calculated, precise, meant to break Liang's defense. But Liang moved with a fluidity that felt almost unnatural, as if the very elements were guiding him, lending him strength and swiftness. The battle around them raged on, but in that moment, it was as if time had stopped. There was only Liang and the general, locked in a dance of life and death. Their swords clashed again and again, sparks flying with each strike. Liang's heart pounded in his chest, the weight of the moment pressing down on him. He was not just fighting for victory, he was fighting for every person who had ever believed in him, for every soul who had ever placed their trust in his hands. The general's eyes narrowed as he pressed forward, pushing Liang back step by step. His strength was undeniable, but Liang's resolve was unbreakable. And then, in a moment of clarity, Liang saw it, the opening. The weakness in the general's defense. With a swift, decisive move, Liang drove his sword forward, striking the general's side. The blow landed, a perfect strike that sent the enemy general to his knees. The battlefield fell silent as the general gasped for air, his sword slipping from his hand. Liang stood over him, his breath heavy, his chest rising and falling with the weight of the moment. The war was not over, but in that moment, everything had changed. The course of history had shifted with that single, decisive battle. The people who had fought alongside him had won more than just a victory, they had won the future. The sound of a hammer striking the anvil echoed through the hall, a steady rhythm that seemed to punctuate the air with purpose. Liang stood before the gathered assembly, his eyes scanning the faces of the people who had followed him through battles, through loss, through triumph. These were the faces of those who had witnessed his rise, who had stood beside him when the world seemed like it might tear apart. Now, in the quiet aftermath of war, it was time for something more lasting. Something that would bind them all together, beyond just the battles they had fought. Justice, Liang said, his voice steady, yet carrying the weight of something far deeper than simple words. The people fell silent, their eyes trained on him, waiting. Justice will be the foundation of this new order. Not the justice of kings and generals. Not the justice of the rich or the powerful. But the justice that belongs to the people. The justice of truth, of fairness. Of what is right. A murmur passed through the crowd, an unspoken agreement hanging in the air. They had seen him rise from nothing, a farmer, a man of the earth. They had seen his heart, his devotion to those who followed him, and now they could feel the truth in his words. This was not just another decree from a ruler who sought power. This was a call to something deeper, something that spoke to the soul. Liang stepped forward, his gaze firm and unyielding. The room was filled with the hum of anticipation, the weight of the moment pressing down on everyone present. We will establish a code, he continued. A code that will guide us, that will keep us true to our purpose. It will not be shaped by fear, or by greed, or by any of the weaknesses that have torn the world apart for so long. It will be shaped by our hearts. By our duty to one another. He paused, letting the words settle over them. The idea of justice, true justice, had always been a fragile thing in the world they knew. It was so easily twisted by those with power. But here, in this room, it could be something different. Something better. He looked around, meeting the eyes of his closest advisors, the soldiers who had fought beside him, the people who had believed in him when he had nothing but the strength of his will. They were with him, but this was more than just his fight. It was theirs, too. "We will no longer allow the strong to trample the weak," Liang said, his voice rising with the power of conviction. "We will no longer stand by while injustice runs rampant. We will create a system where every man, woman, and child is treated with dignity, with respect. Where the law is not a tool of oppression, but a shield to protect us all." The room was still. And then, slowly, people began to nod, as if the words he spoke were opening something within them. It was the promise of a world they had long dreamed of but never believed could be real. A world where the very rules of the land were grounded in fairness and honor. The hammer struck again, louder this time, as if punctuating the finality of Liang's words. "This code will be our bond," he said. "It will unite us, give us strength. It will be the heart of this new world we are building together." He turned, his fingers brushing over the parchment laid out before him. It was more than just ink on paper. It was the essence of everything they had fought for, the embodiment of their dreams. First, there will be the law of fairness. Every person, no matter their station, will be equal under the law. The law will not bend for the powerful or the rich. It will stand as a guardian for all. He let that settle, looking at the faces around him. The weight of his words hung in the air, but he could feel the shift in the room. It was a quiet revolution, a transformation that was already taking place in the hearts of those who had once believed that justice was something reserved for the powerful few. "The second law," he continued, "is the law of honor. A person's word will be their bond. A promise made will be a promise kept, no matter the cost. We will stand by each other, through the hardest trials, because we are bound by our honor. Betrayal will not be tolerated, not among us." A heavy silence fell again. It was a truth that struck deep into the core of those who listened. Honor was something that had been corrupted by the powerful, used as a weapon against the weak. But now, it would be reclaimed. It would be the foundation of the unity they sought. Liang took a deep breath, his eyes sweeping over the assembly, seeing the faces that had followed him, that had trusted him. "And the final law," he said, "is the law of compassion. In this new world, we will be our brother's keeper. We will not leave the wounded behind. We will not abandon those who fall. No person will suffer alone. We will lift each other up, and together, we will be stronger than any enemy, any force that seeks to divide us." A murmur of agreement rippled through the room. The idea of compassion, true compassion, not the hollow kind given for gain, was one that resonated deeply with the people. In a world that had known so much pain, so much division, the idea that they could stand together and care for each other was a light in the darkness. Liang felt a warmth spread through him as he saw the faces around him. It wasn't just the promise of a better world that filled him with hope, it was the fact that, in this moment, they were all becoming a part of it. Each person in the room, each soul who had fought beside him, was now bound by these principles. They were no longer soldiers or farmers or villagers. They were a people, united in a cause greater than any one of them. "This is our code," Liang said, his voice strong, unwavering. "It is not just a set of rules, it is the soul of who we are. It is what we will stand for, and what we will never allow to be taken from us. It is the bond that will keep us united, no matter what comes." And as the words settled in the hearts of those gathered before him, the weight of what had just been established hung in the air. It was a promise, a new beginning. It was a turning point, not just for Liang, but for the people he led. Together, they had forged something lasting, a bond that could never be broken. A bond of justice, honor, and compassion that would unite them through any storm that came their way. The morning sun hung low, casting a golden light over the fields that stretched as far as the eye could see. The air was thick with the smell of freshly turned earth and the sound of birds chirping in the distance. Liang stood at the edge of the field, his hands resting on the wooden plow, watching the men and women around him. They were farmers, not soldiers. Yet, there was something about the way they worked, shoulders bent under the weight of hard labor, faces set with determination, that told him they had the heart of warriors. Liang had always known the land. He had lived and breathed its rhythms since childhood, watching the seasons change, the earth yield its bounty, and the storms pass. But now, he faced something far more difficult than any crop to tend or field to plow. He was about to forge an army, a force not of professional soldiers, but of farmers, of everyday people who had never known the weight of armor or the sharp sting of a sword. His task wasn't just to turn these men and women into warriors. It was to turn them into something far greater, a loyal and disciplined force that would fight not just for land, but for each other, for the promise of a new world. At first, it wasn't easy. The farmers had been accustomed to the simple rhythms of the earth, to the gentle pull of the plow and the satisfying crunch of their harvest. They knew the land. They understood the patience required to wait for the seasons to turn. But war was something entirely different. It demanded speed, strength, and most of all, unity. Liang watched as the first few men picked up their crude weapons, sticks, farm tools, even old swords they had found buried in the dirt. They looked uncertain, unsure of how to hold them or even how to move with them. The fear in their eyes mirrored his own at the start of his own journey, when the world seemed too vast and too unforgiving. But it was that fear, that very uncertainty, that would fuel the fire in their hearts. "Focus," Liang called out, his voice carrying over the field. "This is not about strength. This is about unity. Each of you must be in step with the others, as one. The land has taught you how to work together. Now, you will learn how to fight together." They gathered in rows, their bodies stiff with nerves but eager to prove themselves. Liang had no time to waste. The world was changing quickly, and with every day that passed, the threat of chaos grew. His enemies were already gathering, sharpening their swords and preparing their armies. But Liang knew something they didn't. His army was unlike anything they had ever seen. His soldiers were farmers, yes. But they were also fathers, mothers, sons, and daughters. They knew what it meant to protect something that mattered. They knew the value of community. As the weeks passed, the lessons became more intense. Liang pushed them harder than any of them thought they could go, teaching them discipline, precision, and the power of being part of something greater than themselves. At first, there were moments of doubt. Some dropped their weapons, others stumbled, some even broke down in tears. But Liang didn't let them fall apart. He showed them how to stand again, how to find their strength, not in the weapon they held, but in the bond they shared. "I don't need you to be the strongest," he told them one day as they stood breathless after a grueling drill. "I need you to be the most loyal. You must fight for each other. Trust each other. A single warrior may fall, but a united force will never be defeated." Slowly, the men and women began to change. They no longer stumbled in their movements. Their strikes became more calculated, their stances more grounded. They didn't just fight with the energy of the land, they fought with the passion of those who had everything to lose. They fought because they knew that if they did not stand together, they would be lost. Then came the day of the first real test. Word arrived that a nearby warlord had begun to gather his forces, intent on expanding his control over the land. Liang knew the time had come to see if his farmers could hold their own. They were no longer just plowing the fields, they were about to face the storm. The night before the battle, Liang stood outside his camp, looking out at the stars. He could feel the weight of the coming fight pressing on his shoulders. His army was still young, too young, perhaps, but they were ready. They had been through enough hardship, enough lessons, to know that they were fighting not just for land, but for each other. They were fighting for the future. In the morning, as the sun rose over the hills, casting light on the battlefield, the farmers stood side by side, their bodies lined up like the crops they had once tended. Each one of them had come from a different corner of the land, from different walks of life. But here, now, they were one. And when the warlord's forces arrived, they would know the strength of a bond forged in the heart of the earth. The battle was fierce, brutal. The enemy was numerous, trained, and vicious. But Liang's farmers held their ground. With every clash of steel, with every strike and every parry, they fought not just to survive, but to protect the future they had built together. They moved with a rhythm, not perfect, but strong. Each one of them watching the back of the one beside them, fighting for the person next to them just as much as for themselves. In the end, it was not sheer numbers that decided the battle. It was the loyalty and discipline that had been instilled in every one of Liang's soldiers. They fought like a family, not a loose gathering of men and women holding weapons. They fought because they had something worth fighting for, a cause that transcended the fight itself. After the battle, as the dust settled and the field lay quiet, Liang stood among his army. His farmers had become something greater, something he had hoped for, but never truly believed could come to life. They had become a force that would shake the foundations of the world. They had become an army, but more importantly, they had become a family. Liang looked out over the field, feeling the weight of the moment. His farmers had done what many said was impossible. They had faced the darkness and emerged stronger. And now, as the world watched, they would prove that loyalty, discipline, and unity could change the course of history. The day was suffocating with the weight of the sun. The air hung still, thick with the tension of something about to snap. The people of the land stood at the edge of their patience, their hearts heavy with the memory of years spent under the oppressive rule of the tyrants. The rulers who had once promised peace, prosperity, and justice had become nothing more than cruel shadows, casting their long, dark fingers over every corner of the kingdom. Their greed had eaten the heart of the land, leaving only dust and despair. It had started as a whisper, a murmur in the streets, in the markets, in the quiet corners of the villages. But whispers have a way of growing louder, of taking shape and becoming a force that can no longer be ignored. The people, the farmers, the warriors, the young and the old, had all begun to speak in one voice. It was time for change. Liang stood before his army, the men and women who had once been farmers and now stood as soldiers, forged by the trials of battle and unity. Their faces were hard with the memory of the struggle they had endured, their eyes full of the fire that had led them this far. But there was something else in their gaze too, something softer, something that spoke of the dream they had been fighting for, the dream of a land where they could live without fear, without the crushing weight of tyranny. The tyrants had taken everything from them, their homes, their dignity, their families. Now, they were ready to take it back. The gates of the palace stood like a grim reminder of the years of oppression. Towering, cold, and unyielding, the walls of the palace had been built with the blood and sweat of the people. The tyrants had lived behind these walls, untouchable, their lives cushioned by the suffering of those they ruled. But today, those walls would not protect them. Liang stepped forward, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. He had fought this battle 1,000 times in his mind. He had imagined what this moment would feel like, the final confrontation, the showdown with the rulers who had stolen everything from him. But as he looked at the faces of his soldiers, he knew that this battle was not just for him. It was for every family that had been broken, for every life that had been crushed under the boot of the tyrants. The silence before the storm was deafening. For a moment, everything seemed still, as if the earth itself was holding its breath. Then, a shout echoed through the streets. It was the signal. The people were ready. And with that cry, the charge began. The soldiers moved as one, their steps in perfect unison, their eyes locked onto the goal ahead. The tyrants had never expected the rebellion to come this far. They had thought the people weak, easily subdued by their power. But now, they were learning a painful lesson. The people had become something greater than their rulers could ever have imagined, a force built not on fear, but on hope, on the belief that things could be different. The gates to the palace were shattered in a single, mighty blow. The sound of wood splintering and iron bending filled the air, a sound that seemed to echo the hearts of the people who had longed for this moment. The tyrants, caught off guard, scrambled to respond, their elite guards rushing to defend their masters. But it was too late. The people, once broken and scattered, had come together. And together, they were unstoppable. Liang fought with the fury of a man who had lost everything. His blade moved through the air like a song of justice, swift and sure. He could hear the cries of his soldiers, the clash of metal against metal, but it was the faces of the tyrant's guards that stayed in his mind, their eyes wide with fear as they realized they were no longer in control. The people had come for their freedom, and nothing would stop them. Inside the palace, the tyrants were desperate. They had never expected their reign to end like this, with the very people they had trampled rising up against them. The ruler of the land, a man whose name had once been spoken with reverence, now cowered in his chambers, trembling at the thought of what was to come. His greed had blinded him to the suffering of those beneath him, and now, in the face of their rage, he was nothing but a man who had lost the trust of his people, and with it, his power. Liang entered the throne room, his sword still dripping with the blood of the tyrant's guards. He felt no joy in the victory, no triumph in the sight of the rulers who had once held the kingdom in their iron grip. Instead, there was only a quiet, burning anger, a fury that had been building for years. The tyrants were nothing more than a reflection of the injustice that had spread like a disease through the land, and now the disease was being eradicated. The ruler, now kneeling before Liang, looked up with terror in his eyes. "Please," he begged, his voice shaking. "Have mercy." Liang's heart was stone cold. "Mercy," he whispered, his voice low and filled with disgust. "You never showed mercy to the people who suffered under your rule. You never cared for them. You never cared for their pain." He stepped closer, his sword held firm. "But now you will face the consequences of your actions." The ruler tried to speak, to beg for his life, but the words caught in his throat. He had no more power, no more influence. The kingdom had turned its back on him, and now the reckoning had come. With a swift motion, Liang raised his sword high. The blade gleamed in the dim light, a symbol of the justice that had come for the tyrants, for the rulers who had once believed they were untouchable. The room fell silent as the blade descended, a final judgment delivered not by a king, but by the people who had once been crushed underfoot. And in that silence, the people outside cheered. The tyrants had fallen, and with their fall, the world had changed. The reign of cruelty and oppression was over. And as the sun began to set on the ruins of the palace, the people stood together, united in their newfound freedom. The crowd was silent, the air heavy with anticipation. The sun had just begun to dip beneath the horizon, casting a golden glow over the land. It was a peaceful moment, the calm before the storm of emotion that was about to flood the streets. The people gathered in the town square, their faces tired but filled with hope. The weight of their struggles, of the years they had spent under the rule of cruel tyrants, had not been forgotten. But now, there was a new light in their eyes. A light born from the belief that things were finally about to change. At the center of the square, a simple wooden platform stood. The once grand palaces, with their cold, imposing stone walls, had crumbled under the force of revolution. Now, the heart of the city belonged to the people. And today, they would crown their new emperor, a man who had once been no more than a humble farmer, but who had led them to victory against the oppressors who had stolen everything from them. Liang stood at the foot of the platform, his heart heavy with the weight of what was happening. He had never asked for this. He had never desired power, never craved the title of emperor. He had been a farmer, just like the others. But the people had seen something in him, something that made them believe he could lead them into a new era. An era of peace, of justice, of prosperity. It was a burden he had accepted reluctantly, knowing that he could never turn back once he had agreed. But now, as the time for his coronation approached, he felt a deep, almost suffocating sense of responsibility. The people had suffered for so long. They had fought through years of fear, through endless nights of hunger and hardship. And now, with their victory over the tyrants, they were looking to him for a new beginning. He couldn't let them down. The sound of drums echoed through the streets, and a hush fell over the crowd. Liang looked up, his eyes scanning the sea of faces before him. There were farmers, soldiers, mothers, and children, people from every walk of life, all standing together in the name of change. The weight of their gaze was both humbling and terrifying. They were placing their trust in him, in the hope that he could be the leader they needed. He stepped forward, his heart pounding in his chest. The coronation would not be like the grand ceremonies of old, where power was symbolized by gold and jewels. There would be no elaborate crown, no ornate robes. The people did not need a ruler who was detached from their struggles. They needed someone who understood them, someone who had walked in their shoes. So, he wore the simple tunic of a farmer, his hands calloused from years of hard work. He was no different than the rest of them. As the ceremony began, an elder from the village stepped forward, carrying a simple crown of woven flowers and vines. It was a humble crown, but it was powerful in its symbolism. The people had not chosen him because of his wealth or status. They had chosen him because of his heart, because of the fire that burned within him to bring justice and peace to their land. Liang knelt before the elder, his heart heavy with the gravity of the moment. The crown was placed upon his head, and for a brief moment, he felt as though the weight of the world was pressing down on him. But then, the voices of the people rose in unison, chanting his name, lifting him up with their collective hope. It was a sound that echoed through the streets, through the hearts of every person gathered there. Long live the emperor! The words felt foreign in his ears, as though they belonged to someone else. But he knew, deep down, that this was not about him. It was about the people. It was about the land they had fought for, the future they had won. This was not the beginning of a reign of power, it was the start of something much more important, a new chapter, written not by a single man, but by the collective will of the people. The crowd erupted into applause, their cheers ringing out in the cool evening air. Liang stood, taking in the sight of their joy, their relief. For a moment, he allowed himself to feel the weight of their hope, the belief they had placed in him. But it was fleeting. The true work had only just begun. The next few days were a blur of meetings, of speeches, and of planning. Liang listened as advisors spoke of rebuilding the kingdom, of creating new systems of governance that would ensure justice for all. But through it all, he remained grounded. He knew that the true strength of a ruler did not lie in their ability to speak in grand phrases or make promises they couldn't keep. It lay in their ability to connect with the people, to understand their needs, to make decisions that would benefit the many, not the few. And so, in the days that followed, the changes began. The first decree Liang passed was simple but powerful. The land would belong to the people, not to the wealthy few. The old system of taxes and exploitation was abolished, replaced with a new code of justice that would ensure fairness and equality for all. It was not just a political decision, it was a declaration that the people's voices would be heard, that their struggles would no longer be ignored. Slowly, the kingdom began to heal. The fields, once barren and neglected, began to flourish again. Farmers returned to their land, working the soil with pride. The markets buzzed with activity, and the streets, once filled with the sounds of fear and oppression, now rang with the laughter of children. It was the beginning of a golden era, one that would be remembered for generations to come. But amidst all of the triumph, Liang never forgot the price that had been paid to reach this point. The battles fought, the lives lost, the sacrifices made, all of it weighed on him. He knew that the peace they now enjoyed was fragile, and that the true test of his reign would be in how he upheld the trust the people had placed in him. He could never become the ruler the tyrants had been, a man who grew cold and distant from the people. He would remain, as he had always been, a servant to the land, a servant to the people. And so, as the years passed, the empire flourished under the rule of the farmer-turned-emperor. The kingdom that had once been ruled by corruption and cruelty now stood as a beacon of hope, a testament to the power of the people, to their strength, to their unity. And it was all because of one simple truth: the people had chosen their emperor, and together, they had created something far greater than any one man could have ever built alone. The air was thick with tension, the kind that settles in after years of conflict, when the wounds of battle still ache even as the swords are sheathed. The once divided land, now unified under a single banner, should have felt peaceful, but it was anything but. There was something in the eyes of the people, something that spoke of old grudges and forgotten promises, a restlessness that refused to fade. The ghosts of war still lingered, not in the forms of phantoms or shadows, but in the hearts of those who had fought for so long, in the hearts of those who had once been enemies. Liang stood at the balcony of his palace, watching the city below. The streets were full of life, yes, but there was an undercurrent of unease. The farmers who had once raised their sickles in anger now gathered in markets alongside former soldiers who had once marched against them. The soldiers, too, had their own war scars, both physical and mental, haunting their movements as they navigated a world that had changed, but not yet healed. He had never asked for this weight, this responsibility to mend the fractures left by war. But there it was, pressing down on his shoulders like an invisible stone, one that he couldn't shake off. Every peace treaty, every moment of cooperation between former foes felt fragile, as though the slightest misstep would bring it all crashing down. The uneasy alliances were built on trust, yes, but trust was a delicate thing, something that could snap in an instant. The soft creak of the door behind him broke his thoughts. He didn't have to turn to know who it was. The voice was unmistakable. "Your Majesty, we've received word from the southern tribes," a voice called out. It was June, one of his most trusted advisors, the one who had stood by him since the beginning of the rebellion. His tone was weary, but there was a flicker of hope in it. Liang turned, his eyes narrowing as June stepped into the dim light. His face was lined with years of service, his eyes shadowed by the weight of the news he carried. "What word?" "There are reports of unrest. The southern tribes are refusing to cooperate with the new council," June said, his voice low, as though afraid to speak the words too loudly. "They want more than what was promised. More power. More control. They see the old enemies, the former generals, moving into the new government, and they're uneasy." Uneasy. A word that seemed too soft for the turmoil that was brewing. The southern tribes had once fought on the side of the tyrants. Now, they were supposed to be allies. But in their eyes, the scars of the past were still fresh, and old fears and resentments simmered beneath the surface. Liang felt a tightness in his chest. He had tried. They all had. The peace he had fought for, the justice he had worked so hard to bring, seemed to slip further and further from his grasp every day. The ghosts of war had never truly left the land. They were in the whispered conversations, the suspicious glances, the clenched fists. He had seen it in the eyes of the soldiers who had fought against him, and he saw it now in the eyes of those who had once been allies. Everyone was waiting for the moment when peace would break. Everyone was holding their breath, hoping that the fragile unity they had built would hold just long enough to survive. "You need to go to them," June continued, his voice sharp. "Show them that they have a place in this new world. That their voices matter. They cannot be ignored." Liang nodded slowly, his gaze drifting back to the city below. He had heard the same argument 100 times before. But how could he make them see? How could he make them understand that there would be no peace without them, that their anger, their bitterness, was not the answer? He knew that the past could never be undone, that the blood that had been spilled could never be washed away. But if they didn't move forward, if they didn't find a way to forgive, even just a little, they would all be trapped forever in the same cycle of violence. The future of the empire depended on their ability to heal, to let go of old grudges, and create something new. The wind outside began to stir, as if to answer his thoughts, carrying with it the distant echoes of a world that had not yet let go of its past. The banners of the empire fluttered in the breeze, but beneath them, the whispers of the old conflicts still swirled, carried like dust on the wind. "I will go," Liang said, finally meeting June's eyes. "But I will not go as an emperor. I will go as a man who once stood with them in the fields, a man who fought for the same cause they did. I will not wear the crown. Not yet." June didn't argue. He knew that Liang's decision was final. The time for grand titles was over. It was time to speak to the people, to remind them that they were not defined by their past, that they were more than the wars they had fought. The journey to the southern tribes was long and exhausting, but Liang pressed on, knowing that the path before him was the only one that could bring them peace. The further he traveled, the heavier his heart became. He had lived among these people, shared their struggles, fought their battles. But now, he was returning as something else, not just a farmer, not just a soldier, but a ruler, a leader who had to answer for the mistakes of his predecessors. When he finally arrived, the southern tribes greeted him with a cold silence. Their leaders, dressed in the remnants of their battle-worn armor, stood before him, their faces unreadable. Liang stood before them, his own heart beating loudly in his chest. He had no power here. No crown, no title, just a man with a message that they must find a way to live together, or they would all fall into the same abyss. For hours, the discussions raged, loud voices, passionate arguments, accusations of betrayal and mistrust. But in the end, it was not the promises of power or wealth that swayed them. It was the simple truth that Liang spoke: the land they all shared, the families they all loved, would never know peace if they allowed the ghosts of war to control them forever. And it was this truth that moved them, slowly but surely, until at last, the silence was broken by a single voice, a voice that spoke of unity, of compromise. And as the sun set that evening, casting long shadows over the camp, the first steps toward true peace were taken. It would not be easy. It would take time, patience, and understanding. But for the first time in years, there was hope that the ghosts of war might finally be laid to rest. The sun was still low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the land that had once been ravaged by war. The fields, where smoke had once choked the air and the ground had been stained with blood, were now silent but full of promise. Liang stood on a hill, looking out over the stretch of land before him, a vast expanse that had known only destruction for so long. Now, it was slowly being reborn. It was hard to believe, at first. There had been days when it seemed like the earth itself had turned its back on them, as if the scars of war would never fade. The fields, once fertile, had been turned into barren wastelands, the soil cracked and lifeless from the years of conflict. Villages lay in ruin, their homes reduced to rubble, their streets empty, save for the ghosts of the people who once lived there. But as the seasons changed, so did the land. It had been slow, painstaking work. The people, who had known nothing but strife for so long, had to relearn what it meant to sow the earth, to nurture it, to bring forth life once more. Every furrow in the field was a symbol of resilience, every seed planted a silent vow to rebuild what had been lost. Liang remembered the first time he had walked through the villages after the battles ended. The destruction was overwhelming. Houses had collapsed, their roofs caved in, their walls cracked and jagged like broken bones. Streets that had once been bustling with the laughter of children and the chatter of vendors were now eerily quiet, their cobblestones glittered with the debris of war. There had been no crops, no livestock, just the hollow emptiness of a land forgotten by time. He could still hear the sounds of the rebuilding, the rhythmic thud of hammers against wood, the steady clink of stone being placed, the cries of children returning to the streets to help in any way they could. It was a slow, grueling process, but there was a quiet determination in every face, a shared understanding that the only way forward was through their hands, through their sweat, through their work. It hadn't been easy. There had been shortages, missteps, frustrations. The land, so scarred by the fires of war, didn't yield its fruits as easily as it had once done. Crops were slow to grow, animals were few and far between, and there were moments when it seemed like the efforts would be for nothing. But Liang had never wavered. He had watched the farmers, the builders, the young and the old work side by side, and he had felt the stirring of something greater than just rebuilding. It was a resurrection of spirit, a defiance against the past that said, "We will not be defeated." He had promised them that their labor would not go in vain. And in the months that followed, his faith had been repaid. The sound of a distant horn cut through his thoughts. He turned, and there, coming up the winding road from the village, was a group of farmers, their backs bent but their faces shining with pride. They were bringing in the first harvest of the season. It was not much, but it was a start. Liang met them at the edge of the field, his heart swelling with pride as they approached. The air around them was alive with the scent of fresh earth and new growth, the promise of a future that, just a few seasons ago, had seemed impossible. They held their heads high, not as soldiers or survivors, but as people who had learned once more how to care for the land that had once given them life. One of the farmers, an older man with hands withered by years of work, stepped forward and handed Liang a bundle of freshly harvested wheat. His eyes glistened with unshed tears, and his voice was rough with emotion as he spoke. This is for you, my lord. For your leadership, for your faith. Without you, we would have nothing. Liang accepted the gift, his fingers brushing against the warm stalks, and for a moment, he allowed himself to feel the weight of the journey they had all taken. It wasn't just the land that was being restored, it was the people, too. They had been broken, scattered, but now, they were coming together, piece by piece, like a puzzle slowly being completed. That night, the village celebrated. The harvest was small, but it was a symbol. The music played, the children danced, and the laughter that had once been a distant memory echoed through the streets. For the first time in a long while, there was hope. But the work was far from over. The fields needed to be tended to, the villages rebuilt, and the people needed to learn how to trust again. The scars of war were not just on the land, but in their hearts. Forgiveness, healing, these were the true challenges ahead. And Liang knew that the physical rebuilding was only the beginning. There would be more days of struggle, more nights of worry, but as he walked through the village that night, feeling the warmth of the fire on his face and hearing the voices of the people, Liang knew something important. The land had not only begun to heal, it had begun to forgive. Just as the soil slowly took in the seeds and nourished them back to life, so too would the people find a way to heal their wounds, one day at a time. And in the distance, the sounds of rebuilding continued. The rhythm of life was returning, and with it, the pulse of the empire, stronger than ever. Each hammer strike, each plow cutting into the earth, was a step forward, not just for the land, but for the people who had never given up, even when it seemed like everything had been lost. Liang stood there for a long time, watching as the night stretched out before him, the stars above a reminder of the enduring promise that this land, though it had known darkness, would never again be without light. The winds shifted, carrying with them the scent of rain and earth, and as the first droplets began to fall, the people of the land gathered in silence. They knew what was coming. The sky had darkened in ways that felt both ominous and promising. The heavens themselves seemed to be holding their breath, waiting for something that would change everything. On the high mountain where the emperor once stood, the air was still, the very atmosphere humming with a strange energy. Liang had heard the whispers, the tales of the heavenly advisors. A council of mystics, whose knowledge of the cosmos and the divine was said to surpass all earthly understanding. Legend spoke of their ethereal presence, and how their words could shape the future with the weight of the stars themselves. It was said that when a ruler faced a crossroads, when the world seemed on the verge of collapse or greatness, the advisors would come, like shadows in the night, guiding the lost toward the light. And today, those whispers were becoming reality. Liang stood in the courtyard of the palace, his heart heavy with the burden of decisions yet to be made. The world had been reborn, but the path forward was unclear. He had brought peace, he had restored the land, but there was a nagging feeling within him, an uncertainty about the future. His people needed more than just his strength, they needed wisdom, something beyond what any man could possess. The advisors had been summoned, and the air seemed to crackle with their arrival. The sound of footsteps broke through the silence, soft but certain, like the brush of feathers against the wind. The advisors had come. 4 figures emerged from the mist, each one draped in robes of shifting color, as if their very presence bent the light around them. They moved with an almost ethereal grace, their eyes glowing with the knowledge of ages. The air around them felt cooler, charged with an unspoken power that sent a shiver down Liang's spine. It wasn't fear that he felt, but reverence, a sense that he was in the presence of something far greater than he could understand. The leader of the council, a woman with hair as white as the first snow, stepped forward. Her face was serene, yet there was a depth in her eyes, as if they had witnessed the rise and fall of countless empires. "Emperor Liang," she said, her voice soft yet carrying the weight of mountains, "we have come to offer our guidance. You stand at the threshold of a new era, one that requires wisdom beyond the physical realm." Liang swallowed hard, his thoughts racing. He had long known that the task of ruling was more than just governance. It was about guiding the soul of a people, about carrying them through storms and into the light. But how could he know the right path? The land was healing, but the world was vast, and he feared making the wrong choice. Tell me, honored ones, Liang said, his voice steady despite the uncertainty gnawing at him, what should I do to ensure the prosperity of my people? What should I do to lead them without falling into the same traps that have undone so many before me? The mystic leader nodded slowly, as if she had anticipated his question. You asked the right question, she said, but the answer does not lie in any one path. It lies in the harmony between all things. The land you have healed, the people you have united, they are not separate from the heavens, nor from the spirits that have walked this earth long before you. To lead them is to understand the balance that binds the world together. The words were simple, yet profound. Liang had heard tales of balance, of unity between earth, sky, and spirit, but hearing them spoken with such clarity, such certainty, left him breathless. The weight of his role seemed to grow heavier, yet lighter at the same time. He understood now that the decisions he faced were not just his own, they were the reflection of an ancient truth, one that stretched beyond his life and into the very heart of the world. As the council gathered around him, they spoke in unison, their voices weaving together like the threads of a tapestry. Each one imparted their wisdom, a different piece of the puzzle that Liang had been struggling to solve. The first mystic spoke of patience, how the future could not be rushed, and that the seeds of prosperity were planted in the present, nurtured through care and understanding. The second spoke of compassion, reminding him that true power came not from the sword, but from the heart, from the willingness to protect those who could not protect themselves. The third mystic, a man whose eyes were dark as the night sky, spoke of vision. The path ahead is not always clear, he said, his voice like the rumble of distant thunder. There will be times when you must trust the winds, the unseen forces that guide us. You must learn to listen to them, to understand the subtle signs that the earth and the heavens offer you. And the final mystic, a young woman whose laugh was like the sound of wind through bamboo, spoke of joy. Without joy, she said, her eyes sparkling with an infectious energy, there can be no true peace. A people who have suffered for so long must learn to find joy in their hearts again. Let your reign be one not of fear, but of light. Let it be one that lifts them, that fills them with hope for a brighter tomorrow. As they spoke, the wind seemed to pick up, swirling around the group as if carrying their words through the very air, spreading them across the land. Liang could feel the presence of the spirits, the ancestors of his people, hovering just beyond the edges of his awareness, watching, waiting. And then, the leader of the council stepped forward once more, her eyes meeting his with a knowing gaze. You will face trials, Emperor Liang. You will face temptations, doubts, and forces beyond your control. But remember this, you are never alone. The heavens are watching, the spirits are with you, and the people you lead are the foundation upon which you build your strength. Liang's heart swelled with emotion. He had always known that his path was not his alone, but now, hearing these words, feeling the weight of the mystic's guidance, he understood the truth in a way he never had before. His people were not subjects, they were his family, and their strength would carry him through whatever storm lay ahead. With a final, graceful bow, the heavenly advisors turned and vanished into the mist, leaving Liang standing alone in the courtyard. The wind whispered around him, and for the first time in a long while, he felt a sense of peace settle over him. The path ahead was still uncertain, but now, he carried with him the wisdom of the heavens. And as the rain began to fall, gently soaking the earth beneath him, Liang knew that he was ready to face whatever came next. The moon hung low in the night sky, its silver light spilling across the lake like liquid silk. The stillness was profound, broken only by the occasional whisper of the wind through the reeds. Liang stood at the edge of the water, his reflection shimmering beneath him, fractured by the ripples of a life that had changed so completely. The air felt different here, charged with something he couldn't quite name, as though the world was holding its breath. And then, she appeared. It wasn't her footsteps he heard first, it was the soft hum of a song, delicate and otherworldly. The melody floated across the water, wrapping around him like an embrace. Liang turned, his breath catching as he saw her for the first time. She stood on the far shore, her silhouette illuminated by the moonlight. Her robe seemed to blend with the night, the fabric shifting like shadows. Her hair cascaded down her back, dark as midnight, and her eyes, when they met his, held a light that made his chest ache. She was not of this world. He knew it instantly. There was a grace to her movements, a presence that seemed to command the elements around her. The reeds bent toward her as if in worship, and the very air seemed to pulse with her energy. Yet, despite her ethereal beauty, there was a sadness in her gaze, a weight that spoke of lifetimes beyond his comprehension. "Who are you?" Liang asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. The woman smiled, a soft, knowing curve of her lips. She stepped onto the water, her bare feet leaving no ripple, as if she floated above the surface. "I am you," she said, her voice like the music of distant bells. "The guardian of this lake and the keeper of forgotten stories." Liang's pulse quickened. He had heard tales of you, the mythical figure who was said to dwell in the sacred waters, granting blessings to those who proved their worth. But those were stories told by elders to children, half-remembered fables from a time long past. To see her here, to feel the weight of her presence, it was almost too much to believe. "You are the emperor," you said, tilting her head as she steadied him. "The one who carries the hopes of the people. But your heart is heavy, burdened by more than just the weight of your crown." Liang felt exposed, as though she could see straight through him, past the walls he had built to protect himself. He nodded, unable to find the words to deny her truth. You stepped closer, and with each step, the world seemed to shift around her. The stars above grew brighter, their light reflecting in her eyes, and the air filled with the faint scent of jasmine. When she reached him, she raised a hand and touched his face, her fingers cool against his skin. "You have sacrificed much," she said softly. "But there is a part of you that remains untouched, a part that longs for something beyond duty. Tell me, Emperor Liang, do you believe in love?" The question caught him off guard. He had spent his life fighting, leading, rebuilding. Love had always been a distant thought, a luxury he could not afford. Yet, standing here, under the watchful gaze of you, he felt something stir within him, something he had buried long ago. "I don't know," he admitted, his voice raw. "I've never allowed myself to believe it was possible." Yu's smile deepened, and for a moment, the sadness in her eyes seemed to lift. "Then perhaps it is time for you to learn." She led him to the center of the lake, where the water shimmered like glass beneath their feet. As they walked, she spoke of the bond between the earth and the heavens, of how love was the thread that tied all things together. Her words wove a tapestry of hope and longing, and Liang found himself captivated, not just by her beauty, but by the depth of her understanding. Hours passed like moments, and Liang felt as though he were seeing the world through new eyes. Yu's laughter was like the sound of rain on a summer's day, and her presence filled the emptiness he hadn't even realized he carried. She told him stories of the stars, of the spirits that watched over the land, and of the sacrifices made by those who came before. And as the night deepened, Yu shared her own story. She spoke of her life as a mortal, of the love she had lost, and the choice she had made to become a guardian of the lake. Her voice trembled as she spoke of the loneliness that came with her immortality, and Liang's heart ached for her. He reached out, taking her hand in his, and for a moment, the barriers between them seemed to fade. "You are not alone," he said, his voice firm. "Not anymore." Yu looked at him, her eyes shining with an emotion he couldn't quite name. She stepped closer, and when she spoke, her voice was barely more than a whisper. "Be careful, Emperor," she said. "The love between a mortal and a guardian is a fragile thing. It is a bond that can bring great joy, but it can also bring sorrow beyond measure." Liang tightened his grip on her hand, his resolve solidifying. "I don't care about the risks. I only know that I don't want to lose you." For the first time, Yu's composure broke. A single tear slipped down her cheek, catching the moonlight like a falling star. She leaned into him, resting her forehead against his, and in that moment, the world around them seemed to disappear. The dawn began to break, the first rays of sunlight painting the sky in hues of gold and pink. Yu stepped back, her expression a mix of longing and resignation. "The sun rises, and with it, our time fades," she said softly. "But know this, Liang, no matter where your path takes you, my heart will always be with you." And just like that, she was gone. Liang stood alone in the center of the lake, the water lapping gently at his feet. The air was still, the magic of the night replaced by the quiet hum of morning. But within him, something had changed. He felt a warmth in his chest, a light that hadn't been there before. Yu was gone, but her presence lingered, a reminder that even in the face of duty and sacrifice, love was not out of reach. And as Liang turned to face the rising sun, he knew that his journey was far from over. But for the first time, he felt ready to face whatever lay ahead. The air felt heavier than usual, charged with an unspoken tension that seemed to seep into the stone walls of the palace. Liang stood on the balcony, gazing out at the sprawling capital below. The streets bustled with life, the hum of the marketplace and the laughter of children filling the air. Yet, beneath the surface, something was wrong. He could feel it, like the distant rumble of thunder before a storm. A faint knock on the door pulled him from his thoughts. Turning, he saw General Wei, his most trusted advisor, standing in the doorway. The man's face, usually calm and composed, was lined with worry. "What is it?" Liang asked, his voice steady but laced with concern. Wei stepped forward, bowing slightly before speaking. "There have been reports, Your Majesty. Strange movements along the northern borders. Villages disappearing overnight. Survivors speak of shadows, figures cloaked in darkness, moving silently, leaving only destruction in their wake." Liang's heart sank, but he kept his expression neutral. "And within the empire?" Wei hesitated, a flicker of unease crossing his face. "There are whispers," he said carefully. "Dissension among the nobles. Some question your reforms, claiming they have stripped them of power. Others," he paused, choosing his words. "Others are aligning with forces we do not yet understand." The emperor's jaw tightened. The unity he had worked so hard to build was fracturing, and the thought of betrayal from within stung more than any blade ever could. "Send scouts to the north," he commanded. "I want to know everything about these shadows. And as for the nobles, keep a close watch. Anyone who conspires against the people will answer for their actions." Wei nodded and left, leaving Liang alone with his thoughts. He gripped the balcony railing, his knuckles turning white. The peace he had fought so desperately to achieve was slipping through his fingers. That night, sleep eluded him. When he finally drifted into a restless slumber, his dreams were filled with haunting images, cities engulfed in darkness, faceless figures emerging from the shadows, and the sound of 1,000 voices crying out in fear. He woke with a start, his chest heaving, the echoes of the nightmare still ringing in his ears. The days that followed brought more troubling news. The scouts returned with grim faces, their reports painting a picture of devastation. Entire towns reduced to ashes, crops burned, livestock slaughtered. The survivors spoke of a figure leading the shadowy army, a man cloaked in black, his face hidden behind a mask of iron. He was said to move like a phantom, striking without warning and disappearing before anyone could retaliate. Liang called an emergency council meeting, the chamber filled with the low murmur of voices as his advisors debated the best course of action. "We must strengthen our defenses," one general argued. "Fortify the borders and prepare for war." "But what of the people still trapped in the north?" another countered. "If we focus solely on defense, we abandon them to their fate." The arguments grew heated, and Liang listened in silence, his mind racing. Finally, he raised a hand, and the room fell quiet. "We will do both," he said firmly. "Strengthen the borders, but also send aid to the affected regions. The people are our strength, and we will not abandon them." The council dispersed, and Liang returned to his chambers, the weight of the empire pressing down on him. He thought of you, her words echoing in his mind. The bond between a leader and their people is fragile. Protect it with everything you have. He closed his eyes, drawing strength from the memory. As the weeks passed, reports of the shadowy attacks grew more frequent. Each victory the empire claimed was hard-fought, the cost in lives weighing heavily on Liang's conscience. The enemy was unlike any he had faced before, ruthless, unpredictable, and seemingly without mercy. Rumors began to spread, whispers of dark magic and ancient curses fueling the fear that gripped the empire. One evening, as Liang studied a map of the northern territories, a messenger burst into the room, his face pale. "Your Majesty," he gasped, "the Shadow Army has breached the border. They're advancing toward the capital." The room fell silent, the gravity of the situation sinking in. Liang stood, his eyes blazing with determination. "Gather the generals," he ordered. "We fight." The days that followed were a blur of preparations and sleepless nights. The capital was fortified, its gates reinforced and its walls lined with archers. The people were terrified, but Liang refused to let fear consume him. He walked among them, offering words of reassurance and strength. His presence gave them hope, a reminder that they were not alone in this fight. When the Shadow Army finally arrived, it was as if the night itself had descended upon the land. The fields outside the capital were shrouded in darkness, the enemy's ranks stretching as far as the eye could see. At their head stood the masked figure, his presence commanding and menacing. The battle began with a deafening roar, the clash of steel and the cries of warriors filling the air. Liang fought alongside his men, his sword flashing like lightning as he cut through the enemy ranks. He felt the weight of every life lost, every sacrifice made, but he refused to falter. As the hours wore on, it became clear that the Shadow Army was not invincible. They bled and fell like any other foe, their dark magic unable to withstand the unity of the Emperor's forces. But the masked figure remained untouchable, his movements swift and calculated. Finally, as the sun began to rise, casting its golden light over the battlefield, Liang faced the masked man. The two locked eyes, and for a moment, the chaos around them seemed to fade. The figure raised his sword, its blade shimmering with an unnatural light, and the two clashed in a duel that would decide the fate of the empire. The fight was fierce, each strike and counterstrike echoing like thunder. Liang's muscles burned, his breath coming in ragged gasps, but he refused to give in. He thought of his people, of you, of the sacrifices that had brought him to this moment. With a final, desperate surge of strength, he disarmed his opponent, the masked man falling to his knees. As Liang tore off the mask, he was met with a face he didn't recognize, but the man's eyes told a story of pain and betrayal. "Why?" Liang demanded, his voice raw. "Why bring such destruction?" The man's lips twisted into a bitter smile. "Because you took everything from me," he said, his voice filled with venom. "Your peace came at a cost, and I was left with nothing." Liang felt a pang of sorrow, but he knew there was no time for pity. He ordered the man taken into custody, the Shadow Army retreating as their leader fell. The battle was over, but the scars it left behind would take much longer to heal. A sudden clap of thunder rattled the heavens, shaking the capital as rain poured down in relentless sheets. The palace courtyard was soaked, the golden banners fluttering in the tempest like fragile hopes in a storm. Liang stood by the grand hall's entrance, his face calm, though inside, his spirit churned like the restless skies above. Inside the hall, the debate raged. Voices rose and fell like waves, each word sharper than the last. Scholars, generals, nobles, and commoners' representatives filled the chamber, their faces shadowed by flickering torchlight. At the center of it all was the question that could shake an empire. Did the heavens still favor the farmer who had become their emperor? "The drought in the south is a sign," bellowed Minister Gao, his robes shimmering with embroidered dragons. "The floods in the east, the uprising in the west, are these not omens? The heavens are restless. Perhaps we must reconsider whether the emperor holds the mandate." A murmur spread through the room like wildfire, some nodding in agreement while others looked aghast. Liang's hand clenched into a fist, but he remained silent. He had expected this moment. Victory on the battlefield was one thing, victory over doubt and fear was another battle altogether. From the shadows, an elderly scholar, Shen, stepped forward, his voice trembling yet clear. "The mandate of heaven," he began, "is not a crown granted lightly. It is earned through justice, through compassion, through the will of the people. Tell me, Minister Gao, do the heavens truly favor chaos over unity? Or are these disasters tests of resolve, challenges that every ruler must face?" The chamber fell quiet, the words hanging in the air like the last note of a haunting melody. But Gao was not one to yield. "And what of the ancient texts, Scholar Shen?" he countered, raising a hand toward the crowd. "They speak of signs. Signs that the heavens withdraw their favor when a ruler falters. If the emperor's reign is truly blessed, why do calamities grow with each passing season?" The question struck the room like a dagger. Even those loyal to Liang shifted uneasily, their faith bruised by the weight of uncertainty. It wasn't just the droughts or the floods or the uprisings. It was the gnawing fear that the balance holding their fragile world together might tip, and everything they had fought for could crumble. Liang stepped forward, the room hushed by his presence. He was no longer the farmer who once tilled fields under the scorching sun. He was the emperor who had united a fractured land. Yet, his heart carried the weight of both identities. His voice, steady and unwavering, cut through the storm of doubt. "Are we so quick to abandon what we have built together?" he asked, his gaze sweeping across the room. "When the fields wither, do we curse the earth, or do we plant again? When the rains flood our homes, do we surrender, or do we rebuild stronger walls? The mandate of heaven is not a gift to be held lightly, nor is it a burden to be cast aside when the winds grow fierce." His words stirred the hearts of many, though not all. Gao smirked, his tone venomous. "Fine words, Your Majesty. But words do not calm storms, nor do they fill bellies. The people need proof, not promises." The challenge was clear, and Liang met it head-on. "Then let the proof come not from the heavens, but from our actions. Let the people themselves decide whether I am worthy of their trust." The murmurs returned, this time filled with a mix of curiosity and disbelief. A counselor stepped forward, her expression stern but respectful. "And how do you propose to do this, Your Majesty?" Liang's eyes burned with quiet determination. "By walking among them, as I once did. By listening to their needs, their fears, and their hopes. By ensuring that no man, woman, or child feels abandoned. If I must prove my worth, I will do so not with words, but with deeds." The hall erupted in debate once more, the nobles balking at the idea of their emperor mingling with the common folk, while others saw the potential wisdom in his plan. Liang stood firm, his resolve unshaken. He had built this empire on the backs of the people, and he would not let it falter without fighting for their faith. The weeks that followed were unlike any the empire had seen. Liang left the opulence of the palace, donning simple robes that hid his royal stature. He walked through drought-stricken villages, his feet caked with dust. He stood in the floodwaters of the eastern provinces, helping to rebuild homes alongside weary laborers. He sat with farmers, blacksmiths, and merchants, hearing their stories, sharing their burdens, and promising them that their voices mattered. At first, the people were skeptical. Rumors swirled that the emperor's actions were mere theater, a desperate bid to cling to power. But as the days turned into weeks, their doubts began to fade. Liang's sincerity was undeniable. He worked tirelessly, his hands blistered from wielding tools, his back aching from days spent in the fields. He shared meals with those who had little to give, his laughter mingling with theirs under starlit skies. Word spread like wildfire, reaching even the furthest corners of the empire. Tales of the emperor's humility and compassion sparked hope in hearts that had long been weary. The whispers of rebellion began to fade, replaced by a sense of unity that had not been felt in generations. But not everyone was moved. In the shadows, Gao and his allies plotted, their envy and ambition growing with each passing day. They saw Liang's efforts not as a sign of strength, but as a vulnerability to be exploited. They sowed seeds of doubt wherever they could, hoping to fracture the fragile bond between ruler and people. One night, as Liang sat by a fire with a group of villagers, an old woman approached him, her eyes filled with tears. "My son," she said, her voice quivering, "he died in the flood. I blamed you for his death. I cursed your name. But seeing you here, working for us, suffering with us, I see now that you are not the cause of our pain. You are the one who gives us hope." Her words pierced Liang's heart, and for the first time in weeks, he allowed himself to feel the weight of his own grief. He knelt before her, taking her hands in his. "I am sorry for your loss," he said softly. No parent should outlive their child. But I promise you this, I will do everything in my power to ensure that no more lives are lost to negligence or greed." The old woman embraced him, her tears soaking his shoulder. Around them, the villagers watched in silence, their faith in the emperor solidifying like unbreakable steel. When Liang returned to the palace, he was met with a council divided. Gao and his supporters still questioned his legitimacy, but their voices were drowned out by the growing tide of those who believed in him. The mandate of heaven, it seemed, was not granted by distant gods, but by the will of the people. As Liang stood before the court, his gaze steady and unyielding, he spoke words that would echo through history. "The heavens watch, but it is our hands that shape this world. If I am to rule, let it be not because of divine favor, but because I have earned the trust of those I serve." The first stone was laid at dawn. The sun had just begun to rise over the eastern hills, casting a golden light on the land, which had once been divided by war and strife. Now, as the first of many stones was placed into the earth, a new chapter began. The Jade Palace was not just a palace, it was a symbol. A promise of unity, of hope, and of a future where the people, no matter their past or their position, could stand together. Liang stood at the heart of the construction site, his eyes tracing the towering mountains in the distance, their snow-capped peaks gleaming like the dreams he once had as a poor farmer. Now, his vision was no longer confined to the muddy fields of his youth, but reached toward something greater, something that could shelter all people, from the lowest to the highest. Around him, the workers moved with purpose. Men and women, young and old, toiled in harmony, the rhythmic sound of their hammers and chisels filling the air. There was no distinction between the noble and the common here. The emperor worked side by side with his people, and the construction of the Jade Palace was a labor born of shared sweat, blood, and devotion. The stone that would form the foundation of the palace was unlike any other, smooth, shining with an inner light, and streaked with veins of jade that glimmered in the sunlight. The Jade Palace would be built of the earth's most precious materials, but it was the labor of the people that would make it truly priceless. As the walls began to rise, so did the hopes of the empire. The sight of the towering structure slowly taking shape was a reminder of everything that had been accomplished, the battles fought, the tyrants overthrown, and the promise of a better tomorrow. It was as if the earth itself was rising with them, lifting their spirits and renewing their sense of purpose. But the palace was more than just a building. It was a statement. Each brick that was placed, each beam that was raised, represented the struggles and triumphs of a people who had once been divided by fear, suspicion, and hatred. It was a monument to their resilience, to their ability to overcome, and to the strength that could be found in unity. As the grand structure took form, Liang found himself standing at the center of it, looking up at the walls that seemed to stretch toward the heavens. It was then that he felt it, an overwhelming sense of something ancient and powerful, something that had been waiting for this moment. The Jade Palace was not just a product of human effort, it was a manifestation of something much greater, something that resonated deep within the hearts of all who toiled to build it. One evening, as the moon cast its pale light over the half-finished palace, Liang stood alone in the courtyard, surrounded by the echoes of the day's labor. The workers had long since gone home, their voices fading into the distance, but the sense of something monumental remained. The palace, rising like a beacon, seemed to glow with a quiet, reverent light. He had built much more than a place to live. The Jade Palace was a testament to the people who had shaped it, those who had put their hands to the stone and shaped it with care and purpose. It was a reflection of their unity, their strength, and their unshakable belief in a future that could be better than the past. It was a dream turned into reality. Liang closed his eyes for a moment, listening to the wind that whispered through the trees, the soft rustling of leaves like the murmurs of 1,000 voices. He felt the weight of the people's hopes resting upon him. They had trusted him to lead them, to guide them through the darkness and into the light. And in that moment, he realized that the Jade Palace was not only a symbol for the people, it was a promise to them. A promise that no matter how hard the road ahead might be, they would never be alone. The work continued, and with each passing day, the palace grew taller, its walls stronger. But the true strength of the Jade Palace was not in its stone, nor its jade, but in the spirit of the people who built it. They worked not out of obligation but out of love, for they knew that this palace would be theirs as much as it was Liang's. It would be a place where all could come together, where their voices would be heard, and where their dreams would no longer be bound by the limitations of the past. And then, one day, as the last stone was placed atop the towering walls, the gates of the Jade Palace were opened to the people. The once barren land was now filled with life, its streets brimming with energy and excitement. The emperor himself stood at the entrance, his heart full as he watched the people enter the palace, their faces lit with awe and wonder. Inside, the walls were adorned with carvings of their stories, of battles won, of hardships endured, and of the triumphs of ordinary men and women who had become heroes in their own right. The palace was a living testament to the strength of the people, a place where their stories would be preserved for generations to come. Liang walked through the halls, his footsteps echoing in the silence, and for the first time in many years, he allowed himself to smile. The empire was not perfect. There would be challenges ahead, hardships that would test the limits of their unity. But in this moment, in the heart of the Jade Palace, there was peace. There was hope. As the sun set over the horizon, casting its last rays over the palace, Liang stood at the top of the great steps that led to the throne room. He looked out over the land, his gaze steady and sure. The people had given him their trust, and with the completion of the Jade Palace, he had given them a promise. The palace would stand as a symbol of what they had achieved together, and it would be a reminder of the strength that lay in unity. It was more than just stone and jade, it was a living, breathing testament to the power of the human spirit, to the resilience of a people who had fought, bled, and sacrificed to build something greater than themselves. And as Liang stood there, feeling the weight of the past and the promise of the future on his shoulders, he knew that the Jade Palace was not just a symbol of his reign. It was a symbol of the people's victory, of their victory over the darkness, their victory over division, and their victory over the doubt that had once plagued them. It was their palace, their victory. And it would stand for all time, a shining beacon of hope for generations yet to come. In the quiet hours of the night, when the world seemed to pause and even the winds softened their whispers, Liang sat alone in the study of the Jade Palace. A single oil lamp burned on his desk, casting a warm glow over the scrolls and tablets before him. Outside, the empire slept peacefully, unaware of the burden that kept their emperor awake. The sound of his brush against parchment was rhythmic, a steady dance of ink and vision. Each stroke was deliberate, every word a seed he hoped would take root in the soil of the future. Liang's thoughts wandered as he worked, returning to his days as a farmer. The harsh summers, the biting winters, and the unyielding soil had taught him resilience. Those days had shaped him, not just as a man but as a leader. He understood hunger, not as a concept but as a clawing emptiness in the belly. He knew the weight of despair when the harvest failed, and he remembered the quiet strength it took to rise each morning, despite the odds. These memories guided his hand now, as he wrote laws that would ensure no one in his empire would have to endure the hardships he once knew. The policies he envisioned were not just for his time, but for the generations yet to come. Liang wanted them to endure like the mountains that framed his land, unyielding to the passing of years. His hand trembled slightly as he wrote, not from fatigue, but from the weight of his own determination. He paused, dipping his brush into the ink once more, and glanced at the corner of the room, where a worn hoe leaned against the wall, a relic from his past life. It reminded him of his roots and the people he now served. By the flickering light, he began to write of the land. He decreed that no farmer would be left without fields to till, no laborer without fair wages. Land reforms would ensure equality, breaking the hold of corrupt landlords who had once bled the peasants dry. He remembered the desperate faces of those who had turned to him for help, their eyes hollow from years of exploitation. This law would be their shield, their protection against greed and injustice. As the hours stretched on, his thoughts turned to education. He had seen too many lives limited by ignorance, too many dreams extinguished before they could even take flight. Liang's brush moved swiftly, crafting a decree that would establish schools in every province. He wrote that knowledge was not a privilege for the elite but a right for all. It was a fire that could warm an empire and light the way through its darkest days. The weight of the empire rested not just on his shoulders, but on the backs of every man, woman, and child who called it home. Liang's policies aimed to distribute that weight more fairly. He wrote of taxation, ensuring that the wealthy paid their share and the poor were not crushed by the burden. He thought of the widows who had begged for mercy, their hands rough from labor but empty of coin. This law was for them, a promise that they would not be forgotten. As the sky outside began to lighten, heralding the approach of dawn, Liang leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. He could hear the faint stirrings of the palace coming to life, the quiet footsteps of servants beginning their day. But his mind was still in the fields, the villages, the bustling markets. He thought of the merchants who carried goods across dangerous roads and the children who played in the shadows of their parents' struggles. Every policy he crafted was for them. The most challenging laws to write were those concerning justice. Liang knew the scars left by tyranny, the fear, the silence, the anger that simmered long after the oppressors had fallen. He wrote that no ruler, not even an emperor, was above the law. He established councils where grievances could be heard and judges who would serve not as tools of power but as guardians of fairness. His words were firm, his intentions clear. Corruption would find no home in this empire. The laws for trade were next, and they came with memories of bustling bazaars, the hum of commerce, and the arguments of traders haggling over silks and spices. Liang believed in the power of trade to connect people, to bridge the gaps between cultures and regions. He wrote policies that would protect merchants, encourage innovation, and ensure that prosperity reached even the furthest corners of the empire. He imagined the roads bustling with caravans, the rivers alive with boats carrying goods and stories from distant lands. As the first rays of sunlight touched the horizon, painting the sky with hues of gold and rose, Liang set down his brush and gazed at the finished scrolls before him. They were more than words, they were the embodiment of his dreams, his hopes for a better empire. But he knew they were only the beginning. The laws would mean nothing without action, without the will of the people to uphold them. The doors to his study creaked open, and a servant entered, bowing deeply. Liang acknowledged them with a nod, his mind still on the words he had written. He rose from his chair, stretching his weary limbs, and carried the scrolls to the jade box that would hold them. Each scroll was a part of his legacy, a gift to the people he had sworn to serve. Liang stepped out onto the balcony, where the city stretched before him, bathed in the soft light of dawn. The people were beginning their day, their movements filling the streets with life. He watched them for a moment, his heart swelling with both pride and a sense of responsibility. The policies he had written were not just rules, they were a covenant, a sacred promise to these people and to the generations that would follow. He knew that the road ahead would not be easy. Change was rarely welcomed without resistance, and there would be those who would fight to preserve their power and privilege. But Liang also knew that the strength of the empire lay in its people. They had built the Jade Palace together, stone by stone, and they would build a future together, step by step. As the sun rose higher, casting its light over the land, Liang stood tall, his shadow stretching across the balcony. The farmer-turned-emperor had once dreamed of feeding the hungry and sheltering the homeless. Now, his vision extended far beyond those humble beginnings. It was a vision of an empire that would endure not through force or fear, but through fairness, compassion, and a shared sense of purpose. The wind carried the faint scent of jasmine from the gardens below, and Liang took a deep breath, feeling a renewed sense of determination. The laws were written, the seeds planted. Now, it was time to nurture them, to watch them grow, and to ensure that the empire he had dreamed of would stand the test of time. On the first night of the Harvest Festival, the skies over the capital seemed alive with stars, their brilliance mirrored by countless lanterns swaying gently in the evening breeze. The people gathered in the main square, their laughter and voices rising like a symphony of joy. Yet, even amidst the celebration, all eyes turned to the grand stage at the heart of the square, where a lone figure stood, cloaked in shadow and mystery. The bard was known across the empire, not for his wealth or lineage, but for the power of his words. It was said he could make the bravest warrior weep and the most stoic elder laugh like a child. Tonight, he stood barefoot upon the polished wooden stage, his simple lute resting against his chest. The crowd fell silent as he raised his head, his eyes gleaming with something beyond the mortal realm. His voice was soft at first, like a stream winding through a quiet forest. Once there was a man of the soil, he began, whose hands bore the calluses of toil, whose heart bore the weight of 1,000 storms. The words wove through the square, capturing hearts as they danced on the cool night air. He sang of Liang, the farmer who had risen to save his people. He described the sweat on his brow as he tilled fields that refused to yield, the ache in his back after long days under a pitiless sun, and the quiet strength that burned within him like an unquenchable fire. The bard's voice grew stronger, richer, painting scenes that seemed to rise before the crowd like specters of history. He sang of the dark days when tyrants ruled, their greed draining the land of its lifeblood, and the courage it took for one man to stand against them. Not with steel, the bard declared, his voice ringing out, but with the power of his truth. The crowd shifted, some leaning forward as if they could step into the story itself. Children clutched their parents' hands, their wide eyes reflecting the bard's every word. Elders nodded, their memories of hardship echoing the tale. He sang of battles fought not just on fields of war, but in the chambers of power and the hearts of men. Liang had faced more than armies, he had faced doubt, betrayal, and the endless pull of his own fear. But fear, the bard intoned, his voice dropping to a whisper, is no match for the will of a man who fights for his people. The lute strings hummed under his fingers, their melody weaving sorrow and triumph together. As the bard sang of the emperor's victories, his voice swelled, carrying the weight of nations. He described the rebuilding of the empire, the jade roads that shone in the moonlight, and the schools where children's laughter echoed like bells. Then, the music softened, and the bard's voice turned tender, almost fragile. He sang of the emperor's love, a mythical figure said to have been born of the stars. She had guided him with her wisdom, tempered his fire with her grace, and stood by him as the weight of the empire threatened to break him. The crowd sighed, some brushing away tears as the bard's words carried them into the depths of Liang's heart. The bard paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, and for a moment, the silence was deafening. Then his fingers struck a single, resonant note, and his voice rose again, fierce and unyielding. But peace is a fragile thing, he warned, his tone heavy with foreboding. He sang of shadows that crept into the empire, threats both seen and unseen. He described the emperor standing tall, his once calloused hands now steady as he wielded the power of unity. A man, the bard declared, can wield a sword, but it is his spirit that wields an empire. The square seemed to pulse with the weight of the story, the bard's words wrapping around every soul like a warm but heavy cloak. He sang of the Jade Palace, its walls echoing with the wisdom of the emperor's heavenly advisors, and the policies that Liang had crafted to ensure his people's prosperity long after his time. As the song neared its end, the bard's voice softened, carrying a melancholy note that tugged at the heart. He sang of Liang's final days, when the farmer turned emperor, weary but unbroken, gazed upon the land he had given everything to protect. He was a man, the bard sang, not a god, though the heavens themselves seemed to mourn his passing. The bard's final note lingered in the air, hanging like the stars above, before fading into silence. For a moment, the square was still, as if the entire empire had paused to honor the man who had saved it. Then, as if released from a spell, the crowd erupted into applause, cheers, and tears. The bard bowed his head, his expression unreadable. He knew his words had done more than tell a story, they had immortalized a man, ensuring that Liang's deeds would live on, not just in laws or monuments, but in the hearts of his people. In the crowd, a young girl tugged at her mother's sleeve, her eyes bright with wonder. "Will he sing it again tomorrow?" she asked. Her mother smiled through her tears and knelt to hug her tightly. "He doesn't need to," she said softly. "We'll carry the song with us." And so they did. The song of prosperity spread across the empire like wildfire, sung in villages and cities, whispered in quiet moments, and roared in grand celebrations. It became more than a tale, it was a reminder, a guide, a promise. It was the heart of an empire, beating strong and steady, just as Liang's had done. The night sky was an endless canvas of darkness, its inky expanse flecked with stars that shimmered like distant lanterns. The air was heavy with anticipation, a silence so profound it seemed as though the world itself held its breath. In the heart of the empire, thousands gathered in the great open plains beyond the Jade Palace, their faces turned upward, waiting for the heavens to speak. It was said that once every generation, the stars would dance, a rare and mystical event known as the starfall. But this year was different. The sages whispered that the celestial dance carried a deeper meaning, a sign of divine favor upon the emperor. Some said the heavens themselves would bow tonight, acknowledging the farmer who had risen to greatness. The emperor stood at the center of it all, his figure silhouetted against a backdrop of flickering torches. He wore no crown tonight, no robes of splendor. His garments were simple, his feet bare against the earth. It was as though he sought to meet the sky as he had begun, humble, a man of the soil. The first streak of light cut across the sky, a brilliant arc of silver that drew gasps from the crowd. Then another, and another, until the heavens seemed to burst open, raining stars down upon the earth. Children shrieked in delight, their laughter mingling with the awed murmurs of their elders. Yet even amidst the spectacle, it was the emperor's face that drew the crowd's gaze. He stood motionless, his eyes reflecting the celestial fire above. There was something in his expression, a quiet reverence, a deep connection, as though he heard whispers no one else could. Then, a star brighter than the rest blazed across the sky, its light so intense it bathed the plains in a ghostly glow. It seemed to hang for a moment, suspended, before plunging toward the horizon. A streak of fire followed its descent, and when it vanished, the night fell silent once more. The emperor turned, his gaze sweeping over his people. His voice, when he spoke, was soft yet carried the weight of mountains. "The heavens remind us of our place," he said, "small among their vastness, yet cherished by their light." The crowd knelt as one, their heads bowed. They whispered prayers, not just to the gods of old, but to the man who stood before them, a man they believed was chosen by the stars themselves. Among the kneeling crowd was an elderly woman, her frail hands clutching a small bundle. Her face was lined with years of hardship, her eyes clouded with age, yet they sparkled as she rose shakily to her feet. She made her way toward the emperor, the sea of people parting before her. She stopped before him, her voice trembling but clear. "My lord," she said, holding out the bundle, "this belonged to my husband, a soldier who gave his life for the empire. He told me that one day, a man would come who could carry the hopes of the people, as he once carried this." The emperor knelt, accepting the bundle with both hands. He unwrapped it carefully, revealing a worn banner, its colors faded but its emblem, a single star, still visible. He held it aloft, and the crowd erupted in cheers, their voices rising like a tidal wave. As the noise subsided, the emperor turned his eyes back to the sky. The stars had begun to wane, their brilliance dimming as dawn crept over the horizon. Yet the memory of their dance lingered, etched into the hearts of all who had witnessed it. In the days that followed, the Starfall Festival became a celebration unlike any other. Temples adorned their altars with golden stars, musicians composed songs that captured the wonder of the night, and poets wove verses that immortalized the emperor's connection to the celestial realm. But perhaps the most moving tribute came from the children. They painted the skies with their imaginations, their drawings adorning every village and city. They spoke of the emperor as a shepherd of the stars, a man whose heart beat in rhythm with the heavens. In the quiet moments, the emperor would retreat to his chambers, the banner always within reach. He would trace its faded star with his fingertips, remembering the soldier who had carried it, the lives it had touched, and the promise it symbolized. One night, as he stood on the balcony of the Jade Palace, he felt a presence beside him. It was one of the sages, a man whose wisdom was said to rival the gods. "The stars have spoken," the sage said, his voice low and steady. "They have chosen you not for your might, but for your heart. Hold fast to it, for the people will look to you as they look to the sky." The emperor nodded, his gaze fixed on the horizon. He understood the weight of those words, the responsibility that came with such a connection. The heavens had danced for him, but it was his duty to ensure their light reached every corner of the empire. The Starfall Festival became more than a memory, it became a legacy, a reminder of the night when the stars bowed to a man, and a man vowed to serve his people with the same unwavering light. The once unyielding figure stood at the edge of the courtyard, his frame hunched against the biting wind. The emperor's hands, once calloused and strong from years of toil and rule, now trembled as they rested on the jade-carved railing. Below him, the empire stretched out in all its glory, fields ripe with harvest, rivers shimmering under the pale winter sun, and bustling towns filled with the life he had nurtured. Yet, as he gazed upon it, an unfamiliar emptiness clawed at his chest. Time had betrayed him. His hair, once a thick cascade of black, was now streaked with silver. His voice, once booming with authority, now cracked like dry leaves in the autumn breeze. But it wasn't the physical changes that haunted him, it was the quiet, insistent question that echoed in the silence of his nights. How does one let go of what they have built? In the grand hall, advisors whispered in corners, their eyes darting toward the emperor's throne. It had been months since he last held court with the same commanding presence. His decisions came slower now, weighed down by caution and second-guessing. Rumors began to stir, of succession, of division. The man who had once united warring factions with a single speech now found himself drowning in the murmur of doubts. One evening, a young general came to him with a petition for a military campaign. The emperor studied the scroll, his eyes narrowing as he traced the words. The arguments were sound, the strategy flawless. Yet, as he looked up at the general, he hesitated. The weight of the decision seemed heavier than it should have been. He nodded and handed the scroll back, his voice barely above a whisper. "Do as you see fit." The general's bow was respectful, but his hesitation lingered. That hesitation stung more than the emperor cared to admit. It was a subtle sign, a reminder that the empire had begun to look past him, toward a future that no longer needed his guidance. In the solitude of his chambers, he stared at the ink-stained parchments scattered across his desk. Policies, decrees, plans, all bearing the marks of a ruler who had once commanded the stars themselves. But now, the ink smudged under his trembling fingers. His advisors had started drafting documents for him, gently taking over the tasks he once performed with pride. He resented their help, even as he leaned on it more each day. Late one night, a messenger arrived from the eastern provinces. A rebellion had broken out, the first in decades. The emperor summoned his council, his voice cutting through their startled whispers. "I will lead the army myself." Gasps filled the room. The advisors exchanged wary glances, their silence louder than words. Finally, one of them stepped forward, bowing low. "Your Majesty, the roads are treacherous, and the winter cruel. Allow the generals to." The emperor's fist slammed against the armrest of his throne. "I said I will lead. Have you forgotten who I am?" The silence that followed was suffocating. Slowly, the advisors relented, but the air was thick with unease. As the emperor prepared for the campaign, his once steady hands struggled to fasten his armor. A servant approached to help, but he waved them away, frustration burning in his chest. He could feel their pity, their doubt, and it cut deeper than any blade. On the battlefield, he was a shadow of his former self. The cold bit into his bones, and the chaos of war blurred around him. His commands were met with confusion, his strategies questioned. In one desperate charge, his horse stumbled, throwing him to the ground. The world spun as he lay there, the clash of swords fading into a dull roar. For the first time, the emperor felt truly mortal. The generals pulled him from the fray, their concern masked by forced respect. They urged him to return to the capital, to let the younger men finish what he had started. He resisted at first, his pride a stubborn shield against their logic. But as he sat in the quiet of his tent that night, nursing his bruised ribs, he realized the truth he had been avoiding. The empire no longer needed him on the battlefield. When he returned to the Jade Palace, the people lined the streets to greet him. Their cheers were warm, their loyalty unwavering. Yet, as he met their eyes, he saw something new, a quiet understanding, a recognition of his humanity. They did not see a warrior or a ruler, they saw a man. The emperor began spending more time in the gardens, walking among the trees he had planted years ago. He watched as the saplings grew strong, their branches reaching toward the sky. The cycles of nature comforted him in a way that the halls of power no longer could. But even as he sought peace, the question of succession loomed over him. One evening, his eldest son came to him. The prince knelt, his head bowed low. "Father," he said, his voice steady but laced with emotion, "the people love you, but they also fear for you. Let me carry the burden of the throne, as you have carried it for so long." The emperor studied his son, searching his face for any trace of weakness or ambition. What he found instead was resolve, a reflection of the fire that had once burned within him. For the first time, the emperor felt a flicker of relief. Perhaps it was time. Yet, letting go was not as simple as handing over a crown. The emperor spent weeks preparing his son, sharing lessons not found in books. "Ruling," he said one day, "is not about power. It is about the lives you touch, the hope you inspire. Never forget that." As the day of abdication approached, the emperor stood in his chambers, gazing at his reflection. The man staring back at him was older, withered, but not defeated. He placed the crown on the table, its weight seeming lighter than it ever had. It was not the end, he realized, but a new beginning, for him, for his son, and for the empire. When the ceremony began, the emperor walked into the hall with his head held high. The crowd erupted into cheers, their voices a symphony of gratitude and love. As he placed the crown on his son's head, his hands did not tremble. For the first time in years, they were steady. The thunderstorm raged outside the palace walls, as if the heavens themselves were bearing witness to the storm brewing within. In the shadowed corridors, whispers curled like smoke, words heavy with accusation and fear. The emperor sat at the center of it all, his face carved in stone, his eyes betraying the turmoil beneath. Before him knelt his younger brother, the man he had once trusted above all others. "You would accuse me of treason?" The brother's voice trembled, not with fear, but with fury. His fists clenched at his sides as he looked up, his gaze locked with the emperor's. "Have we not bled together, built this empire side by side? How can you doubt me now?" The emperor did not answer immediately. He let the silence stretch, the weight of his authority filling the room. When he finally spoke, his voice was measured, quiet, but each word struck like a blade. "It is not I who accuses you, brother. It is your actions. Troops mobilized without my consent. Letters intercepted. Secrets whispered in the dark." He leaned forward, his gaze piercing. "Do not take me for a fool." The younger brother's face twisted in anguish, his breath hitching. Those troops were to protect the border. The letters, misunderstandings. You are being poisoned by those who seek to divide us. The emperor's heart ached at his brother's words. He wanted to believe him, to dismiss the evidence as lies spun by schemers. But the voices of his advisors, the undeniable facts, lingered in his mind. He had seen the seal on those letters, the banners of the troops. His brother's name carried weight, and that weight had been used to sway loyalty. Outside the chamber, the children played in the gardens, unaware of the tension that threatened to tear their family apart. The emperor glanced toward the window, his thoughts drifting to the legacy they would leave for the next generation. Would it be one of unity or ruin? The doors burst open suddenly, and the crown prince strode in, his face pale with worry. "Father," he began, bowing low, "the southern generals are restless. Rumors of rebellion are spreading faster than we can contain them." The emperor's chest tightened. He dismissed the prince with a wave, turning back to his brother. "Do you see what your ambition has wrought? Even the mere scent of disloyalty sets the empire aflame." "Ambition?" The brother's voice cracked, his despair spilling over. "All I have ever done was for the good of the empire. For you. But you see shadows where there are none." The emperor rose from his throne, his figure towering even in its weariness. "Then swear it. Swear your loyalty here and now, before the gods and men. Renounce whatever claims others whisper you should hold. The brother hesitated, and in that heartbeat of silence, the room seemed to hold its breath. His lips parted, but no words came. The hesitation was enough. The emperor's voice, when it came, was low and filled with a sadness deeper than rage. "You cannot do it, can you?" That silence is louder than any confession. Guards stepped forward, their armor glinting in the dim torchlight. The younger brother flinched but did not move. "You would arrest your own blood?" he spat, his voice breaking. "Do you truly believe I would raise my hand against you?" The emperor looked away, unable to meet his brother's gaze. "Take him," he said, his voice hoarse. "Confine him to his quarters until this matter is resolved." As the guards led the brother away, his anguished cry echoed through the chamber. "This is not justice. This is the work of those who fear the strength of our bond." The emperor sank back into his throne, his hand covering his face. The weight of the crown, once a symbol of triumph, now felt unbearable. He had gained an empire, but felt as though he had lost his soul. That night, the palace corridors buzzed with tension. The emperor paced his chambers, the shadows of doubt and guilt haunting him. He thought of their childhood, of days spent laughing and dreaming beneath the same roof. How had it come to this? Was it ambition, or had he become blind to the truth? At the hour of the rat, a servant rushed into the room, her face pale as death. "Your Majesty," she whispered, her voice shaking, "the southern generals marched toward the capital." The emperor froze. His mind raced, piecing together the puzzle. If the rebellion had truly taken root, his brother's hesitation might have been a calculated move, or perhaps he had been a scapegoat all along. The lines between truth and deceit blurred, and the emperor's confidence crumbled. He summoned the crown prince and his advisors, the urgency of the situation leaving no room for hesitation. "Mobilize the troops," he ordered, his voice hard. "But spare no effort in investigating the source of this rebellion. We must know who our true enemies are." As the empire braced for war, the emperor made his way to his brother's quarters. The guard stepped aside, and he entered the dimly lit room. His brother sat by the window, staring out at the stars. "They march," the emperor said, his voice heavy. The younger man turned, his expression unreadable. "And you still think it is my doing?" The emperor searched his brother's face, looking for answers he wasn't sure he wanted to find. "If you are innocent, then tell me how to fix this. Tell me who is behind it." For a moment, his brother's expression softened. "You've already chosen not to trust me. Why should I speak when my words fall on deaf ears?" The emperor stepped closer, desperation cutting through his pride. "Because if you are innocent, I need you. The empire needs you." The silence between them was a chasm. Finally, the younger brother sighed, his voice quiet but resolute. "Then set me free, and I will prove my loyalty. Or keep me here, and watch the empire burn." The emperor stared at him, the weight of the decision pressing down like 1,000 stones. Could he risk trusting his brother, or had the divide between them grown too vast to bridge? As dawn broke over the capital, the emperor stood at the palace gates, his armor gleaming in the early light. The crown prince stood at his side, ready to march. Behind him, his brother waited, unshackled but guarded closely. The tension between them was palpable, but the emperor had made his choice. "For the empire," the emperor said, his voice carrying across the gathered troops. His brother's gaze met his, a mixture of gratitude and defiance. "For the empire," he echoed. The lines had been drawn, but the outcome remained uncertain. In the face of betrayal, blood ties and loyalty would be tested as never before. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting the capital in hues of crimson and gold. Its beauty belied the storm brewing far beyond the city walls. The emperor stood on the palace balcony, his gaze fixed on the distant hills where shadows stretched longer than they should. An unease settled in his chest, one that even the comforting rhythm of the evening bells could not dispel. Somewhere in the gathering darkness, enemies were stirring. A messenger stumbled into the throne room, his robes torn, his face pale. "Your Majesty," he gasped, dropping to his knees. "The tyrants, they have returned." the words hung heavy in the air. Court officials murmured in disbelief, and the emperor's advisors exchanged uneasy glances. The tyrants, banished years ago, were names whispered in fear, symbols of cruelty and destruction. Their exile had been a triumph of the emperor's early reign, a declaration that righteousness could overcome oppression. And yet, here they were, resurfacing at a time when the emperor's strength faltered. "Where?" the emperor demanded, his voice sharper than the edge of a blade. "They've taken the western provinces," the messenger replied, trembling. "Cities fall without resistance. The people, they believe you have lost heaven's favor." The emperor's grip on the balcony rail tightened. The weight of his waning years, the cracks in his family, and the whispers of doubt among his subjects had emboldened his enemies. Vulnerability was a beacon for those who thrived on chaos. As the court erupted into frantic discussions, the emperor's mind turned to the western provinces. He remembered the tyrant's rule, cities blackened by fire, people enslaved, and hope extinguished like a candle in the wind. Their return was more than a challenge to his reign, it was an affront to everything he had built. Later that night, the emperor sat in his private chambers, poring over maps and reports by the light of a single lantern. The flickering flame cast his face in shadows, accentuating the lines of age and worry. A knock broke his concentration, and the crown prince entered, his face grave. "They are testing you," the prince said, his voice steady but laced with urgency. "They think you're weak." "And are they wrong?" the emperor replied, his tone bitter. He gestured to the maps. "Look at this. We have stretched ourselves thin defending borders, quelling unrest. Our allies grow distant. Even the heavens seem silent." The prince knelt beside him, placing a hand on his father's arm. "You are not weak. They are counting on you to believe that. But you have overcome worse. Let me ride to the west and face them." The emperor studied his son's determined expression. He saw echoes of his younger self in those eyes, a time when he had fought with fire and conviction. Yet he also saw the risks, what the loss of the heir would mean to an empire already teetering on the edge. "No," the emperor said firmly. "This fight is mine. I will remind them why they were cast out." As dawn broke, the emperor prepared for war. Messengers rode to rally troops, and the capital buzzed with urgency. The sight of the emperor donning his battle armor stirred something in the people, a flicker of hope amidst the fear. Though his steps were slower and his body no longer moved with the ease of youth, there was a resolve in his eyes that spoke of unyielding strength. The march westward was grueling. Reports of atrocities arrived daily, the villages razed, families torn apart. The tyrants were making their presence known, sending a clear message: the emperor's time was over. Along the way, the emperor spoke to his soldiers, his voice steady and commanding despite the sorrow in his heart. "We fight not for glory," he told them. "We fight for those who cannot. For the farmer whose fields have been burned. For the child who has lost their home. For the promise that no tyrant will ever rule this land again." The soldiers cheered, their spirits lifted by his words. Yet, as the army approached the western stronghold, the reality of their task loomed large. The fortress stood atop a hill, its walls reinforced, banners of the tyrants flying brazenly. Fires burned within, the smoke curling into the sky like dark omens. The emperor ordered his troops to encircle the stronghold, cutting off supplies and escape routes. Days turned into weeks, each one marked by skirmishes and losses. The tyrants were cunning, exploiting every weakness. They sent taunts to the emperor, letters laced with mockery and venom. "You are a shadow of the man who defeated us," one letter read. "Do you truly believe you can stop what has already begun?" The emperor burned the letter without a word. But at night, as he lay on his cot, the doubts crept in. He thought of his family, his brother's betrayal, his son's untested resolve. He thought of the people who had placed their faith in him and wondered if he had already failed them. Then came the night of the attack. The tyrants, desperate to break the siege, launched a surprise assault under the cover of darkness. The battle was chaos, screams, clashing steel, and the acrid stench of fire. The emperor fought alongside his men, his sword a blur, his presence rallying those around him. But the enemy's ferocity was unmatched. In the midst of the carnage, the emperor found himself face to face with one of the tyrants, a figure clad in black armor, their face obscured by a cruel mask. The tyrant laughed, a sound that sent chills down the spine. "You should have stayed in your palace, old man," they sneered. "This is no place for relics." The emperor's response was swift, his blade meeting the tyrant's with a force that belied his years. Their duel was brutal, each strike carrying the weight of history and vengeance. The soldiers paused to watch, the outcome of their battle hinging on the clash of these two titans. Finally, with a roar that echoed across the battlefield, the emperor struck a decisive blow. The tyrant fell, their mask cracking to reveal a face twisted in rage and disbelief. The emperor stood over them, his chest heaving, his sword slick with blood. The remaining enemies, seeing their leader defeated, began to falter. The emperor's forces rallied, pushing them back until the stronghold was theirs. The tyrants who survived were captured, their reign of terror brought to an end. As dawn broke over the battlefield, the emperor stood atop the hill, looking out over the land. The cost of victory weighed heavily on him, the lives lost, the scars left behind. But he also saw resilience in his soldiers, gratitude in the faces of the liberated. The tyrants had sought to exploit his vulnerability, but they had underestimated the strength of his resolve. In that moment, the emperor realized something profound. It was not the absence of weakness that made a ruler strong, it was the ability to rise above it, to stand firm in the face of doubt and fear. The empire still stood, battered but unbroken, and so did he. The air was thick with the stench of blood and smoke, a suffocating reminder of the battle that had raged for days. On the horizon, a crimson sun clawed its way through a sky choked with ash, casting an eerie glow over the battlefield. The emperor stood on a ridge overlooking the carnage, his armor battered, his face streaked with grime and exhaustion. Around him, what remained of his army huddled together, their spirits as worn as their bodies. Far below, the enemy surged like a relentless tide, their numbers stretching endlessly into the distance. They roared with a savage energy, their banners snapping in the wind, a stark contrast to the emperor's tattered standards. To retreat now would mean annihilation. To stay meant facing impossible odds. Yet, as the emperor looked at his men, he felt a fire stir within him, a defiance that burned brighter than his fear. He raised his sword, its edge glinting in the dim light. "Today," he called out, his voice cutting through the noise like a blade, "we stand as one. Not for glory, not for power, but for the land we love and the people who depend on us. Let them come. Let them see that even in the face of death, we will not yield." A roar rose from his soldiers, fierce and raw. They had no illusions about their chances, but in the emperor's words, they found something to cling to, a spark of hope, a reason to fight. The first wave of the enemy charged, a wall of shields and spears moving as one. The emperor gave the signal, and his archers let loose a hail of arrows that darkened the sky. The ground trembled as the two forces collided, a cacophony of screams, steel, and shattering wood. The emperor threw himself into the fray, his sword carving a path through the chaos. Each swing carried the weight of his years, his victories, his failures. Time blurred into a brutal rhythm of attack and defense, the ebb and flow of battle like a deadly tide. The emperor fought with a fury that seemed to defy his age, but his body betrayed him in small ways, slower reflexes, a heaviness in his limbs. He ignored the pain, the fatigue, the blood that trickled down his side where an enemy blade had found its mark. As the day wore on, the enemy's numbers seemed endless. For every soldier the emperor's forces felled, 10 more appeared to take their place. His men were being pushed back, step by agonizing step, toward the ridge where their camp lay. A shout rang out from the enemy ranks, and a figure emerged, a general clad in black armor, his presence commanding and menacing. He pointed his blade at the emperor, and the message was clear: their fight would end this war. The emperor's soldiers parted, their faces etched with a mix of awe and fear. The emperor stepped forward, gripping his sword with both hands. Every ache in his body screamed for rest, but he silenced the doubt with a single thought: if this is where it ends, I will make it count. The enemy general wasted no time, launching an onslaught of blows that forced the emperor onto the defensive. Each strike felt like it carried the weight of an avalanche, but the emperor met them with determination, his sword ringing out as it deflected blow after blow. The two combatants danced across the battlefield, their movements a deadly blur, drawing the attention of friend and foe alike. The emperor found an opening and struck, his blade slicing through the general's armor. The enemy staggered but quickly recovered, his anger fueling a brutal counterattack. The emperor blocked one strike, then another, but the third found its target, slashing across his chest. He stumbled, the pain searing, but he gritted his teeth and stayed on his feet. "You are old," the general sneered, circling the emperor like a predator. "You should have died in your palace, surrounded by your crumbling empire." The emperor straightened, his breath ragged but his resolve unshaken. An empire does not crumble because of its leader's age. It crumbles when its people forget what they stand for. And I will remind them. With a sudden burst of energy, the emperor attacked, his sword a blur of motion. The general faltered, caught off guard by the ferocity of the assault. The emperor's blade struck true, piercing the general's chest. The enemy staggered backward, collapsing to his knees. The battlefield fell silent, the clash of swords and the cries of war replaced by a stunned hush. The emperor stood over his fallen foe, his sword slick with blood. His soldiers let out a cheer that rippled through their ranks, a desperate, defiant cry that echoed across the field. But the victory was short-lived. The enemy, enraged by their leader's death, surged forward in a final, ferocious assault. The emperor's forces, already battered and depleted, struggled to hold the line. The emperor fought on, each swing of his sword a testament to his unyielding spirit, but the weight of the battle was too great. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of fire and ash, the emperor found himself surrounded. His men had fallen, one by one, until only a handful remained. He stood at the center of the chaos, his sword heavy in his hand, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He looked at the faces of his enemies, faces filled with hate, fear, and desperation. He thought of his people, his family, his empire. He thought of the sacrifices that had brought him to this moment. And then, with a cry that shook the heavens, the emperor charged. His sword flashed in the fading light, his movements a blur of defiance and determination. He fought not to survive, but to show his enemies, his people, and the world that even in the face of certain death, a true ruler does not bow. When the battle finally ended, the field was littered with bodies, the air heavy with the weight of loss. The emperor lay among his fallen soldiers, his hand still clutching his sword. His enemies had won, but they had paid dearly for their victory. And as the first stars appeared in the night sky, the battlefield seemed to hold its breath, as if honoring the man who had stood unyielding against the tide. The sky burned with an unnatural light, as if the heavens themselves mourned the fading of a great soul. At the center of the emperor's camp, the air was thick with whispers, soldiers and servants alike exchanging glances filled with both fear and reverence. Inside the grand tent, the emperor rested on a simple mat, refusing the comforts of silk and gold. His face, lined with age and countless battles, was calm, though his breaths came slower, more labored with each passing moment. The wise physicians surrounding him moved with frantic energy, grinding herbs, chanting prayers, their hands trembling as they worked. But the emperor's gaze, steady and unwavering, silenced them. "Enough," he said, his voice soft yet commanding. "I have lived my life as the land demanded, as the people deserved. Let me go as simply as I came." At his side knelt his closest advisors, their expressions a mix of sorrow and disbelief. One of them, the youngest and boldest, dared to speak. "You cannot leave us, my lord. The empire still needs you. Without your light, the darkness will rise again." The emperor smiled, a faint curve of his lips that seemed to hold lifetimes of wisdom. "The darkness will rise, yes. It always does. But it is not for one man to banish it. The strength lies in the many, those who till the soil, those who wield the hammer, those who raise their voices. It is their light that will endure." Outside the tent, the wind picked up, carrying with it the faint sound of bells, though none were present in the camp. The stars overhead seemed to shimmer brighter, their light gathering around the tent in a way that made even the most hardened soldiers glance upward in awe. Some whispered of ancient prophecies, of the farmer emperor who would not die as mortals do but ascend to the heavens to watch over his people for eternity. As the night deepened, the emperor called for his eldest son. The boy, no, the man now, entered, his armor still smeared with the dirt and blood of the last battle. He knelt, his head bowed, but the emperor reached out a hand, lifting his son's chin. "Look at me," he said, his voice firm. "You must be strong now. Stronger than you think you can be. The weight of this empire will fall on your shoulders, but you must carry it not with fear, but with love. Do you understand?" Tears streaked the young man's face as he nodded. "I will honor your name, father." "No," the emperor said, his tone sharpening. "You will honor the people. My name is but a whisper compared to the roar of their lives." As dawn began to paint the horizon in hues of gold and crimson, the emperor's breaths grew shallower. Those gathered around him felt the shift in the air, as though the world itself held its breath. Suddenly, a distant rumble echoed across the sky, a sound like rolling thunder though the heavens were clear. The soldiers outside froze, their eyes fixed on the horizon, where a single comet streaked across the dawnlit sky, its tail shimmering like molten silver. Inside the tent, the emperor's eyes opened wide, a final surge of strength illuminating his face. "The heavens call," he murmured, a faint smile touching his lips. "But I will not leave them untended." His body stilled, but in that moment, the tent filled with an unearthly light, golden and warm, bathing everyone present in a radiance that seemed to pierce the soul. Outside, the comet arced closer, its glow reflected in the tear-filled eyes of those who watched. The soldiers and servants knelt as one, a wave of reverence rippling through the camp. The light from the comet seemed to descend, touching the tent before rising again, brighter and more brilliant than before. When it finally vanished into the heavens, silence reigned, a silence heavy with awe and grief. The emperor's son emerged, his face pale but resolute. In his hand, he held his father's sword, its blade gleaming as though freshly forged. "The emperor has ascended," he said, his voice breaking but loud enough for all to hear. "But his spirit remains in us. We are his legacy." Cheers rose, mingled with sobs, as the people clung to the words. Some claimed to see the emperor's face in the stars that now glittered like diamonds in the brightening sky. Others swore they felt his presence in the wind, strong and steady, guiding them forward. Far away, in the villages where the emperor's story had first begun, farmers paused in their work, inexplicably drawn to look upward. Children pointed at the comet's fading trail, their elders nodding with knowing smiles. "He watches over us," they murmured. "The farmer who became an emperor and then a god." And so, the legend of the farmer emperor's death was etched not just in the scrolls of scholars, but in the hearts of the people. They would sing of his life and his passing for generations, their voices rising like prayers to the stars where, they believed, he now dwelled. The chamber was silent except for the faint crackle of torches, their flickering light casting long shadows across the faces of the gathered council. At the head of the room sat the emperor's eldest son, the new ruler by decree, his hands clenched tightly around the hilt of his father's sword. The blade, a symbol of unity and justice, felt heavier than ever, as though the weight of the empire itself had seeped into the steel. His eyes swept over the faces before him, loyal ministers who had served his father with unwavering devotion, ambitious generals whose loyalty seemed to shift like the wind, and nobles whose veiled expressions betrayed nothing but whispered promises of dissent. The young emperor's heart pounded, though he kept his face impassive. He had seen this moment in his mind countless times since his father's death, but the reality of it was far more harrowing. "We must honor his vision," he began, his voice steady despite the tremor he felt in his chest. "My father built this empire on trust, justice, and the strength of the people. His legacy will not falter under my rule." A murmur rippled through the room, some nodding in agreement while others exchanged skeptical glances. The silence that followed felt suffocating, but before he could speak again, an older noble rose from his seat. His robes, heavy with gold embroidery, caught the torchlight as he bowed slightly, a gesture that stopped just short of true respect. Your father's vision was indeed noble, the noble began, his tone laced with subtle condescension. But the empire faces new challenges. Bandits grow bolder, the treasury runs thin, and whispers of rebellion stir in the east. Perhaps it is time for adjustments to his policies. The young emperor stiffened, his grip tightening on the sword. Adjustments, he repeated, his voice cold. My father's policies lifted this empire from chaos. They brought prosperity to the fields and peace to the cities. Do you think his vision is so fragile that it cannot withstand hardship? The noble hesitated, but before he could respond, a general stood, his armor clinking as he moved. His voice was deep and commanding, and his presence filled the room. With respect, my lord, strength must meet strength. Your father was a warrior as much as a ruler. If rebellion stirs, it must be crushed swiftly and without mercy. Kindness will not keep this empire intact. A sharp intake of breath echoed from the council. The young emperor's jaw clenched, memories of his father's final words echoing in his mind. It is not fear that binds a people, but love. He felt the eyes of the room boring into him, testing him, waiting for a response that would determine the course of his reign. Strength does not come from cruelty, he said at last, his voice firm. It comes from unity. From trust. My father believed in the people, and so do I. The general inclined his head, though his expression betrayed little. The tension in the room remained thick, unyielding, as if the very walls themselves held their breath. Days turned into weeks, and the young emperor's resolve was tested again and again. Word of unrest in the eastern provinces grew louder, accompanied by reports of crops failing under unexpected drought. His council became a battlefield of words and wills, some urging a return to his father's ways while others pressed for drastic measures. Through it all, the emperor stood firm, though doubt crept into his heart like a shadow. One night, unable to find solace, he wandered to the palace gardens where his father once walked in the quiet hours. The air was cool, the scent of jasmine heavy as the stars shone brightly overhead. He sank onto a stone bench, the sword resting beside him, and stared at the sky. He felt the weight of his father's legacy pressing down on him, an unrelenting burden. A soft voice broke the silence. You do not have to carry it alone. Startled, he turned to see his younger sister stepping into the light. Her face was calm, her eyes steady, as she sat beside him. She, too, had been shaped by their father's teachings, her sharp mind and compassionate heart a mirror of the emperor they had both adored. Father always said that unity was the foundation of this empire, she continued, her voice quiet. But unity is not the task of one man. It is the bond between all of us, leaders, soldiers, farmers, families. Trust him as he did, and they will rise. Her words stirred something in him, a flicker of hope that had been buried beneath doubt and fear. He reached for her hand, gripping it tightly. What if I fail? He whispered, his voice cracking. What if I'm not him? Her gaze softened. You are not him. You are you. And that is enough. The weeks that followed were filled with relentless effort. The emperor, inspired by his sister's words, began to reach beyond the walls of his palace. He met with farmers to hear their struggles, shared meals with soldiers to understand their fears, and opened his court to the voices of the common people. Slowly, the tide began to shift. When the rebellion in the east erupted into full conflict, the emperor led not with the sword but with diplomacy. He sent envoys bearing gifts and promises of fair treatment, appealing to the leaders' sense of justice rather than their thirst for power. Though some doubted his approach, the strategy bore fruit. The rebellion ended not in bloodshed but in a fragile yet hopeful peace. In the heart of the capital, the emperor called for a festival to honor the people who had upheld his father's legacy. The streets filled with music and laughter, and for the first time since his father's passing, the empire felt whole again. As the sun set on the day of the festival, the emperor stood before the crowd, his voice ringing out across the square. My father's vision lives in all of us, he said, his words carrying the weight of his journey. This empire is not mine alone. It belongs to every hand that builds, every heart that loves, and every voice that dares to dream. The cheers that followed were deafening, a testament not just to his words, but to the unity they represented. In that moment, the young emperor felt a warmth in his chest, as though his father's spirit was watching, proud and at peace. The ink-stained scholar sat hunched over his desk, the dim glow of a lantern flickering against the parchment before him. Outside his small study, the winds of change howled, shaking the shutters, as if urging him to hurry. His quill trembled in his hand, not from the cold, but from the weight of his task. He was writing history, but it felt like something more. He was shaping eternity. The emperor's life was no longer flesh and blood. It had transcended into legend, and legends needed guardians. The scholar had seen with his own eyes the fields that flourished under the emperor's reign, the temples that rose to honor the heavens, the tears of joy on the faces of the common folk. But how to capture the soul of a man who had walked among gods in the hearts of his people? How to make ink sing of courage, love, and sacrifice? He dipped the quill into the inkpot, hesitating only a moment before scratching out the first words. Once, there was a farmer who dreamed of the stars. Far away, in a bustling market square, a bard tuned his lute under a canopy of lanterns. Around him, a crowd gathered, their chatter mingling with the sounds of traders hawking their wares and children laughing as they chased each other. The bard was a man of humble origins, much like the emperor he was about to sing of, and his songs were known for moving hearts to tears. Tonight, he would tell a tale that was more than just a story, it was a memory etched into the soul of the land. He plucked the strings of his lute, letting the melody flow like a river, soft at first, then swelling with power. The crowd hushed, leaning in as his voice rose, weaving words with music. In the heart of the land, where the fields kissed the skies, a man rose from the earth to touch the heavens. He was no king, no warrior. He was one of us. The people listened, rapt, as the bard's song unfolded the story of the farmer-turned-emperor. His struggles, his triumphs, and his unyielding love for the people were brought to life in verses that danced like flames. Children clung to their parents, eyes wide with wonder. Old men nodded solemnly, their own memories of the emperor stirring deep within. Somewhere in the crowd, a young girl with a tattered notebook scribbled furiously, trying to capture every word of the bard's tale. She dreamed of being a storyteller one day, like the man before her, and she knew that this story, his story, was the one she wanted to tell most of all. In a distant temple, monks gathered in quiet reverence, their voices rising in chant as they composed hymns to honor the emperor's legacy. Their chants spoke of a man who had bridged the mortal and the divine, whose every action had been guided by a higher purpose. They sang of the laws he had written, the battles he had fought, and the peace he had forged. Their words were a prayer, not just to the heavens, but to the generations yet to come, that they might remember and learn. Each hymn was a thread in the tapestry of his story, woven with care and devotion. The monks believed that words had power, that to speak his name was to summon his spirit, to keep him alive in the hearts of the people. And so they sang, their voices echoing through the temple halls like a river of light. In the imperial court, a historian presented his latest chronicle to the empress, who had taken on the role of preserving her husband's vision. The historian's manuscript was bound in fine leather, its pages filled with painstakingly detailed accounts of the emperor's reign. Every battle, every decree, every act of kindness was recorded with precision. The empress ran her fingers over the pages, her eyes lingering on a passage about the emperor's final battle. She closed her eyes, the memory of that day flooding back to her, the roar of the battlefield, the sight of him standing tall against impossible odds, and the way he had smiled at her one last time before riding into legend. She opened her eyes and nodded to the historian. "It is worthy of him," she said, her voice steady despite the tears threatening to fall. The historian bowed deeply, but as he left the chamber, a pang of doubt gnawed at him. Could any words, no matter how carefully chosen, truly capture the essence of the man they sought to honor? Could ink and parchment carry the weight of his heart, his dreams, his sacrifices? He resolved to keep trying, even if it took a lifetime. In the countryside, a mother sat with her children by the fire, telling them the tale of the emperor as her mother had told it to her. Her voice was soft yet firm, carrying the weight of generations. She told them how he had tilled the fields with hands hardened by labor, how he had risen to lead not through ambition but through compassion, and how he had never forgotten the soil from which he came. Her children listened with wide eyes, their imaginations painting vivid pictures of the emperor's deeds. To them, he was more than a man, he was a beacon of hope, a reminder that greatness could come from the humblest of beginnings. When the story ended, the youngest child asked, "Will he come back someday?" The mother smiled, brushing her fingers through her child's hair. "He never truly left," she said. "As long as we remember him, he is with us." Across the empire, his story took on a life of its own. Scholars debated the nuances of his policies, bards added flourishes to their songs, and children whispered his name in their games. His legacy became a mosaic, each piece a reflection of the people he had loved and served. He was a man, a legend, a myth, but above all, he was theirs. And in the quiet corners of the empire, where the field stretched endlessly toward the horizon and the stars shone brightly overhead, his story echoed in the wind, carried from heart to heart. It was a story that would never fade, for it was written not just in books or songs, but in the very soul of the land he had called home. The wind howled across the vast fields, bending the stalks of grain like waves on an ocean. At the edge of the village, an old woman stood alone, her eyes fixed on the distant mountains where the sun had just begun to dip below the horizon. She could feel it, the pull of something beyond this world, something ancient, something that whispered on the wind. It was said that the farmer who became emperor never truly left. His spirit, once freed from the constraints of the earthly body, had wandered the land, guiding those who still remembered him. And for some, his guidance came not in the form of dreams or visions, but through the quiet, unseen forces that touched their lives in moments of need. The woman had heard the stories, of course. How his spirit had walked the earth after his death, appearing to those who needed his wisdom, his courage, his strength. How farmers, struggling with drought, had felt the warm breeze that carried with it a sense of peace, followed by the unexpected rainfall that saved their crops. How warriors, lost in the chaos of battle, had seen a shadow of a man in the mist, urging them to fight with honor and unity. But to the woman, it had always seemed like legend, a comforting tale for children, a way to hold on to the memory of a man who had shaped their lives forever. That is, until she experienced it herself. It was in the middle of a bitter winter when the village faced its darkest days. Food was scarce, the cold had settled deep into the bones of the people, and hope had all but vanished. The crops from the last harvest had failed, and the river that usually brought water to the fields had frozen over. Despair clung to every doorstep, and no matter how much the villagers prayed, nothing changed. One evening, as the village huddled in their homes, the old woman stood by her hearth, warming her hands over the fire. Her thoughts turned to the emperor, the farmer who had once led them all, whose name was whispered reverently even now. She spoke his name aloud, as if asking for guidance. "Help us," she whispered, the words more of a plea than a prayer. It was then, just as the wind began to stir, that she felt it. A presence, soft at first, like the faintest brush of a hand across her skin. The temperature in the room shifted, growing warmer for a moment before the air grew still. She looked up, her heart racing. And there, at the doorway of her small cottage, stood the figure of a man. The figure was no taller than the farmer had been, with the same broad shoulders, the same steady gaze. His face was not fully visible, shrouded in the shadows of the evening, but the air around him seemed to pulse with a strange energy, an energy she recognized. "Are you him?" she asked, her voice trembling as she spoke the name that had never left her lips with such force. The figure did not answer with words, but something in the way he stood, silent and resolute, spoke volumes. The old woman felt a surge of emotion rise within her, as if the walls between life and death had thinned, and she could hear the earth itself breathing. "Help us," she said again, this time with more conviction. The figure nodded once, a small gesture, but powerful in its simplicity. Then, with the faintest sound, like the rustling of leaves, he was gone. The next morning, the snow had begun to melt, the frozen river breaking its bonds as if it had been touched by a divine hand. The air was thick with the scent of rain, a rain that began to fall gently but steadily, nourishing the ground that had been barren for so long. The villagers watched in awe as the once dry fields began to show signs of life once more. Crops that had been lost were slowly returning, the soil rich with new growth. No one knew where the old woman had gone that night or what had truly happened, but the legend had lived on in her heart, and she told no one of the figure she had seen. She believed that the emperor, in some way, had returned to guide them. Not as a man, but as something more, something that connected the earth and the heavens, offering hope when it seemed impossible. The stories of the farmer emperor's spirit began to spread like wildfire once more. People came from distant villages, walking barefoot for miles just to stand in the fields where the rain had fallen so mysteriously. Farmers and travelers alike spoke of feeling a sudden sense of calm when they needed it most, a quiet whisper that urged them to carry on, to hold on, just a little longer. The emperor, it seemed, had left behind more than just his legacy. He had left behind a promise, a bond with the land that would never break. In the years that followed, there were those who claimed to have felt his presence in their most desperate moments. A father who had lost his child to illness, who felt a hand on his shoulder and found the strength to keep going. A young girl who, in the dead of night, was lost and frightened, only to hear a voice in the wind that guided her safely home. And a soldier, returning from war, who swore that in the quiet of the forest, he saw the figure of a man standing at the edge of the trees, watching over him, and felt no fear. Some said that the emperor had not truly died, that he had become one with the land, his spirit woven into the very earth itself. Others believed that his guidance came from the gods themselves, a gift passed down from one generation to the next. And there were those who simply whispered that his soul had never left the people, that his love for them had kept him tied to the land in ways that words could not explain. The farmer emperor, whose name had been spoken with reverence in life, was now spoken in hushed tones in the darkest corners of the world. His legend had grown beyond the borders of his empire, carried on the breath of the wind, carried on the hearts of those who had never known him. And so, the whispers continued. The spirit of the farmer emperor, the man who had risen from the fields, was never truly gone. He lived on, in every gust of wind, in every drop of rain, in every seed that sprouted from the soil. A presence as eternal as the land itself, guiding those who had the courage to believe. The sun hung low on the horizon, casting a golden glow over the valley. At the edge of the bustling market, an ancient stone path wound its way into the hills, where a structure stood tall and proud against the sky. Pilgrims moved along the path, their hands clutching offerings, bundles of grain, pots of honey, carved wooden figures, and small jars of water drawn from sacred wells. A steady hum of chants filled the air, a rhythm that seemed to resonate with the heartbeat of the earth itself. The temple was unlike anything else in the land. Built by hands that revered the farmer emperor not as a man, but as something greater, it rose from the ground like an extension of the earth. Its walls were carved from smooth, dark stone, etched with scenes of the emperor's life, his humble beginnings tilling the soil, his rise to power, and his battles for peace. At the center of the temple stood a grand statue of the emperor, his figure cast in bronze that gleamed even in the dim light of the temple's sacred torches. His posture was simple, no crown on his head, no sword in his hand. He stood as he had always been remembered, with a hoe resting on his shoulder, his gaze fixed toward the fields. The pilgrims approached the statue with reverence, their steps slow and deliberate. A woman knelt before it, her hands trembling as she placed a handful of wheat at its base. Her whispered prayers were for her son, who had fallen ill during the harvest season. She had traveled for days to bring her offering, believing with every fiber of her being that the emperor's spirit could still heal and protect those who labored under the sun. Tears streamed down her face as she rose, her heart lighter, her hope renewed. Outside the temple, a wide courtyard stretched toward the forest. Here, rituals were performed in the emperor's honor. At dawn, farmers gathered to present the first fruits of their harvests. They laid baskets of rice, millet, and vegetables before a stone altar while priests recited prayers of gratitude. The priests wore simple robes, their heads bowed as they chanted, but their voices carried a power that seemed to reach the heavens. It was said that the offerings blessed by the temple would ensure fertile fields and bountiful harvests for those who gave selflessly. One of the most sacred rituals took place under the light of the full moon. Villagers from across the empire gathered in the temple's courtyard, carrying lanterns that glowed softly in the dark. The night was alive with the sounds of drums and flutes, a music that seemed to echo the cycles of planting and reaping, of life and death. At the height of the ceremony, the head priest stood before the crowd, holding a single stalk of grain. He recited the words that had been passed down for generations, a prayer that called upon the emperor's spirit to guide them through the challenges ahead. In one corner of the courtyard, an old storyteller began weaving tales of the emperor's deeds for the children who had gathered at his feet. His voice was rich and full of emotion as he described the moment the former emperor first stepped onto the battlefield, not as a soldier but as a protector of the people. He spoke of how the emperor's hands, calloused from years of tilling the soil, had once lifted a crying child from the ruins of a village destroyed by war. The children listened, their eyes wide with wonder, their small hands clutching at their lanterns as if they, too, could feel the emperor's presence. But the rituals were not just for the farmers. Travelers, merchants, and even soldiers came to the temple, seeking guidance, protection, or simply the comfort of being close to something eternal. One evening, a young warrior approached the temple gates, his armor scratched and worn. He carried a small wooden carving of the emperor, a token his mother had given him before he left for war. He knelt before the statue, his head bowed, and whispered words meant only for the emperor's ears. When he rose, his heart felt steadier, his resolve stronger. He left the temple with a new sense of purpose, believing that the emperor's strength was now his own. In the shadow of the temple, smaller shrines dotted the landscape. These were built by those who could not make the pilgrimage to the main temple but still wished to honor the former emperor. Simple in design, these shrines were often nothing more than a carved stone placed under a tree or a wooden structure adorned with garlands of flowers. Yet, their presence was no less powerful. Villagers lit incense at these shrines, placing their offerings of food and drink with prayers for rain, good health, or peace in their homes. The most moving rituals took place in times of crisis. During a particularly harsh drought, the people gathered at the temple, carrying jugs of the last water they had. The priests, their faces etched with worry, poured the water onto the altar as an offering. The act was one of ultimate faith, a plea to the emperor's spirit to bring the rains that would save their crops and their lives. The very next morning, clouds gathered in the sky, and rain fell in a steady, life-giving rhythm. The people wept openly, their faith reaffirmed, their prayers answered. The temple and its rituals became more than just a place and a practice, they became a living memory of the emperor's essence. His spirit seemed to flow through the stone walls, the flickering flames of the torches, and the voices of those who prayed. To those who came seeking his guidance, it felt as if the emperor himself was still walking among them, his presence as tangible as the earth beneath their feet. Generations passed, but the temple stood strong, weathering storms and time itself. It became a place where history and faith intertwined, where the memory of a farmer who had risen to greatness lived on in every prayer, every chant, every offering. And as long as the temple remained, so too did the connection between the people and the man who had once tilled the soil alongside them. The sound of metal on stone echoed through the cavern, a slow, deliberate rhythm that seemed to hold its breath in the dim light. A young boy crouched beside his grandfather, his eyes wide with awe as the elder traced the outline of an ancient emblem carved into the rock. The boy's fingers hesitated above the worn grooves, as if touching it might stir something beyond comprehension. It was never just a symbol, the old man said, his voice low but firm. It was a promise. The emblem, a simple but striking design of a sheaf of wheat encircled by a rising sun, had been etched into countless stones, banners, and hearts for generations. It was said to have been drawn by the former emperor himself in the quiet of a starlit night. Legend told that he had gazed at the field stretching endlessly before him, imagining a world where every hand could reap its harvest without fear. That night, with nothing but a crude stick and the damp earth as his canvas, he had drawn this symbol. It became the rallying cry for a divided people, a beacon of hope when hope was scarce. The boy turned to his grandfather, his young face serious. Did it really unite everyone? Even the enemies? The old man smiled, a sadness flickering behind his eyes. It wasn't the emblem alone, child. It was what it stood for, something they could believe in together. In the turbulent days of the empire's birth, the emblem began appearing in unexpected places. A solitary banner, stitched by hand, waved defiantly atop a crumbling fortress where farmers had taken a stand against an invading army. Stories spread of soldiers who laid down their weapons after seeing the symbol etched into the shields of their opponents. It was said to radiate not just strength, but a quiet call to something higher, a reminder of shared humanity. The legend grew. There were whispers that the emblem held mystical powers, that it could heal wounds and calm storms. A merchant traveling from distant lands claimed he had seen the image appear in the sky during a fierce battle, and that both sides had ceased fighting, their weapons falling to the ground as they stared upward. Others dismissed such tales as fantasies, yet the emblem's power could not be denied. It lived in the hearts of those who saw it, filling them with a determination that seemed almost otherworldly. Decades after the former emperor's passing, the emblem remained an enduring force. In the grand hall of the imperial palace, a massive mosaic of the symbol adorned the ceiling, catching the light of 1,000 lanterns. Visitors who entered found themselves drawn to it, their steps slowing as they tilted their heads back to take in the sight. Some swore they could hear the faint rustling of wheat fields or the distant hum of a farmer's song as they stood beneath it. But it was not only in palaces and temples. The emblem appeared in small, hidden corners of the world. Carved into the doors of village halls, painted on the sides of humble carts, and sewn into the edges of wedding garments, it was a quiet presence in everyday life. To the people, it was a reminder that no matter how far apart they were or how difficult their days became, they were all part of the same story. In one remote village, a blacksmith toiled late into the night, forging a delicate pendant in the shape of the emblem. His daughter had asked for it before setting off on a dangerous journey, saying it would give her courage. As the blacksmith held the finished piece in his calloused hands, he thought of the emperor, a man who had once been no different from himself. If a farmer could rise to such greatness, then surely his daughter could find her own strength. He slipped the pendant around her neck the next morning, his hands shaking not with fear, but with pride. As the years passed, the emblem took on new meanings for different people. To some, it was a call to justice, a reminder to stand up against oppression. To others, it was a symbol of gratitude for the earth's gifts. But above all, it was a testament to the idea that greatness could come from the simplest beginnings. There were times when the emblem seemed to fade from prominence. Wars and rulers came and went, and the people's focus shifted to other struggles. Yet, when the land faced its darkest moments, the symbol would reappear, as if summoned by the collective need for hope. During a great famine, a group of villagers found the emblem carved into an ancient tree near their fields. Taking it as a sign, they banded together, sharing what little they had and planting anew. By the next harvest, their fields were full again. The boy and his grandfather sat in silence, their gaze fixed on the carving before them. A single beam of sunlight filtered through a crack in the cavern wall, illuminating the emblem as if it were alive. The boy felt something stir within him, a warmth that spread through his chest and made his eyes sting with unshed tears. "Grandfather," he whispered, "do you think he can still see us?" The old man placed a hand on the boy's shoulder, his grip firm but gentle. "He sees us in what we do. Every time someone chooses kindness over hatred, every time they share instead of taking, they honor him." Outside the cavern, the world seemed quieter, the air charged with a strange kind of peace. The boy rose, his small fingers brushing the edge of the carving one last time. As he and his grandfather stepped back into the sunlight, he felt taller somehow, as if the weight of the emblem's meaning had made him stronger. In the distance, the village bell rang, calling its people together. On its surface, newly polished, gleamed the emblem of unity. And as the sound echoed across the fields, it carried with it a promise, one that had been made long ago but still held true. A promise that, as long as the emblem endured, so too would the spirit of the former emperor. The fire crackled in the center of the village square, its flames casting flickering shadows on the faces of the gathered crowd. Children huddled close to their parents, their wide eyes reflecting the dancing light, while elders leaned forward in anticipation, eager to hear the familiar words that had been passed down through generations. Tonight was a storytelling night, and the air buzzed with quiet excitement. An old woman stood, her gnarled hands clutching a carved wooden staff that bore the emblem of the farmer emperor. Her voice, raspy but strong, rose above the murmurs as she began. Long ago, when the fields were barren and hope seemed a distant memory, there lived a man who tilled the earth with his bare hands. The children gasped, already drawn into the tale they had heard countless times before. They knew every word, yet it never lost its magic. The storyteller painted vivid pictures with her words, the emperor as a humble farmer, the endless fields of golden wheat that symbolized unity, and the battles fought not with weapons, but with wisdom and heart. And do you know, she continued, her eyes gleaming as she looked at the crowd, it was said that he could hear the whispers of the soil and the song of the wind. The earth itself guided him, teaching him how to grow food where nothing had grown before. A boy, barely old enough to sit still, tugged at his mother's sleeve. "Is it true, Mama? Did the earth really talk to him?" The mother smiled, brushing his hair back. "It's as true as the sun rising every morning. Listen to her story, and you'll feel it in your heart." The woman's voice shifted, carrying the tale to the next chapter. She spoke of the emperor's courage when invaders threatened their land, of how he stood unarmed before their armies, holding nothing but a handful of wheat. "He said to them," she intoned, "what good is a blade against an empty stomach? Lay down your swords, and I will show you how to feed your people." The crowd murmured, the weight of those words settling over them. Even the smallest children could feel the power of that moment, the sheer audacity of a man who believed so strongly in peace that he risked everything to prove it. Another voice rose from the circle, this time from an older man with a thick white beard. "My grandfather told me that when the invaders returned to their homeland, they carried seeds he had given them. Their fields thrived, and they never returned to fight us again." The storyteller nodded, her smile deepening. "That's how it was. The farmer emperor didn't just protect his people, he taught his enemies how to live." The night wore on, and the stories became more personal. A young woman shared how her family had kept a piece of the emperor's cloak, passed down like a sacred relic. "My grandmother said it was given to her by one of his advisors, who claimed it carried the warmth of his spirit," she said, her voice trembling. "When I touch it, I feel safe." An old man told of his great-uncle, who had fought alongside the emperor in one of the final battles to unite the land. He said the emperor wasn't like other leaders. "He fought with us, shoulder to shoulder, his hands calloused like ours. When we were tired, he carried our burdens. And when we won, he gave the credit to us." The firelight seemed to dim for a moment, as if the weight of these memories drew the night closer. A silence fell over the group, broken only by the soft rustling of leaves in the wind. Then, a child's clear voice piped up. "Did he ever make mistakes?" The storyteller's face softened, and she lowered her staff. "Oh, yes, child. He was human, like all of us. There were times when he doubted himself, when he made choices that caused pain. But do you know what made him different?" The child shook his head, his gaze locked on hers. "He learned. He listened. And he always tried to make things right. That's why we remember him, not because he was perfect, but because he was willing to grow." The flames roared higher, as if in agreement, and the stories continued. They spoke of miracles attributed to the emperor long after his death, a storm that parted just as a village was on the brink of destruction, a barren tree that suddenly bore fruit after prayers were whispered beneath it. Some claimed to have seen his figure in their dreams, guiding them with a gentle hand. A farmer with withered skin and a quiet voice recounted his own encounter. "One night, during the worst drought I'd ever known, I fell asleep in the fields, sure I'd lose everything. I dreamed of him standing over me, holding a pitcher of water. He poured it over the earth, and when I woke up, it was raining." The crowd sat in hushed awe, the only sound the crackling of the fire and the occasional chirp of crickets. The young boy who had asked about the emperor's mistakes leaned closer to his mother, his small hand clutching hers. He didn't fully understand everything he had heard, but he felt it, the weight of these stories, the way they seemed to wrap around the villagers like a protective cloak. As the night grew colder, the storyteller raised her staff one last time. These tales, my friends, are not just about the farmer emperor. They are about us. About what we can achieve when we remember where we came from and who we are. Her words hung in the air, a quiet challenge to those who had gathered. The fire began to die down, and the villagers dispersed, their hearts heavy yet full. The stories would stay with them, carried back to their homes and whispered to their children, just as they had been whispered for generations. And so, the tales of the farmer emperor lived on, not just in grand halls or written records, but in the voices of the common people. The studio smelled of oil and fresh wood shavings, the air heavy with the anticipation of creation. A young artist sat before a massive canvas, her brush poised midair. The light of dawn streamed through the window, illuminating the half-finished portrait before her, a man of simple attire but an undeniable presence. His eyes, though crafted from mere pigment, seemed to hold the weight of an empire, 1,000 untold stories resting behind them. Her hand trembled as she began to paint again. She wasn't merely depicting a figure, she was attempting to capture the soul of the farmer emperor, a man who had transcended mortality to become a symbol of unity and hope. Each stroke of the brush carried reverence, as though the act itself were a prayer. Far from her quiet studio, a grand temple housed a statue that had taken decades to carve. Crafted from a single block of jade, it stood tall, the emperor depicted not as a ruler but as a farmer, his hands outstretched as though sowing seeds. Villagers who visited often reached out to touch the statue's hands, murmuring prayers for a good harvest or guidance in troubled times. It was said that the jade glowed faintly under the moonlight, as if blessed by his spirit. One night, under a full moon, an elderly sculptor stood before the statue he had spent his life creating. He ran his fingers over the stone, feeling the smooth curves and the subtle imperfections. Tears welled in his eyes as he whispered, "I've given you my years, my hands, my heart. But it's nothing compared to what you gave us." In another corner of the empire, musicians gathered in a dimly lit hall, their instruments gleaming like treasures. The conductor raised his baton, and the first notes of an epic symphony filled the air. The music was neither loud nor brash, it was a gentle melody, echoing the rustling of wheat fields and the rhythm of footsteps on fertile soil. As the orchestra swelled, the music turned fierce, evoking the chaos of battle and the strength of a leader who had faced impossible odds. The final movement was soft, almost fragile, as though the emperor's spirit was whispering farewell. An old woman sat in the front row, her hands clutching a faded scarf embroidered with the emperor's emblem. She closed her eyes, letting the music wash over her. To her, it wasn't just a performance, it was a reminder of stories her grandmother had told, of a man who had walked among the common people and listened to their sorrows. Beyond the cities and villages, high in the mountains, a reclusive monk worked tirelessly on an intricate mural that spanned an entire temple wall. Each figure, each scene, was painted with painstaking detail. The emperor stood at the center, surrounded by depictions of his life, plowing fields, negotiating peace, leading his people to victory, and finally, ascending to the heavens. The monk had spent years on this mural, his only audience the occasional travelers who braved the mountain path. One such traveler, a young scholar, entered the temple and stood in awe before the mural. He marveled at the vivid colors and the lifelike expressions, feeling as though he were witnessing the emperor's life unfold before him. "Why do you labor so tirelessly for something so few will see?" the scholar asked the monk. The monk smiled, his brush never pausing. "The emperor's spirit is in these walls. Even if only one heart is moved, it is enough." In a bustling market, a traveling storyteller strummed a lute, his voice rising above the noise of the crowd. His ballad told of the emperor's triumphs and struggles, his love for his people, and his ultimate sacrifice. The melody was simple but haunting, and it lingered in the minds of those who heard it long after they returned to their daily lives. A little girl, clutching her mother's hand, listened intently, her eyes wide with wonder. "Mama, was he really that kind?" she asked, her voice filled with awe. Her mother knelt beside her, brushing a strand of hair from her face. "Yes, my love. That's why we remember him. Not for his crown, but for his heart." Even in distant lands, artists and scholars found inspiration in the farmer emperor's story. A poet, thousands of miles away, wrote verses that described a man who could have ruled with an iron fist, but chose instead to nurture. His words traveled across borders, translated into languages that the emperor himself had never spoken. In a workshop by the sea, a craftsman carved tiny figurines of the emperor, each one unique. Some showed him as a young farmer, his hands full of grain, others depicted him as a wise ruler, his face lined with age. These figurines were sold in markets and carried to the farthest corners of the empire, where they adorned altars and hearths. One evening, the craftsman sat with his apprentice, holding a finished figurine in his hand. "It's strange," he mused. "I never met him, yet I feel like I know him." The apprentice, barely more than a boy, nodded. "I think everyone feels that way. It's like he's still here." The craftsman smiled, handing the figurine to the boy. "Then let's make sure his story never fades." Through art, music, and stories, the former emperor lived on. His life wasn't confined to history books or grand monuments, it was etched into the hearts of the people, a legacy woven into the fabric of their daily lives. His story wasn't just told, it was sung, painted, sculpted, and shared, each interpretation adding another layer to the myth that would never die. The council chamber was silent, its walls adorned with maps and banners from decades of rule. A group of scholars and advisors sat in a semicircle, their eyes fixed on the throne at the center of the room. It was not gilded or ostentatious, but simple, carved from sturdy wood and polished by years of use. It was said the emperor himself had chosen it, a symbol of humility amidst power. An elderly advisor, his voice hoarse with age, rose to speak. When he took the throne, none believed he would last a season. They called him unworthy, a farmer with no bloodline, no claim. And yet, he paused, his voice breaking slightly. Here we are, living under the foundation he laid. Not just a kingdom, but a way of life. Outside the chamber, in the bustling streets of the capital, a different kind of leadership played out. Vendors called out their wares, children darted through the crowds, and farmers brought their goods to market. Among the chaos, a storyteller stood atop a wooden crate, recounting the day the emperor had walked among the people, disguised as a commoner. He asked a farmer why he worked so hard, the storyteller said, his voice carrying over the noise. "For my family," the farmer replied. And then the emperor smiled and said, "Then we are the same." The crowd murmured, some nodding, others wiping their eyes. In the shadows of the city, a young boy sat listening, his small hands clutching a tattered piece of cloth embroidered with the emperor's emblem. His mother leaned down, her voice soft. "He taught us that leadership isn't about being above others. It's about standing beside them." Far from the capital, in a quiet village surrounded by golden fields, an elder gathered the children around a fire. "He changed everything," she began, her voice steady. "Before him, kings ruled with fear, demanding loyalty through force. But he ruled with respect, and he earned it by respecting us." The children leaned closer as she told them of the time a village was struck by famine. The emperor, hearing of their plight, didn't send gold or soldiers. Instead, he came himself, bringing seeds from the imperial granary and teaching the farmers new ways to cultivate their land. He wasn't just a leader, the elder said, her voice filled with pride. He was one of us. In the distant mountains, where nomadic tribes once resisted the empire, a chieftain held a council with his people. A banner bearing the emperor's crest hung in the background. "He could have destroyed us," the chieftain said, his deep voice echoing through the hall. "Instead, he sent envoys with gifts and asked how we could work together. He showed us that strength isn't in crushing your enemies, it's in building something greater with them." The emperor's philosophy extended even to his palace, where he insisted on eating meals prepared from the same grains and vegetables the common people grew. He had no interest in exotic feasts or golden plates. "If it's not good enough for my people," he often said, "it's not good enough for me." But his reign wasn't without challenges. A rebellion once threatened the empire's stability, led by a noble who believed a farmer had no right to wear the crown. The emperor didn't respond with an iron fist. Instead, he sent a letter to the rebel leader, inviting him to speak in the court. The noble arrived, expecting a trap, but found the emperor sitting among his advisors, unarmed and unguarded. "You believe I've stolen something that belongs to you," the emperor said calmly. "Let us settle this, not with blood, but with reason." By the end of the meeting, the noble knelt before him, pledging his loyalty. This act became a legend, retold in every corner of the empire. It wasn't just a story of mercy, it was a lesson in courage, wisdom, and the power of dialogue over conflict. Even decades after his reign, the emperor's teachings remained a cornerstone of governance. In the capital's great academy, scholars debated his policies, calling them the eternal mandate. They studied how he had balanced justice with compassion, how he had united diverse cultures under one banner without erasing their individuality. One scholar, known for her fiery speeches, addressed a crowded hall. "He showed us that leadership isn't a birthright, it's a responsibility. It's not about holding power but about empowering others." Her words reached the ears of a young apprentice who worked in the academy's kitchens. Inspired, he began writing poetry in his spare time, verses dedicated to the emperor's vision. Years later, his poems would inspire a movement that brought reforms to the distant provinces. Back in the emperor's homeland, farmers continued to tend the fields he once walked. They spoke of him as though he were still alive, his presence felt in the rustle of the wind through the crops and the gentle rains that nourished their land. A farmer knelt in the soil, planting seeds with his son beside him. "This land was his gift to us," the farmer said. "Not just the soil, but the peace we live in. We honor him by caring for it." As the sun set over the empire, its golden light touching every corner, the legacy of the farmer emperor endured. His reign had redefined leadership, not as a throne to sit upon, but as a burden to bear with humility, a chance to serve, and a promise to uplift. His lessons weren't just carved into stone or written on scrolls. They were alive in the hearts of the people, a living testament to the kind of leader the world had rarely seen but would never forget. The morning dew glistened on the leaves as the farmer-turned-emperor stood at the edge of the fields. His hands, once hardened by years of tilling the soil, now bore the weight of an entire empire. Yet, he felt most at home here, with the earth beneath his feet and the sun rising to greet him. A young attendant approached, hesitant. "Your Majesty," he said, "why do you come here when the palace awaits?" The emperor knelt, picking up a handful of soil. "This," he said, letting the dirt slip through his fingers, "is where everything begins. The soil doesn't care if you're a farmer or an emperor. It only gives back what you put into it." This moment, passed down through generations, became the essence of his first teaching, the value of hard work. He believed that no position, no title, exempted anyone from effort. "A leader who does not know labor," he once told his council, "will never understand the struggles of the people." His philosophy extended beyond words. He often disguised himself and walked among the common folk, working alongside them in the fields or mending nets with fishermen. Those who toiled alongside him would later recall how he never sought to lead with commands, but with example. He didn't just talk about compassion, an old fisherman once said, his voice thick with emotion. He showed it, with his hands blistered like ours. One evening, during a rare moment of peace in the court, a heated debate erupted among his advisors. A wealthy merchant argued that the empire's prosperity depended on taxing the poor, while a scholar insisted on easing their burdens. The emperor, silent until then, stood and walked to the window. "What do you see outside?" he asked. The court fell silent as they peered out, seeing the flickering lanterns of the workers returning home after a long day. "Those lights," he said softly, "are the heartbeats of our empire. If we dim them with greed, we will plunge ourselves into darkness. But if we nurture them, they will shine brighter than any jewel." This belief in fairness and equity shaped his second teaching. Wealth should flow like a river, nourishing all in its path, not pooling in the hands of a few. Under his rule, markets flourished, and the gap between rich and poor began to shrink. His reforms weren't just policies, they were a reflection of his unwavering conviction that a nation was only as strong as its weakest. One of his most enduring lessons came during a time of drought. The rivers dried, crops withered, and desperation gripped the land. Many advisors urged him to ration supplies, to prioritize the capital's survival. Instead, the emperor ordered the imperial granaries to be open to all, even at the risk of depleting the reserves. "What is a crown," he asked, "if it cannot protect its people in their hour of need?" Years later, a child born during that famine would grow up to sing songs of the emperor's kindness, teaching others that leadership was not about preserving power, but about sharing burdens. The emperor often said, "A leader who hoards during hardship will find himself alone when the rains return." Perhaps his most radical teaching was his belief in the unity of humanity and nature. While others saw forests as resources to be exploited, he saw them as allies. "The earth has a rhythm," he told a gathering of village elders. "If we listen to it, we thrive. If we silence it, we perish." He introduced practices that balanced growth with preservation, ensuring that the land remained fertile for generations to come. Once, a young soldier, weary from battle, approached him with a question. "How do we find peace, Your Majesty, when there is so much strife?" The emperor took a moment, then replied, "Peace isn't the absence of conflict, it's the courage to stand firm in the storm and the wisdom to know when to put down the sword." This teaching resonated deeply, especially in the wake of the wars that had plagued the empire. He sought to build bridges where others saw walls, forging alliances with former enemies and encouraging dialogue over destruction. His philosophy of peace wasn't passive, it required strength, patience, and an unwavering belief in the power of understanding. But his most profound teaching, the one that continues to echo through time, was his insistence on humility. Despite his power, he never allowed himself to be consumed by it. "An emperor is but a steward," he often said. "The throne belongs to the people." There was a moment, near the end of his life, that encapsulated this belief. An artist presented him with a grand portrait, depicting him as a divine figure surrounded by adoring subjects. The emperor studied it for a long time before speaking. "This is not who I am," he said, handing the painting back. "Paint me as I was, a farmer, standing in the field with those I serve." The artist, moved by the request, created a masterpiece that hung in the great hall of the palace for centuries. It showed the emperor not as a ruler but as a man of the earth, his hands dirty, his face lined with determination. Long after his passing, his teachings continued to shape the empire. Farmers whispered his words to their children as they sowed seeds. Warriors recited his lessons before battle, reminding themselves of the value of restraint. Even rulers in distant lands sought to emulate his example, sending envoys to learn about the man whose wisdom had transformed an empire. His philosophy wasn't written in stone or locked in books. It lived in the hearts of those who had felt its truth, who had witnessed its power to heal wounds and bridge divides. And as the years turned into centuries, the lessons of the farmer emperor became more than teachings, they became a way of life. The sun broke over the horizon, casting a golden light on the bustling marketplace at the heart of the empire. Generations had passed since the days of the farmer emperor, yet his presence lingered in every corner of the land. A child, no older than 7, ran through the streets clutching a small wooden figurine of a man with a humble crown. Her laughter mingled with the hum of merchants calling out their wares, and in the rhythm of life, one could almost hear his voice. Above the marketplace, a grand mosaic shimmered on the walls of the central hall. It depicted a scene so familiar that even those who couldn't read could tell the story. There he stood, the farmer emperor, surrounded by fields and workers, his face withered but kind. It wasn't just art, it was a promise etched into the soul of the empire. Even now, the empire bore his touch. Roads, once mere dirt paths, stretched far and wide, connecting cities and villages, ensuring no one felt forgotten. The irrigation systems he championed still flowed, bringing life to arid lands. Farmers, with tools in hand, recited his words as they worked, "The land gives only when we honor it." At the academy in the capital, students gathered under the shade of an ancient tree said to have been planted by the emperor himself. Their teacher, an elderly woman with a voice that carried the weight of tradition, pointed to the leaves. "Each of these," she said, "represents a life he touched. Every decision he made was rooted in love for the people." In the courts of governance, his legacy endured in the laws etched onto stone tablets. The officials would bow before the farmer emperor's emblem, a simple stalk of wheat crossed by a plow, a symbol of both sustenance and labor. "No one is above the harvest," they whispered, a reminder that power was not for glory but for service. And yet, it wasn't just in the grand gestures or the monuments that his legacy thrived. It was in the small, quiet moments of daily life. A baker handing an extra loaf to a hungry child, a village elder settling disputes with fairness, a craftsman ensuring every detail of their work was perfect, not out of pride, but respect for those who would use it. Beyond the empire's borders, travelers spoke in hushed tones of this mythical land. "They say justice walks among them," a merchant from a distant kingdom said. "Even their poorest live with dignity." Others came not just to trade but to learn, eager to understand how a farmer's vision could forge such a lasting legacy. In the temples built in his honor, the rituals were simple yet profound. People didn't pray for miracles, they prayed for guidance, for the wisdom to make choices that would honor his teachings. Children were brought to the altars not to be blessed with riches, but to be reminded of the virtues he lived by: humility, kindness, and strength in adversity. The empire's storytellers, sitting by roaring fires, wove tales of his reign. They spoke of his bravery in the face of impossible odds, his compassion that melted even the hardest hearts, and his wisdom that turned enemies into allies. But what made him great, one bard said, strumming a lute, was not the crown on his head, but the soil on his hands. In the mountains, where the wind howled through the peaks, shepherds carved his image into the rocks, ensuring even the most remote parts of the empire remembered him. Along the rivers, fishermen cast their nets, whispering his name as they pulled in their catch, believing he watched over their labor. But perhaps the most striking reminder of his reign was in the hearts of the people. Even in times of struggle, they held onto his teachings like a lifeline. When drought struck, they pooled their resources, recalling how he had once emptied the granaries for their ancestors. When conflicts arose, they sought resolution, remembering his belief that peace required effort and understanding. One night, as the stars blanketed the sky, a young boy sat with his grandmother near the edge of the village. "Tell me about him again," he begged. The old woman smiled, her eyes reflecting the constellations above. "He was a farmer, like your grandfather. But he wasn't just any farmer. He planted seeds of hope, watered them with love, and let the sun of his wisdom help them grow." The boy looked up at the stars. "Do you think he's watching us now?" In the end, perhaps the truth lay not in separating myth from history, but in understanding why the myths had been born. They were not lies, but expressions of love, gratitude, and the desire to honor a man who had given everything for his people. His story, both factual and fantastical, was a mirror reflecting the best of humanity. It reminded them that greatness was not about perfection but about the courage to try, the humility to serve, and the strength to endure. A young boy crouched beside his grandmother, her withered hands moving slowly as she wove a basket from dried reeds. Her voice, soft but resolute, filled the room. "Do you know why the farmer emperor's name is still spoken?" she asked, her words drawing his attention like a flame in the dark. He shook his head, wide-eyed. She smiled knowingly. "Because his story is not just his. It is ours." Across centuries, through empires that rose and fell, his story had persisted, carried not by kings or scholars alone, but by the common people who whispered it in kitchens, fields, and schools. His tale had become a lifeline, a thread connecting generations. It was a story told by the dying to the living, a gift passed down like an heirloom, precious not for its material worth, but for its meaning. Even in times of despair, his story was a beacon. During a great famine that left fields barren and stomachs empty, a village elder spoke of the farmer emperor's legendary resilience. "He faced droughts worse than this," the elder declared. "But he did not falter, and neither will we." The villagers, though weak and worn, took heart. They pooled their meager resources, shared what little they had, and survived. For them, the farmer emperor was not a distant figure of the past, but a presence alive in their struggles. In a bustling city, a street performer brought his story to life for an audience of merchants, children, and beggars. With nothing but a worn lute and a voice withered by years, he sang of the emperor's unyielding compassion. When the river swelled and the floodwaters came, he did not retreat to safety. He stood among the people, holding their hands, building walls to save their homes. The crowd grew silent, tears glinting in the eyes of those who felt the weight of the words. They left richer than when they had arrived, carrying the psalm in their hearts. Even the earth seemed to remember him. In the fields where he had once toiled, farmers swore they could feel his presence in the wind that carried the scent of blooming rice. They prayed to him not as a god, but as one of their own, a man who understood their struggles. His name was etched into the land, as inseparable from it as the soil from the seed. A teacher, standing before a classroom of restless children, told them of the farmer emperor's fairness. He believed no one was greater than another, whether they wore silk robes or rags. When a laborer came to him with a grievance, he listened as closely as he would to a general. The children, usually distracted, hung on every word. They asked questions, debated his decisions, and imagined themselves in his shoes. Long after the lesson ended, they carried his principles into their games and dreams. In a temple hidden among the mountains, a monk lit a single candle before a simple altar dedicated to the farmer emperor. He bowed his head and whispered a prayer, not for himself, but for the world. May his humility guide us. May his strength sustain us. May his love for his people remind us of our own duty. The prayer was carried away by the wind, joining countless others like it, forming an invisible web of devotion that spanned continents. Yet his immortality was not bound to temples or prayers alone. It lived in the small acts of kindness inspired by his memory. A merchant who forgave a debt, a soldier who chose mercy over violence, a stranger who shared their last piece of bread, all claimed him as their example. His story had become a seed planted in countless hearts, growing into something larger than he could have imagined. There were those who tried to erase his legacy, branding him a myth or a fabrication. Rulers who sought to suppress the power of his story ordered his name stricken from records. But they underestimated the resilience of memory. For every decree burned, 100 voices rose in defiance, retelling his story with even greater fervor. His name became a whisper on the lips of rebels, a rallying cry for the oppressed. He had become unstoppable, not because he was invincible, but because his story had been sown in the hearts of too many to silence. In a quiet library, a historian unearthed a forgotten manuscript written centuries ago. It described the farmer emperor not as a saint but as a flawed, determined man who had made mistakes and learned from them. The historian marveled at how those flaws made him even more enduring. He is not remembered because he was perfect, she wrote in her notes, but because he showed us how to strive for something greater, even in imperfection. The myth and the man had merged, inseparable, like roots entwined in the earth. Some called him a savior, others a symbol. What mattered was not the accuracy of every tale, but the truth they conveyed, a truth about resilience, compassion, and the enduring power of unity. A young poet, sitting alone under the stars, scribbled furiously in his notebook. His words flowed like a river, capturing the essence of the farmer emperor's spirit. He was the whisper in the storm, the steady hand in the flood, the fire that warmed the coldest nights. He lives not in marble halls or gilded statues, but in the hearts of those who refuse to forget. And so, the farmer emperor's story endured. Not because it was forced upon the world, but because the world refused to let it go. His immortality was not written in stone but in the ever-beating pulse of humanity, a legacy carried by those who believed, against all odds, that a single life could change the course of history. His grandmother nodded. "Oh, child, he's not just watching. He's in the wind that carries our prayers, in the soil that gives us food, and in the stories we tell. As long as we remember him, he will never be gone." Across the empire, those words rang true. From the grand palaces to the humblest huts, his spirit was alive, guiding decisions, inspiring courage, and reminding everyone that greatness wasn't about conquest or wealth, but about the lives one touched. And so, as the empire thrived, it did so not as a testament to one man but to the ideals he left behind. It was a place where unity wasn't a dream but a reality, where leadership wasn't a burden but a duty, and where the simplest of origins could lead to the most extraordinary of legacies. The flickering light of the scholar's candle cast dancing shadows across the ancient parchment. He leaned forward, the edges of his fingers blackened by the ink of countless manuscripts. Before him lay conflicting accounts of the former emperor, some so fantastical they seemed plucked from the stars, others grounded in stark reality. Who had he truly been? A mortal man bound by the soil, or a legend born of the heavens? The scholar wasn't the only one asking these questions. In villages and cities, whispers of his deeds filled the air. Was it true that his plow unearthed a hidden treasure that would one day fund his rise? Did he really tame a wild ox with nothing but a song? Could his voice command storms, halting them in their tracks to save his people? Each tale grew taller as it passed from mouth to ear, a thread in the tapestry of myth. An elder, sitting by a fire in a quiet hamlet, recounted a story to a gathering of wide-eyed children. He stood alone against 1,000 foes, armed only with a hoe, and still they fell before him as wheat before the reaper, she said, her voice trembling with reverence. One child, curious but skeptical, asked, "But how could one man do that?" The elder smiled. Because he wasn't just a man. He was chosen. Across the empire, monuments bore inscriptions of his supposed miracles. At the Temple of the Eternal Harvest, priests told pilgrims that the former emperor once caused barren fields to bloom overnight, their soil imbued with his spirit. Farmers touched the earth reverently, hoping a fragment of his power would bless their crops. But even as these tales soared to mythical heights, some sought the truth hidden beneath the grandeur. A historian wandered to the emperor's birthplace, a humble patch of farmland still tended by descendants of his kin. They spoke not of miracles but of a man who rose before dawn, his hands calloused, his back bent under the weight of labor. He taught us that the earth rewards those who respect it, one farmer said, pointing to a weathered plow said to be his. Another historian found records of battles in which the emperor had fought, not alone, but alongside an army united by his vision. There was no mention of him wielding lightning or commanding the elements, only of a leader whose courage inspired ordinary people to extraordinary acts. He led us not with fear, but with hope, an ancient scroll read. Still, the line between truth and legend blurred in unexpected ways. One tale told of a great drought, during which he supposedly summoned rain with a prayer. Historical documents confirmed the drought but credited his success to an ingenious irrigation system he designed. The rain may not have fallen from the sky, but life had returned to the fields all the same. In the capital's library, where countless records lay preserved, a scholar discovered a curious document. It was a diary written by one of the emperor's closest advisors. The entries painted a picture of a man as human as any other. He doubted. He stumbled. He grieved. "Today, I saw him weep for a child lost to famine," one entry read. He swore to never let such a thing happen again, even if it meant giving his own life. This humanity made his story even more profound. Perhaps the myths weren't meant to deceive, but to amplify the truth. A farmer who became an emperor, was that not miraculous enough? Yet people needed more. They needed heroes who could defy the impossible, symbols to carry them through their darkest hours. Artists and storytellers took up the task of shaping his image. A painter depicted him holding the sun in one hand and the moon in the other, a metaphor for balance and unity. Musicians composed ballads of his deeds, their melodies echoing through time. Sculptors carved him into stone, their chisels guided by both history and imagination. In a remote village, a bard recited a tale that brought tears to the eyes of even the most hardened listeners. When his people cried out in hunger, he shared his last grain of rice, the bard sang. When they trembled in fear, he stood between them and their enemies. It didn't matter if every word was true. The emotions it stirred were real. But not everyone accepted these tales without question. A philosopher, skeptical of myths, addressed a crowd in the bustling marketplace. "Why do we worship a man as though he were a god?" he asked. "Is it not enough that he showed us what we could achieve together? Must we invent miracles to honor him?" Some nodded in agreement, while others jeered, unwilling to let go of the magic woven into their history. One night, a small group of scholars, farmers, and storytellers gathered in a circle under the stars. They debated the nature of the farmer emperor's legacy. One scholar insisted on historical accuracy. If we exaggerate his deeds, we risk losing sight of who he truly was. A farmer countered, but his legend gives us strength. It reminds us that even the humblest can change the world. A storyteller, quiet until then, finally spoke. Truth and myth are like the warp and weft of a tapestry. Without both, the fabric unravels. He was a man, yes. But he was also an idea, a hope that refuses to die. The debate continued late into the night, each voice adding to the evolving narrative. They realized that the farmer emperor's greatest gift wasn't his deeds, whether real or imagined. It was the spark he ignited in every heart, a belief that they, too, could rise above their circumstances, that they could shape a future worthy of his vision.